Started. This meeting is now called to order. Welcome to our May board meeting, and thank you for getting up earlier today. When we were putting together the agenda, there was some concern that we might not be able to get through everything. As things have evolved, it appears that we may very well be able to get through this in a timely manner, so we may pick up some time this afternoon. But I have been known to jinx us in these types of meetings when saying things of that nature, but I did want to acknowledge that we're starting a little bit early, and I appreciate it. Ms. Gaynor, please introduce our visitors.
Good morning. I'll start over here with Barry Monka, our General Counsel, Mike Taylor's and General Auditor, Kyle Owen, who is Associate Vice President for Facility Services, Dr. Howard Farrell, Vice President for University Advancement and Public Affairs, Dr. Marilyn Foley, the Vice President for Business and Finance, Dr. Robert Clark, who's Vice President for Institutional Research. No, Institutional. Charlie, this is completely wrong. Institutional Effectiveness and Administration. And Dr. Betty Stewart, who's our Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs. Dr. Keith Lamb, who's Vice President for Enrollment Management, Student Affairs and Enrollment Management. Over here we have Dr. David Carlson, who is Chair of the Faculty Senate. Dr. Deborah Garrison, who is Associate Vice President for Academic Affairs and Dean of the Graduate School. Matthew Park, who is Associate Vice President of Student Affairs and Dean of Students. Charlie Parks, our Director of Athletics. Dirk Welch is Chairman of the Staff Senate. Dawn Fisher is Director of Human Resources. Lana Sweeten-Schultz, who's reporter for the Tom's River News. And Cindy Ashlot, Executive Assistant to the President.
Thank you. Just a reminder, this meeting is streamed live on the internet, and I ask that everyone silence or turn off your cell phones. Chair at the end of the table is intended for vice presidents or others who will be making presentations during the meeting. We ask that you sit or stand there, as this will help with the video and audio transmission. We provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. No one has signed up to speak, and we will move on with our agenda. Item 15-103, discussion of higher education items. As you may know or remember, this is our opportunity to discuss current issues and trends in higher education, which we never seem to be at a loss for discussion points. But there will be a number of things on the agenda today that will cover higher education issues. But at this point, I guess I'd like to just give you guys an opportunity. Is there anything that's kind of nagging at you guys from a higher education standpoint you want to talk about before we get started? Nothing? Okay. All right. That was your chance. All right. Item 15-104, MSU priorities. This item is an update on the administration's top 10 list for MSU. As you can see from the report, some of these items will be discussed later in the day, and the agenda contains information on other items as well. Dr. Rogers, do you have anything to add in this area at this time?
Really not too much, but I would like to take a moment if I could, and I hope I haven't said this before. I may have. When Sean and I discussed starting this, both of us had the idea that we take little time during the board. We take item by item, by committee, and it's really kind of hard to see exactly in a linear way what we're doing at the university. My only concern was, gosh, what do we get done at the university every 3 months? But the fact is, we get quite a bit done, and it's good to take a look at it and give you all a feel for what the administration and faculty of this university are doing. So it's turned out that this is a good idea. This list I put together from the strategic plan. It will probably need to be altered with time, just like the strategic plan. But it is the top 10 things that we think about and are working on probably more than anything else. The campus master plan, we have several, as John said, we have several items today that's going to deal with or items that will deal with the master plan. I will tell you that the tuition revenue bond is planning for, and Debbie will comment on this further tomorrow, is still alive, and probably as well as any financial issue facing higher education in Austin. So we'll probably know about that sometime during the summer, but yet we don't know. We have a lot riding on this. It's going to have a lot to do with the quality of campus and through our new health science building. You're going to get a report today on the Dahlquist Research Center, the museum. We had an opening last night with a lot of people there, and I was very, very proud of that. The Fine Arts Edition, we're making progress, and Keith's going to give us finally, Keith's had this together a long time, I think we promised you this, a good feel for our parking planning. We put a lot into that, and I hope you're pleased with that. Number 2 deals with the priority of parking. Enrollment. Never can tell, but I will say, since Dr. Shipley's going to have to back me up on this, our enrollment will go up again next year. All indications of that case. If you will look at just, first of all, I'll tell you the first summer term is up nicely. The second summer term was down. As we continue to enroll, it's turned flat on us, which is great. We will not, it will be profitable for our students and profitable for us financially if summer goes like it is here. One of the most significant things on enrollment is that is Part E under this 3, and that is the admitted students for fall of 2015. The fall enrollment pretty much tells you about everything else. You know what's going to happen in the spring, you know what's going to happen in the summer, and so forth. But the fact that that we've had 598 more admits than we had at this time last year, a 30.39% increase, indicates that our enrollment will go up. Now that number will probably go down. You know, it depends on how rapidly these applications are coming in and how quickly we act on them. But that can't be anything but good news. If we can continue to grow by 100 students a year, and then that will naturally accelerate. I think we've made the real turnaround on our enrollment. Interdisciplinary academic programs. Our provost brought this to us some time ago. It's something that our Colplac institutional sister institutions are doing. It's happening in higher education. It's a good indication that higher education is keeping up with the demands of students, demands of the workforce, and demands of what higher education really is, and that is giving students more breadth in their curriculum. We put in a new minor last time in women's studies by just combining courses that we had. We're going to do that again today, and we're even putting a certificate program in there today that would be great for professionals in the radiologic sciences. So we continue to make progress. You're going to see more of this. This is a trend in higher ed to give people good breadth in addition to a major and some depth in their higher education. We're working on distance learning all the time. All schools are. We try to put that in perspective. What we're really trying to do right now is get all of the new core curriculum on the internet, particularly for the BAAS program and for the convenience of our students who'd like to pick up an extra course or so, but take courses here on campus. I am really pleased that we're going to be teaching our geosciences basic course. We equivocate there. Bob, do you know when we're going to be ready for that? Okay, we'll be ready in the fall. I'm very proud of that. The tendency in master's programs in education, specialties in administration, and so forth, are almost, I'll be careful with this, almost totally. Most of those programs are online. If we're going to stay with other schools, we've got to get online with that, and we're doing it. We talked about student engagement and retention. Let me be brief. I'm sorry, I'm going too long here. We have not changed our freshman and sophomore retention in many years. We keep about 70% of our students. We've got to do better than that. We had Dr. John Gardner on campus. Bob Clark hosted him. We had an outstanding faculty turnout to hear Gardner. He is a guru on that, and recognized as a true expert on retention of freshmen into their sophomore year. He's confirmed the ideas that we've had about that, and one of the things that you will see that's come out of his visit, and what he does believe is that we're changing our freshman seminar program. He thinks that's critical. We're not just going to add a little freshman seminar that's optional. We're going to have it required. This is our plan, and we're going to tie to courses that are already in the student's curriculum, so we don't up their tuition and up the number of hours that they have to have. It is a very effective tool for keeping students in school, and I hope that does work here. Athletics, Charlie's going to bring you up on that today probably. Charlie, I won't steal all of your thunder. I know you've got a lot of things to talk about. We now have a new football, tennis, soccer playing school in our conference. Another one's added, and that's Western New Mexico. We're delighted to have them in. It's going to add to our, it's going to help our scheduling. I suspect that another New Mexico school is going to come into the Lone Star Conference in not too distant future. And when that happens, we're going to have a very healthy conference. Our travel's going to go down. We're going to have more home games to build a better fan base. We're going to have more sports that will really help the conference. I'm feeling good about it. Unfortunately, branding with MSU, we're kind of stymied on it right now. I won't go into all the detail about it, but we're going to put the money together to go through with that program, and it's got to be done. But we've got to wait on our budget to come in for some issues that we'll talk about later today. Financial planning and budgeting. Today's the day that we really start that formally. There are really 3 action items that deal with budget planning. I told the President's Cabinet yesterday, we've met so much I can't remember, maybe it's the day before yesterday. We have been planning on this budget more than any budget that I've seen in 14 years because of all the things that are happening in Austin and the issues that we're facing on campus. I think we have Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, and we'll be revealing those to you, but we will not be able to present a budget to you until August, after the legislature's acted on issues. We will today try to make recommendations on freshman tuition, even though, of course, our tuition's flat. We have to set new tuition on incoming students. One of our colleges needs to raise its instructional, what's the name of that fee, David? The instructional enhancement fee. I think it's well justified, and there will be. We're going to discuss an intramural facilities fee that I've talked to the student government about, and they're in favor for it. We'll deal with that today. And in information technology, our top priority over there is to get the software degree works. So we are making some progress. I'll be happy to answer your questions.
Fantastic. Anybody have any questions of Jesse on the priority list? Again, several of the items that Jesse alluded to, and some that he didn't, are actually in the agenda today. Parking being one of those things that I think we're going to all be interested to hear about. So. Yeah, Jesse.
On the student engagement and retention, section C, I agree. I was there when Dr. Joyner came, and I was able to listen to him, and I agree he's an expert in the field. And I agree with the freshman seminar and the creation of a student transition office for orientation. I think that needs to happen. But I didn't hear anything about any kind of tutoring help.
That's another part of the program. I just mentioned really one of the top priorities and one of the probably big jobs, and that's getting courses, we select courses and convert those into content as well as the seminar courses. So I just did not mention it, but tutoring is one of those top, I hate to use academic jargon, one of those high impact things that we should be doing more of, and that's part of our retention plan. So it'll be there.
Good question. Thank you.
Good point. And we need more tutoring activities for students and more opportunities.
Anybody else? Okay. Our next items, this item is presented for information only and no action is necessary. Our next couple of items will be discussed in executive session later this afternoon, and therefore the committee as a whole stands in recess until that time. We'll now move on to the regular committee business. Executive committee. The executive committee meeting will now come to order. Members of the committee joining me today are Mr. Bernhardt, Mr. Bryant, and Mr. Burks. Our first item is item 15108, approval of the minutes of the executive committee meeting February 12th. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. Item 15109, campus master plan and construction update. The agenda includes a project status report and a report on smaller construction projects. Kyle, I believe you have some photographs of current projects to share with us? Okay.
Bear with me a second, since we can wait. Starting up. On vacation, how long do you have to wait?
You can just tell us about campus construction.
I want to see pictures.
I like pictures. Okay, very good, thank you. This is the Southwest Desert Research Station. Rendering that the architect put together, seen several times, with the lab, utility building, and solar panels and such. And this is the current status of it. The lab is about 3,700 square feet, total covered, about 2,000 that's under the roof, I should say, that makes up sleeping area, kitchen, a couple of bathrooms, a lab area, and a PC lab area, and then the utility building that they store equipment in is about 800 square feet. See, there's solar panels off the side of it and propane tanks to supply the electricity. There is a water tower, but it's basically behind the campus. A water tank tower. And this is another view of it with, this is the screening porch, the main entrance is here. And this is a recent photo of the signage of the site. Oh. That's the first here. Sorry.
See, everything that clicks is broken. This clicker's not working.
Kyle,
Okay.
let me comment on that just briefly. The building has an unusual design, but at that particular site, that's in the Chihuahua Desert, the weather isn't, well, it's really weather's extreme. There can be prevailing 80, 90 mile an hour winds in the wintertime, which is typical of that. So the building's positioning, shape, and everything has taken that all into account. The reason we need a research center out there is other universities will use it, our graduate students will use it. It's done, the use of it will be done by application. The board certainly, anytime you all want to take a trip out there, and I recommend you do just to see that country, and you would really enjoy it. The university will get a lot of use out of that, so will all other universities that apply for grants to be able to go in there and use that property. So, Kyle, congratulations to you and Dick Bundy and everybody else in this. It's a project that laboratory will set us apart in one way from other universities our size, and we're very proud of it. Something we've been thinking about for 20 years, and we're just about there. So, thank you.
Sure, I just.
Kyle, I have to comment. Charles Engelman and I did a wonderful trip out there to see it when it was nothing like this here. And I'm almost in tears, really, looking at how great a job you've done, because it is so difficult to get to and get the materials there. And this is such an addition to the university. Hats off to the whole team. Really a great job. And I wish Charles was here to see it.
Made it happen, so thank you. And I will touch on what Dr. Rogers is saying. This structure is such here, the prevailing wind coming from this direction to help minimize the effect on the people inside. There's not a second floor on it, but there's a large open area on top so that in the heat of the summer it will cool itself. No air conditioning, power requirements. So it's a well thought out.
Did you get the boundary dispute settled?
Maybe very well.
Yeah, we wouldn't start on it till we did.
That's a ringing endorsement.
We concerned about that, but it's
But Barry, that is ringing.
You know, Bob and I have had a dream, and I'll shut up here in a minute. Can you imagine if we can, and we'll work on it through COPLAC, get some young people come down here and do some desert ecology studies in late May and June before it gets so hot. It's a great time from New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and some of those northeastern schools just get a chance to see a place like that and work in it. It would be quite an educational treat for them, and we'll do things like that with them.
Is that mountain in the background of the property?
Yes, it is. Yeah. Yeah.
Remind me how many acres this is?
We only have
3,500, 3,000.
3,500. We've been offered more,
Only
but
3,000.
the price of that land continues to go up. But we've been offered more land adjacent to it, but I think we have really enough right now because the canyon and its on it is just unique to that part of the world. So and we have all the land around it.
Yeah, the prettiest part of the land is actually the other direction.
Yeah.
You're allowed to.
We haven't figured out how to have a special board meeting out there. I just want you to know, we thought about it, and it just doesn't seem.
Listen, after listening to Linwood and Charles' excursion to get there.
Well,
I know.
The road trip.
It won't happen.
Yeah.
I know it won't
I'm having
happen.
a little trouble.
Okay, the pavilion, the museum, this is what it looked like last November, and this is what it looked like a week and a half ago, despite losing over 3 months, right at 3 months due to bad weather and rain, what problems they had. But it's nearly completed. We still need to put some sod in and a few other minor items, but it's in use for all purposes. The student housing, this is a rendering of it showing Color Trig, Killingsworth, Pierce, Payne Fine Arts, and it will go in that parking lot, backwards depth configuration. And this parking lot as it stands today, hopefully, in the next meeting, I would expect all this concrete to be removed and to be well into the building site. Next is this parking lot 6S expansion. This is parking lot 6S, and we're basically going to extend it so close to a line about here.
Have 458, we don't enforce our housing policy. We have 458 students living off campus that should be in housing, but we just cannot enforce our housing policy because we don't have enough room. Jesse, it sounds like you were one of those at one time.
Well, both of my daughters.
I still know
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion on this matter? We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 15116, parking plan. The administration's recommended parking plan for fiscal 2016 is presented in the agenda. Dr. Rogers and Dr. Lamb, please present information regarding the plan.
only introductory remarks from me. Keith and his staff have been working on this for a year. I think I really advocate and think it's a good plan. And I think there's one new idea in it that I mentioned early in my report that is really going to cut our cost and take care of our parking at least for a year. See what happens in the legislature, so we'll know long term what we do with our parking. But Keith, I think, has a good presentation here.
Can everyone see that? Okay.
And this is an action item too, isn't it?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
so
Yeah.
we're gonna ask you for, not only
Several-
approval, but
Yeah,
some building.
several items.
Yeah,
Yeah, obviously, with the closure of lot 14 next year, 220 spaces will disappear from campus, and that is where our current, where the new residence hall will be constructed. And so what we have here is we have a recommended parking plan. You have a current parking map in your agenda. This is what we are proposing it moves to. So this follows the recommendations contained in the action item. This largely follows recommendations made by the parking consultants we had on campus last summer. One of their recommendations was to eliminate these dual zoned lots, these dual purpose lots. And so we've done that with this, and I'll walk you through this step by step in just a moment. The other thing is they gave us target ratios to accomplish with our parking plan. And for residents, for example, we should provide 80% or 0.8 ratio of parking to people living on campus. We currently achieve somewhat less than that. Commuter students, we should strive to achieve a 0.4 ratio, and reserved faculty staff a 1.05 ratio. And so we believe we're moving in that direction with this plan. And so with this plan, the first thing we would do, and Kyle showed you a schematic of this earlier, this is Lot 6 South. And so Lot 6 South, we will need to expand it towards the north football practice field. Now, we would actually pick up 258, is that right, 256, 258 parking spaces here by expanding. We're only losing 220 right here with the construction. So we will actually have more parking spaces on campus next fall if we expand Lot 6S than we do right now, because this expansion is larger than what we're losing here. What we would further like to do is designate anything in maroon as resident parking, anything in gold as commuter parking, and then reserve parking in green. And now the reserve parking will not change, so we're not recommending any changes to reserve parking for next year. So all those spaces stay as they are. But Lot 19, for example, this is currently dual zoned. We recommend that this become resident parking. Lot 4 is currently dual zoned. We recommend this as commuter parking for next year. Lot 13 here is currently zoned as commuter. We recommend it be switched to resident next year. And so you can kind of walk through here and see this. Really, what we're trying to do to accommodate this, though, is we are recommending Lot 6 North, which is currently commuter, be zoned resident for this next year. Lot 6 South is currently, the smaller portion of it is currently dual zone, commuter and residential. We are recommending after the expansion to zone that commuter. And the reason that we're trying to get resident students the lots as close to the living core as possible is simply because that's where they live, and those that come home late in the evenings or at night after working and it may be dark, we want them as close to their building as possible. So this is our recommendation for parking next year. The ratios that we would achieve with that, resident we would achieve a 0.73. It's short of the 0.8, but it's better than we're actually doing right now. And so it's an improvement, and we would like to continue to strive to hit the 0.8. The big jump would be commuter at a 0.48, which exceeds the 0.4 recommendation. Now this includes, and it has included for years, our parking solution has included for years the no decal parking available across Taft at the churches over there. And this parking solution does take that into account. So that 0.48 ratio includes use of those facilities. And then the reserved 0.98, which is where we're at right now, essentially, the same ratio. The 0.48 on commuter, if we find we are short on resident, which I don't think we will be because this will exceed what we do right now, but if we find that we're short, that 0.48 can be adjusted within the commuter lots here to give more parking to resident students if need be.
Why is the commuter ratio so low? I would think most of those people would be driving to campus.
Right.
And
it's just because the classes are spread out throughout the day and throughout the week. And so, we have certain classes that meet Monday, Wednesday, Friday at varying times, and Tuesday and Thursday. So you're not bringing everyone to campus at the same time.
And the cost tab availability of parking.
Well, right, but at a very basic level,
Yeah.
just .4, you only need to accommodate about 40% of your commuter students at any given time, just because they're not all coming to campus at the same time.
Okay, if I'm following all this correctly, we're not actually adding any parking, are
30 somewhat spaces.
we? Okay, where?
But this,
Where?
Right here. So,
So we're subtracting 220 and adding 30.
adding 258.
Oh,
So a net 30 somewhat gain.
Okay, the lot we're adding, I mean, that's already in use, right?
Half of it. This is in use. You have an agenda item later in the meeting to expand, or it may be this agenda item actually.
Yeah.
Okay, to expand this lot.
So we are going to build more parking spots there, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Jeff, that's what I was referring to when I said we had found a place that is less expensive, closer to the campus, and we're not using it. And I don't know why we're just now discovering it.
Well,
It is great.
full disclosure, our initial thought was to build remote parking over here.
No, that's a lot better.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
Oh, yeah.
and use the Mustang's route to get students to campus, but that's much better.
Right.
And then, of course, you're gonna have some big decisions to make when we get the tuition revenue bond and build the new health science building. Because it's gonna take up, well, point it.
Yeah,
It's gonna take up more space.
our analysis actually shows a couple of things. One is, if the residence hall is going to go here, and nothing happens here, that we can very tightly accommodate this when it's built. What we cannot accommodate is if we get the TRB and the health science building goes here, and we lose that, then we have some longer term parking solutions. I am struggling with a parking solution.
All right, now, one more question about the new lot. If I understand it right, if we build a football field, it'll be right there across from the lake, where the tennis courts are.
Right.
Will that still fit?
We could do one of two things. Now, with this expansion, we're doing asphalt, and one of the reasons we're doing asphalt is just in case we get the football field someday, it's easily removable.
That's it.
It's not concrete. So we're building it with the idea that it may have to come out later. You could also, I believe the master plan shows a parking lot right here for the football field, and Kyle and Marilyn jump in if I'm doing any of this wrong. You could shift it. You could replace that parking with this parking and shift the football field.
Not to throw too much out, but point at the lot that we think would be a little bit smaller, parking garage, but an excellent place for it for Saturday games, and the parking is right there.
Right. So the master plan calls for 2 parking garages ultimately.
Yeah, you got
one here and one there.
Can I clarify the number of parking spaces? Because the agenda item I was given said 269. Is it now 258?
No, I think 269 is.
That's probably
I
right.
just want to make sure for the record.
No, my
Just Keith's
memory is frayed. It's
He's
just point of life, so-
afraid. He's so I will comment that this thing that's looked like such a difficult, almost without solution problem of parking is beginning to develop, that I really see the possibility of well-planned, attractive, affordable even, it's gonna be more expensive parking. So I think this thing is beginning to come together with this.
Nancy?
Do you ever see that we won't utilize the churches?
Until we add a significant increase of on-campus parking. I don't see it in the near term.
And is that still very accommodating? We don't abuse that?
They seem, I've talked to 2 of the churches in particular, the ones with the larger lots, and they're very comfortable with the arrangement at this time. The challenge is for us at least, is on special days where they have an activity going on over there during weekdays and the parking's not available to students. How do we accommodate the students? And that is something that we have not solved, because we lose those spaces for that day. That's a rare occurrence, but it does happen. I think long-term parking solution on campus is probably necessary at some point.
How is student parking fees? Are they still going to be $50 or are they?
We're recommending for this next year that they stay the same.
Before we have any other discussion, could I have a motion to approve this item as presented? Second? Keith, I've got a couple of questions. So if we move to, this is a commuter lot, this is a residential lot, how do you enforce that? Different stickers, gates, what?
No, you do. And in fact, we have some dual zone we have some lots right now that are zoned commuter only, residential only. And then we have the dual zone lots that we're trying to go away from. And yes, it's different stickers, and that's what we do right now, different colored stickers.
So if if a commuter student parks in a residential, they're gonna get a ticket?
Yes, if someone sees it, absolutely.
I understand that.
Absolutely.
I know you gotta be
Yes.
seen, but based on my history with kids at college, they're always seen.
But yes, sir, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good.
You know, frankly, at one time, one of the challenges we had here is we had one zone. We did not have two different zones. We had one, and we had students who would live in the residence halls who would drive to Bowling or drive somewhere else on campus for class, and that created a challenge with parking.
So my second question is, as we begin to look at long-term solutions in parking, I know we've talked about multi-story garages and whatnot. How quickly do you think that we'll begin that conversation? Because it appears to me that once we get this in, if we hear about TRB this year, it could be as soon as next year that we're going to need to really start talking about this. Is that correct?
I think if we receive an affirmative on the TRB, that we need to start talking about it the next day.
Okay. How quickly can we get something in place, and how do we pay for it?
Right. It would have to be through student fees. Now, I will tell you that we have visited with student government. This was in the fall, and I don't know if you were there, Jesse, or not. Student government, they took an informal vote. 79 out of 80 senators present supported a significant increase in parking fees to have a garage. With that said, you have to take that into context with obviously the entire tuition and fee package and everything else. How quickly, I will defer to Marilyn and Kyle on.
I would say that the TRB is going to take at least a year and a half before we would touch that lot. So we would have a good year and a half to develop a plan and figure out construction. And the parking garages to be built are much quicker than a building. You don't have all this going on.
Tilt wall, and all that jazz.
So it's probably a 6-month construction time frame.
6 to 9.
So depending on how many, levels, I think we were initially looking at the soccer site was going to be almost like a $14 million project. So we were looking at, depending if you just put it on the student fees, everybody paid. So the faculty and staff, do you have a fee that's the same for everybody, or do you just do students? So that's where the figure on what the fee would be has to be kind of balanced against that.
If the new residence hall, once it's completed, opens at full capacity, which is entirely covered, where are we gonna park it?
It'll be very, very tight, but our analysis shows we will be fine. And let me tell you why. If this has not begun yet, this lot will still be available. Even if we receive the TRB, this will be available when this opens, is my understanding. A lot of the 500 additional beds here, we're not going to increase enrollment by 500 students. Much of that will be students moving back on the campus. And so you're actually going to decrease the demand for commuter parking somewhat. So it's not a net at the 0.8 ratio, that's 500 beds is 400 additional cars. But it will not be a net 400 additional cars because a number of those will be commuters coming onto campus. So you just shift some of the zoning at that point.
Because if the TRB, so I'm just trying to figure out the timing, we would be completing the residence hall construction 2016.
Right. We should be open in August of 2016.
And then if the TRB got approved, when will construction begin?
It probably would start sometime
So that lot would go away.
Once we get the, TRB, the timeline on that was we have to select an architect, so that would be in the fall sometime. And then once the architect gets selected, let's say they start January design, it's gonna take at least a year of design, and then we've got to bid everything out, so it could even be 2 years.
So we've got
You got
18 months probably
15 months to figure out.
to absorb that, yeah, exactly.
And I think, I'm maybe repeating myself, we're not asking you to make a decision today that's gonna get in the way of any potential solutions if that happens. We've taken that into account.
And just so you'll know, right now, the maximum amount of money that we could get in a tuition revenue bond is 58 million. So that alters the project considerably, which means that by the time we know, and, you know, then Dr. Shipley will have she'll be here and everybody will have to meet and decide, okay, now we have to adjust that project, and is that still the location for, there's so many variables. So we're not going to get the 73 million. I feel really hopeful about the 58.4 million, but that does alter the project considerably. So
one other question I have, and I know it's going to be clarified later in this meeting, how do we pay for that parking lot and getting it there? Because that's a
Key.
Heat reserve.
keep
We
reserve.
should make a fee for this specific purpose.
So the money's available.
We've got about $1 million for heat reserve.
Any other discussion on this matter? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Item 15117, holiday schedules for staff employees. 2015-16 holiday schedules are recommended for approval as presented in the agenda. Ms. Fisher, would you please comment?
The state allows between 13 and 17 paid holidays every year. In fiscal year 16, we're allowed 14 holidays. So the proposed holiday schedule was set to align with the current academic approved calendar.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve this item as presented?
so moved.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion on this? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carried. Item 15118, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU mission statement. The administration recommends approval of the mission statement of the museum as presented in the agenda. Dr. Rogers, do you or Mrs. Marks have any comments on this?
You can comment on it, you want to? Okay, thank you, and I will thank you again for being the liaison and the interest you've taken in the museum. We really do appreciate that. We're still working on, and we had our first, not our first site visit, but our first report from a consultant on getting our museum accredited as an accredited university museum. There's quite a few advantages in that, and one thing that we must have is a mission statement. My feeling about this statement, it does cover in a few words really what we want the museum to be to this community and to this university, and I recommend it to you.
Could I have a motion to approve the mission statement as presented?
So moved.
Second? Any other discussion on this matter?
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
When I read it, I'm not big on mission statements to begin with, but when I read it, it seemed to me more to be a statement of fact rather than a mission statement.
You know, this came up before I was on this board, but it has been a work of love and hard work as well. So your comment is very similar to others. So the intent is it is as general as it can be, and then it is a little wordy, but I do feel like that it's going to work well for us.
I see what you're talking about, and without changing the intent of it, we change the wording slightly. So here's an example, and I think maybe you're seeing, the WFMA supports the university's liberal arts mission and its educational, and is an educational resource offering. And I think the wording could very well be that the that's one of the purposes or missions of the university is to support the university's liberal arts mission, and its mission is also to become an educational resource offering. See, rather than stating it as a fact, it's stated as this is what we intend to do. And hope
That's the thrust of my comment, but I mean, I appreciate that there's a lot of hours that have gone into this and that you need to get it adopted to be able to move forward on other things. But when I read it, it was like,
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but that is the way it is worded. It's a fact, but it's the intent that should be in there.
Well, the last sentence is actually the mission.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
If you could approve without, we can reword that as generally as I indicated. If you could approve today's, you'd have to bring it back. Okay.
Yeah, it would have to go back to their board
Would you
and
please
then
approve
back
it?
to our board.
Yeah. Would you please approve
It won't be the end of the world, but
Yeah.
it would have to do that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 15119, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU, ratification of Sessions Artworks. The administration recommends the ratification of the sessions of the items shown in the agenda. Dr. Rogers, do you have anything to add on this matter?
No, not really. We're not asking anyone to be art critics or anything, but it's just part of the policy and to be accredited, we have to follow an accredited museum's policies. And in order to do that, we need to have our Board of Regents approve the accessions to the collection. Continuing to collect in the museum that already has a fine collection really does bring in donors. They enjoy this, and I think it does expand the activities and interest in the museum. So we ask your approval. And by the way, we are catching up on accessions. We went a long time without cataloging the collection and so forth before we took it, and we're still working on that. Is the reason we're continuing to bring new pieces to you for your approval.
May I also comment that if you'll look at some of the artwork, you'll see how it was purchased. All of us had the opportunity to be a part of the collector's circle. You probably receive that in the mail from time to time, and it's a group of interested people that will look at the art and decide what needs to be purchased at that time. I think everyone has that opportunity to take part in that.
Could I have a motion to ratify these items as presented?
Move.
Second? Any other discussion on this matter? Yes, Linda.
Having become somewhat of an expert in the last couple of years on archiving, another commission, do we have, some of these might be quite large when you do the accession, quite difficult to maintain. Do we have a number that could be brought before the board of what it costs to put a new piece of artwork into the collection? Because I assume they're not all going to hang on the wall, they go into a warehouse or something. And could we get just a dollar figure of somehow to quantify what it's costing us when we bring artwork in? Thank you.
I don't know that we'll have that by tomorrow, but we'll get that.
Next time. would be
Jeff,
good.
Jeff. Good question, probably Jeff. Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion carries. That concludes the business to come before this committee. So, let's see here. What time is lunch?
Noonish.
Okay,
We
so
can move
let's
forward with some-
do that. Let's do that, because we're started early today. We're gonna be a little bit kind of hodgepodge here, but let's go ahead and start with the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. When we get to around the noon hour, let's break for lunch and then we'll come back. So,
And I will tell you that Rebecca, our student government president, is taking a final because that's what we do here. So, she'll be with us after lunch, so perhaps we can get to the reports before hers, and then that might be a good
So Linwood, I'll leave it to you to kind of monitor that. I'll help you, but it's your committee, so just take off and then we'll kind of find a good stopping place, because I have a feeling we're within an hour. You're your deal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The Academic and Student Affairs Committee will now come to order. Members of the committee joining me today are Mrs. Bryant, Ms. Burks, and Mr. Sanchez. Our first item is 15-120, the approval of minutes of our committee meeting held February 12, 2015. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. Our next item is item 15-121, the faculty report. Dr. David Carlson, chairman of the MSU Faculty Senate, will present his report and will introduce our special guest. Thank you, Dr. Carlson.
Thank you. I was always told to start with the bad news first. So the bad news is that I was reelected as chair of faculty. You'll have to tolerate me yet one more year. I just wanted to briefly go over some of the things that we've experienced during the years as faculty, and some very good things, and then share a couple of comments and highlights, and then turn the time over to Dr. Garrison. First of all, we've had a great deal of collaboration this year. I think it's been excellent. Dr. Fillet has come and shared more information than's ever been available to the faculty regarding the budget and the financial situation, which that has long been a point of concern from a faculty perspective, that that information has been difficult to receive, and Dr. Fillet has made it very easy and has shared much more than we've ever had before, so we truly appreciate that. We've also worked very closely with Dr. Stewart and appreciate her collaboration. I know she's coming forward a little bit later today requesting some positions. As a faculty, we're faced with running 2 core curriculum at the same time, which means that in terms of course offerings, it's very difficult to open up enough courses. We have a number of our students that we would like to keep here, and we'd like to kind of prepare in our own way and help them kind of be ready for their upper level courses here at Midwestern that don't have seats available or courses available. And so we've worked closely with Dr. Stewart, and she's been very kind to allow us to work in that process to come up with a solution that we think would be at least a short-term solution that should be very effective at that. We've also continued to work closely with Dr. Farrell in terms of being involved in expressing appreciation to donors and donor works. And then obviously we're very excited about the work that's being done in terms of the freshman first year experience. You know, as faculty we want students, right? We want to teach, that's why we're here. So anything that we can do to be involved in improving that retention and people's connection to the university is certainly appreciated. We've worked together with the Texas Association of College Teachers and Texas Council of Faculty Senates in terms of their work with the gun legislation on campus, and been able to kind of express our views with them and appreciate that. Dr. Garrison has done a great job with the celebration of scholarship on campus. It's growing. There's a committee comprised of faculty headed by Dr. Garrison that has really put that together. We're growing in leaps and bounds. There are 90 student presentations, 20 or so faculty presentations. Faculty sat on juries and evaluated student presentations. It's an excellent opportunity for faculty and students to kind of work together in a professional role, so we really appreciate that. The faculty have asked, I know that later on in the agenda there's an opportunity where y'all are going to be discussing the budget and some of the potential ways of balancing that, and one of the solutions that, I guess the solution that's been at least publicly shared has been that of outsourcing. I have, not to kind of steer that conversation at this point, but I have a handout that summarizes some of the concerns, the primary concerns of the faculty, and again, not to kind of change the focus of this report, but when that item is discussed, if you have any questions in terms of the faculty perception of that or opinion of that, then I can certainly be available. I think the overarching concerns are regarding timing, both in terms of the speed of the decision and the timing in terms of the transition with the president. Concerns in terms of the damage, the public image of the university, and then also just the loss of control over personnel that are on campus and how that affects the overall university climate, as well as the security concerns that come with that. If I'm one short, I got a whole bunch on this. So anyway, again, I can comment more specifically when you all address that particular item, as that's your decision. A couple of just highlights. Dr. Griffin is a professor in computer science. I don't know how many of you are all aware of this, but he partnered up with a physician in town, Dr. Grizel, who actually happens to be a friend of mine too, but they won the Idea Wichita Falls business competition. It's a partnership the computer science program has been working with an association that Dr. Grizel's put together to track the effectiveness and management of cochlear implants. So we're very excited about that. And then just one last kind of highlightish thing, Dr. Stambach, who presented here to the board a few meetings back, he and a couple of his folks won a Schultz Award, which is a national award recognition of folks in entrepreneurial endeavors, and so that should bring some scholarship money to Midwestern as well. So we have an incredibly talented and gifted faculty, and I continue to be amazed. You'll have an opportunity to review some of those visas and applications for tenure and promotion later in this session. We have an outstanding group of folks, and one in particular, we've invited Dr. Garrison to come and speak to you today. She teaches in the humanities and social sciences. She's an English professor. Has been a huge blessing to not only our college but to the university as well. She's here today because she won the faculty award in December. And so we had scheduled every May board meeting for the faculty award winner to present. So I'll go ahead and turn the time over to Dr. Garrison.
Thank you.
And the clicker thing hasn't been working well, so I'll be here.
Okay, sure. Okay. Greetings. Thank you so much for inviting me today. I just want to share a little bit about myself, my experiences teaching and working for MSU. First, a little bit of background information. I have a bachelor's degree in English and 2 master's degrees from the University of Kansas, and I earned my PhD in rhetoric from Texas Women's University. And it was during this experience, I think, of pursuing my PhD. I was driving to Denton 2 or 3 times a week. I had 2 small children. I was teaching, I was parenting, working, doing all these things, and I started then to develop some real empathy for some of the challenges our own students bring to us. And then in the past 12 years of working here, I've of course developed considerable knowledge and been illuminated about their needs and what we need to do to support them. I started as an adjunct instructor. After earning my PhD, I was the first to be hired as a writing program administrator, which means I'm in charge of overseeing and supporting all efforts directed toward writing on campus. And this isn't just for the students, but for the faculty as well, who provide the instruction for those students. So as I've worked here the past 12 years, I've recognized some challenges, and they're not all that surprising. The number one is that our students are not prepared to do university level work all the time. And this certainly isn't for a lack of effort or on the students' part or our high school teachers. It's a pretty complex challenge. Last fall I was teaching an English 11-13 section, and for this class I always have the students bring a draft, and we swap drafts, and then I give them a specific item to look for, a specific task, right? So it's either usually a high-level thing, look for organization, or an editing concern. So for this class, I had scheduled work on strong verbs, because if you can focus on strong verbs, you can write stronger sentences. It's a pretty sound strategy. So I had my students swap drafts, and I said, okay, all you're going to do is you're going to circle the verbs in your peer's draft. That's all you have to do. You don't have to fix them. You don't have to do anything else. Just find and circle the verbs. Usually the students got at it right away. Silence, stares. And so I said, well, go ahead and just get started. Nothing. Finally, one student raises her hand. She says, Dr. Garrison, this is really embarrassing, but I'm not sure I know what a verb is or how to find one. And I said, thank you for being honest. And I asked, how many of you feel the same way? And the majority of the students raised their hands. And so I know for sure this is not because they're not being taught what a verb is. I have a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old, and they come to me talking about vivid verbs. But instead, I think that students today need a lot more information about why they need to know what a verb is. What good does it do them? And to be honest, it doesn't do all that much good to simply be able to define a verb. They need to know how it's applied and how to use it. And so, as we develop our new core, and the responsibility for writing is dispersed across all the disciplines disciplines. Our job as faculty members, and my job as the WPA, to give faculty the support and training they need to be able to work effectively with students. This becomes more vital. So, next slide, please. One of my tasks is to continue to offer workshops, in fact, to intensify the workshops that I offer to faculty so that they can do their jobs and relatively stress-free. I had an experience teaching or facilitating a common essay workshop with a group of colleagues from another college, not my college. And we had all looked at the same 5-page essay. We had the same grading rubric, and we read it and graded it in advance, and then we met one morning, coffee and donuts, and we talked about how we graded the essay. And one professor in particular was super frustrated. When it came her turn to share her feedback, I saw that the draft she had, the first page of a 5-page draft, the entire right margin was filled with comments, almost no white space. And so I said, hey, show me your draft. And so she laid it out on the table, every page, all 5 pages were like this. And I asked her, how long did it take you to grade this essay? She said, 3 hours. I asked her, in a class that you would assign this kind of essay, how many students would you have in one section? 30. So here we have a professor who's trying to provide students with good feedback, but she doesn't, if you aren't brought up in an English department and learning this the hard way, it's really hard to have the skills and the strategies for efficient grading management. And so I imagine this poor professor, she has extensive committee work, she's doing research, she teaches multiple sections, she has family, and now every time she assigns an essay, she has to devote 90 hours to grading it, just one. So we need to continue to do the work we've done and do more of it so that our faculty feel comfortable and ready to take on these challenges. We also, of course, need to support our students. And from my experience, one of the most cost-effective and powerful ways to support students' efforts to develop as writers is to make sure that we have and grow a robust writing center. We've had a writing center for 5 years, and every semester we have conducted 375 to 400 tutoring sessions, and we have a 40% return rate, which is a pretty phenomenal number considering many students come once because they have one essay assigned for the semester. We have students who regularly come back once every couple of weeks or every single time they have an assignment, sometimes 2 or 3 times every assignment once they have that initial experience. And it's powerful. It's not just about fixing an essay, it's about treating them as writers and meeting them where they are and helping them to develop. One of our tutors, her name's Emily Badeau, she's graduating on Saturday. In 3 years, she earned a double major in English and history with a minor in political science. She's amazing, and she tutored in the Writing Center for 2 years. On Monday morning, she came in to tell me about her last ever Writing Center session at MSU, and it was a bittersweet moment for her. But she talked about a young woman coming in who had a situation in which she had to write some kind of appeal. And it was for an audience she wasn't familiar with. It wasn't an instructor, so she couldn't go to the teacher and say, well, what are your expectations? What are my objectives as a writer? She had to figure those out on her own, and she was frustrated and she was scared because a lot was hinging on her success with this document. And so Emily, the tutor, calmed her down and said, here's what we do in this situation. And she said, let's think about your objective. Let's think about the audience. What do you know about them? What information do they need to have in order to be successful? So about 45 minutes later, the student had 2 pages of notes about a completely revised and different draft. And she asked Emily, she said, oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'll do these revisions tonight. Can I come see you tomorrow? And Emily said, well, the Writing Center is closed because we all have final exams. But here's my phone number. Wrote down her phone number, gave it to her, and said, you are welcome to call me and I'll take a look at it if you meet on campus. And the student hugged her and said, thank you so much. I feel so excited. I feel like I can handle this now. And Emily, this is what Emily impressed me with. As the young woman left, she went, I'll keep you posted, right? So there's a lot more going on there than just, hey, can you find some comma splices in my essay or help me with the verb? But there's a connection being made. And this connection benefits not just the students, but the tutors as well. Our tutors, first of all, they're highly committed and successful students. They're also very empathetic students, and they know that if they're really supposed to support a fellow writer, they have to let that writer do the work herself. But they've also had the opportunity to participate in lots of professional experiences. Midwestern, or the state of Texas, is part of a 4-state region, It includes Louisiana, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. We have an annual conference. It is attended by professionals, by tutors, by graduate students. It's a strong conference. It's an amazing group of people. And I have taken tutors there nearly every year, multiple groups of tutors, to present their own original research. One student, Amber Hensaker, who's one of our graduate students, she was also walking the stage in actually this Saturday. She was just awarded or hired as a tutoring coordinator for Vernon College, and it was because of her experience working in our writing center and going to conferences and having to learn this work, not just about working on individual papers, but working with people that got her that job. So all of these experiences, the Writing Center is just one part of what I do, but the attitude I bring to it and the passion I bring to it is what fuels everything I do on campus. It's about working with other people, respecting where they come from, and giving them the support that they need. And so I do the Writing Center, I run the writing program, I teach, I'm on committees, I was on the core curriculum committee, but I also have a family. And that's a pretty significant part of what I do here at MSU and in Wichita Falls as well. So my husband Steve is chair of the political science department, and we have a daughter Isabel, who is 12 years old, and daughter Julia, who's 10, and they are active, and they keep us balanced and busy. And so in addition to, I guess, my closing comment, working at MSU is an amazing experience because we manage to keep it about students and learning. And we're doing the right thing. I think that's a difficult thing to stay focused on with all the distractions in higher ed. And I'm proud to be part of this mission. But I also appreciate that it takes place in a city where I can comfortably raise a couple of girls. And my husband hasn't had to buy a shotgun yet. So I feel pretty good about that. Anyway, thank you very much for your time, and I hope the rest of your meeting goes well. Thank you.
My oldest daughter just turned 16, so I am in the market. But yeah, obviously Dr. Garrison does an incredible job, huge asset to the university, highlighting things that Jesse was saying in terms of providing the support for students. It's a big transition being able to kind of move from high school to college, and so any resources, and whether they be personnel resources or writing center or programs in terms of writing across the curriculum that we can implement to support them and support the faculty are very much appreciated. That's all I have. If there are any questions, I certainly can answer those. And again, when we start talking about the outsourcing, the more than available to
I do have one question.
Sure.
How many students take advantage of the center?
So far, I only have annual data. I haven't done macro data for the past 5 years, but every semester we have 150 to 175 students. And the national data, if we hit 10% of our student population, as far as those who visit, that's pretty outstanding. Currently, our space could not handle it, so.
And where are you located?
We are located in the corner of Beewood, right above housing, but we're renovating a large classroom in Costa Rica to create a larger space.
And is the faculty taking advantage of the workshops as well?
Yes, they are. The writing across the curriculum workshops, Dave Rankin, the chair of the English department, has run those, and I know I think last count he had 90 faculty who participated in those workshops. I'm starting a new initiative in the fall to help continue that work, but with a slightly different focus, more on the rhetorical aspect. So when we're writing a document, for example, a business document, it's not enough to know how to write complete sentences, but you have to think about what is the audience, what does the reader expect. So we're trying to get faculty to be more aware of what their expectations are so they can make those transparent to students.
So I have a question, because this has been something that I'm very passionate about in the business world for young people coming out and going into my profession, the accounting profession. There are zero skills from a communication and a writing standpoint, and they don't understand how critically important it is for them to be able to communicate. How are you communicating to the faculty and getting the point across? You need to make sure these kids know how to talk, how to write, how to communicate, so that they can come utilize this, because this is a fantastic resource.
We send out PR information as far as getting back and you know about the Writing Center. And there's ongoing PR work to be done because faculty do know how important communication is. It's sort of beaten, right? Keep saying it. But I had an accounting student this semester, and he's struggling to say, my sister's a CPA, and you cannot write, you are not going
You
to
don't get a job.
test you. Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't get past the interview. The challenge is writing centers are seen as a site for remediation, and students also have a difficult time asking for help. So I just met with a student this morning who is struggling in one of my classes, and I asked her, why is this the first time you come to see me? And she said it's doesn't want to ask for help. So we have a lot of work to do to tell students that when you get to college, coming to talk to your professors is a good thing. It's part of the instructional time. It's not remediation. So there's just, that the attitudes that our students bring to the college campus are pretty complex.
Just kind of piggybacking on that, I think some of the comments that you made earlier about the amount of time that it takes to go through a really core document is extensive, and so being able to help faculty know through various iterations of the same paper or various assignments how to focus on a particular aspect of this particular paper, a particular aspect here, so that we can make that more efficient, especially as class sizes are growing, that becomes more challenging.
I'm just going to ask, is that part of the orientation process when students come on campus initially that they're informed about the Writing Center?
It is going to become part of the orientation process. I just spoke with an ambassador yesterday, so we're going to start doing good work.
I know Dr. Stewart has a time with all the students in orientation and other areas, so they're built in. It's just a matter of intentionally focusing on the message.
Do you think the location is to program?
Yes. I think the new location is central. It's right off the atrium on the second floor of Costa Rica. There's going to be just natural foot traffic. Our current location is tucked into a corner and it's a lovely space for the work we do, but it's off the track. So this location, students are going to see us. We're going to be more visible. I think it's going to make a tremendous difference.
Okay, because I was a head career counselor for Spirit Days orientation, and I could tell the students, they'd ask where the Writing Tutor Center is. I could tell them what building it was in. I had no idea what room.
Right. Yes, I think that's going to be wonderful.
I have one comment. You will see some data tomorrow when we compare the university students' attitude about writing, and it's part of the data. When we show you the NESI, the National Survey of Student Engagement, will be some data you're going to see very relevant to this conversation today. So stay tuned. Okay.
Ms. John, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me. I would just say that it's not limited to the accounting profession. There's nothing more important in the legal business than being able to communicate, and unfortunately, most people in the legal business focus on the verbal aspects of that. And generally, I'd make the comment to you that the writing in the legal business is atrocious. I mean, it really is. And anything that can be done throughout the process to help with that is only a big plus for everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Carlson, and thank everyone for their comments, and especially Dr. Garrison for the fine work you did. Well, thank you for taking the time.
Dr. Garrison, did I send you the letter that I got from one of your students in the remedial 2113? Did you see that? Yeah. Okay, you got the gift card? Yeah, well, I wasn't going to use your gift card.
But I was glad to see you finally.
Wasn't that a great letter? Yeah, I had a lot of gold that student on it. Okay.
Our next item is 15-122, the staff report. Our report today will be given by Mr. Doug Welch, Chairman of the MSU Staff Summit.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have three main things I want to touch upon during my report today. I'll begin with our staff satisfaction survey. We launched that in February. We are now nearing the end of putting together a findings report. And towards the end of May, we will send that to you all, to the administration, and to others. It was a very important thing that we did this past spring, and I think you'll be very pleased to see the results. We've had 3 excellent guest speakers this spring at Staff Senate since the board last met. Dr. Follett, Dr. Lamb, and Dr. Rogers have all been in attendance, and they provided us with a wealth of information that staff and others had been asking about with regards to HEAF, Hazelwood, kind of the state of the budget, tuition, fees, the TRB request, certainly parking, the educational incentive plans for faculty and staff, and then most recently the outsourcing privatization of staff that is being discussed. Finally, with regards to that privatization and outsourcing of staff, we feel as a staff senate we want to pass along much of the concern and thoughts and feelings that have been expressed by staff that could be directly impacted by the outsourcing. We are deeply committed to ensuring that their voices are heard, so I want to take that opportunity now to share a few of those thoughts with you. Staff are anxious. They express worry, concern, panic, things like deathly afraid of being outsourced. There's that fear of the unknown. They don't know what they're getting into, what it will be like, what that company will do, how will they support them. So that uncertainty is pervasive throughout, and it's really fueling their concerns and their panic and fear and anxiety. Yesterday at the Staff Senate, in which Dr. Rogers, I commend him. He did a wonderful job of listening and sharing information, and I would say we had close to 40 of the potential employees that could be impacted voiced their concern. They did a wonderful job, but it was very clear how proud they are to work at MSU, how loyal they are, how much they love their jobs, and they do express some concern as to what it will be like with outsourcing, if any of that might change due to that. For some, the anxiety, worry, and panic run so deep that they're thinking about quitting their jobs now, even before a decision has been made, because they're fearful and do not want to go through that process if it comes to bear. Some have past experience with SSC Service Solutions, and so they were able to share that. Others have researched things online or heard things, and so there is considerable worry being expressed by what they've read and heard and the personal experiences that many have shared and felt. Morale is low. There is a sense of doom and gloom. They have, to quote one, loyalty to MSU has almost gone out the door, according to them. Some feel let down. Others are feeling betrayed, hurt, and that anger. They wonder why we're considering doing this. Is this the only option? There's a general feeling that they'll become separated for the MSU community. They view it right now as we're all a family, but wonder if they will still be a family once this is done. There is general and healthy skepticism about what will be in the contract and whether that outsourcing, privatization of the staff will be worth the potential cost to morale, work ethic, dedication, loyalty, their happiness, the service to the institution. So those are some of the things that we've been hearing since the good meetings have commenced a few weeks back on outsourcing, privatizing, and it continues. And so we as a staff senate certainly wanted everyone to be aware of what's shared thus far from those folks. So thank you for the time. Happy to answer any questions or do my best on that, or if it's talked about later, I can answer anything too. But that concludes my report.
All right, thank you, Mr. West. Appreciate your comments. Our next item, which I believe we can get to before lunch, is item 15-123, the athletics report. Our Director of Athletics, Mr. Charlie Carr, will present this report.
A little early for me. Wake up, Charlie. I'm not quite ready, Chairman. Line it up.
You only have 8 minutes.
That's 4 more than I usually have.
Standing between us and dinner, Charlie.
That's right, always. Thanks for a minute. We'll go forward. As Dr. Rogers mentioned, we have had some good news from a conference standpoint, and that we've taken in Western New Mexico as a member of the Lone Star Conference. That's really good news. It solidifies a lot of very weak areas we had. Most importantly, in the weakness would be football scheduling. So that's a very good thing. And it has, thanks, Maryland's cheering over there because it does help us in that we won't be out spreading our wares trying to find for many thousands of dollars to get somebody a place. So that's a big help there. The downside of it is Western New Mexico is a long way away. So those buses that we are so proud of, they're going to be put to good use. Silver City. And it's south and west of El Paso. So it's a haul. But they're very excited about coming in. They're very competitive in a number of their programs, and they will really provide us a much needed fill a much needed void that we have. Even though some of our other sports are going to be stressed to do that bus ride, and it's going to be another Kingsville, which in our coaches say Kingsville, they all light up like this, and they don't find out how far is it, and we'll get back. But it's a good thing, and as Dr. Rogers also mentioned, there's another New Mexico member that certainly may come as well. Maybe not as enthusiastically, but certainly be important to our conference. Our commissioner search is in process. Hopefully by the middle of the summer we'll have a new commissioner for a very viable conference, which in January Dr. Rogers and I were very skeptical of. Other highlights, I guess, real quickly. I'm down to 2 minutes now. Our awards dinner was a week ago Wednesday, and we honored some very special student athletes. Mark Strange, one of our local young men from here, tight end, was our male Marie Morgan student athlete of the year, and certainly had a lot of other competition. But Derek Olin was our medalist golfer that came back. He was going to turn pro. He came back to play his senior year and graduate, which he will do on Saturday. So then he's going to turn pro. So we're gifted. We're really blessed to have him. Our female student athlete, Marie Morgan Award winner. What a great lady. Ashley Flores, our cross country and track All-American. She was one of 3 student athletes that were the student department recognized in her department as a student of the year. Oh man, she's something. She will conclude on Saturday as a 5th-year student athlete in sociology. She was a student of the year in sociology. Maddie Shorlemmer was a student of the year in psychology. Okay. Pretty sharp. Maddie, and I'm digressing just a bit, but Maddie actually won the match yesterday for our women's tennis team to put them in the final 8 in Surprise, Arizona. So pretty good timing.
So for region or national?
This is it. There's 8 schools left, and they're playing this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I kind of think they're going to be at 3 o'clock.
Where are they playing?
Surprise, Arizona.
Oh.
Surprise.
Hey, you see, now you see, I only get 4 minutes, but you see what I have to do.
I didn't want to talk
Anyway, so, the third one was, Casper Bowman, who was the finance student of the year, not student athlete, student of the year. So we're really proud of that. And I know Betty is as well. Pretty cool stuff. So we're delighted to have those kids. Currently, and this is to wrap it up, golf is the women won their first Lone Star Conference championship just in 4 years. They've been a program for 4 years. So it was cool. The girls went to the region, finished in the top 10, did not get to go to the nationals, but their senior leader, Brenna Moore, did. She was a medalist in the regional, and she is currently 1 shot from the lead as we speak in the second of 4 rounds. So she's, I think this is worth repeating. They came back last Wednesday, and I'm trying to explain to you the passion that these kids, Kristen has a passion, we heard that. These kids have a passion too, and it's a great story. She comes back, she wins the title out in California. She comes back Wednesday night. Thursday she takes 2 finals. Friday she takes 2 finals. Monday morning she takes 1, and then she leaves with Jeff Ray, our coach, goes to Michigan and playing today, yesterday and today. So it's it has to be a passion. But these kids work hard at it, and they're great kids. I mentioned women's tennis. They're out there. First time they've ever been down to 8. They've been to 16 and never to 8. So today they play Southwood. Southwood's Baptist at 3 o'clock. They'll be in the Final 4. So we're excited about that. It's been a good year. It's not been a great year for us. We'll finish in the top 50 of the Director's Cup. But it's not been the best year we've ever had. I certainly always brag, but it's not been our best year. So we're proud of kids. And in final, listening to David, and we're talking about all the things we have to do for our budget. There was a report issued by our conference about operating budgets, and I say this in collaboration with everybody on campus. We all do it. But our program, 9 of our 13 sports were the last in the operating budget in the conference. 9 out of 13. So, no complaints. It's just what we all do. We're all trying to succeed, and we do a lot with a little. Our coaches do. So, excuse my voice, Nora Bennett. Appreciate you. And any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee would desire to stand in recess.
Okay, we'll take this time to break for lunch. Lunch will be in the Kiowa room at the Student Center. We will come back at 1 o'clock, and we will get through the rest of the agenda this afternoon.
And everyone's invited to lunch. If you didn't already know that, they're all invited.
Okay, let us come back into session. Dr. Gibbons, your committee may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee will continue. We will start with item 15-124, the Student Government Report. Our report today will be given by our outgoing Student Government President and the acer of final exams.
So, first off, I want to say thank you for every opportunity you guys have given me. I really appreciate being chosen to sit on the Academic Search Committee. It was definitely an experience that I'm going to take with me and learn a lot from and strive to be like many of the people that we saw. So, thank you for that opportunity. Highlights from SJ this year, we did Rogers, our president. We worked on the Mesa by shuttle to kind of get some things going over the weekend for some of our students that were wanting to go places like the mall and the movie theater that those who don't have a car can't always get to easily. We also got different bus coverings for some of those stops that did not have anything currently to protect our students from rain and our random weather that we never know what we're getting. We, at our last meeting, passed a bill to honor some of our long-serving SGA senators who have been with us for multiple years so that they are recognized for what they have done for us. Last fall, we held a blood drive against West Texas A&M. We lost, but it was great to kind of add a philanthropic aspect to the student government that had really been there before. We worked on the tobacco policy, not everything going on at the university. Our students could confront some of the different vendors and parking forms that occurred on the campus. Lastly, Jesse, which y'all already know, is going to be our new president, so I don't really have to do too much of an introduction since y'all already know him. But other than that, that's all I know.
Thank you, Ms. Stogner. How about telling us about yourself and your future plans?
Myself, I took the LSAT in February and I did well on it. So over the summer, I'll be taking summer school, but also applying to different law schools. I have my eye on quite a few up north, mid-Atlantic area. So hopefully I'll be moving up there after next year. I'm about to start my senior year coming up in the fall, so I have one more year here, and then I'll go wherever I'll go. To be determined to be a lawyer.
Well, thank you. I'm sure we have several on the board who would help write you wonderful letters of recommendation.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your service.
So does Jesse get demoted from this spot?
Yes.
All right, item 15-125 is a student-initiated naming opportunity. The agenda contains a copy of a resolution that was passed by the MSU Student Senate to rename Mustang's Walk. And so, Dr. Lamb, would you or Ms. Stogner care to comment on that, please?
I can start and certainly ask Rebecca to chime in if you have anything. This is an item that Rebecca just alluded to a few moments ago, and the Student Senate wanted to do something to honor Dr. Rogers and his 48 years of service at the institution, and they took it upon themselves, and I'm very proud of them for doing this. They worked very hard. They studied a lot of possible naming options for Dr. Rogers and what would be appropriate, and what they came up with is a recommendation that the Mustang's Walk be renamed the Jesse W. Rogers Promenade. And I think it's with a great deal of sincerity that the students did this, a lot of thought, and the Senate unanimously recommended this. And so now we are bringing it to the board. Rebecca or Jesse, did I leave anything out?
Well, thank you. Could I have a motion to approve this item?
So
Second.
Is there any discussion? Well, we have a motion and a second for an idea which I think is very fine. Our president has served us so many years, and I think from the student body this is a great honor. I think it's a great honor for us to do this. So as far as the committee is concerned, then the motion carries. All in favor? And opposed? Item 15-26, the naming opportunities. There's a second naming opportunity we have related to the academic area. Dr. Rogers, would you comment, please?
Well, I could let Howard do this, but I know he's back there. Howard worked on and got a very significant contribution to the to our department of geosciences, and it came from the Kimball family. And they wanted to honor David Sr. And what we do when we have an endowed department like that, we call it a school. Nothing else changes other than that sort of elevates it. And then we worked on this one together, and I worked with Miss Beverly Boland, our wife of Robert L. Boland. She's the daughter-in-law of Houston Boland, whose name is on the science building. also gave a very significant gift to the geosciences, but her real interest was in petroleum geology. With her funds, we were able to hire Dr. Scott Meadow, he's an outstanding professor. He's very popular, very knowledgeable. He speaks worldwide about modern drilling techniques and development and so forth. And so we were able to bring him here because of her gift. He led the development of a 5-year petroleum geology program in which you end with getting a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in geology, or you can transfer in with a bachelor's degree and go 2 years. And so we need to honor Mrs. Bowen. So we split out the graduate school from the School of Geosciences to honor Robert L. Bowen, to honor Beverly. So we ask your approval of that to honor 2 very generous families.
Thank you. Before we discuss it, could I have a motion to approve this item? Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? We have then a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carried.
Thank you.
Item 15-127 is the May 2015 graduating class. The administration recommends approval of the candidates for May graduation as presented. There are 655 students on the list. Could I have a motion to approve this item? Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Item 15-128 is the addition of a minor in sociology. The administration recommends approval of this new minor as outlined in the agenda. Dr. Stewart, will you comment on this recommendation, please?
Yes, Dr. Gibbons, this is another example of giving our students breadth of knowledge and opportunity to be more successful in their careers. This minor will be targeting specifically our health sciences students who might have an interest in sociology. The minor is medical sociology, and I have a definition for medical sociology, and that is the study of healthcare as it is institutionalized in a society and of health or illness and its relationship to social factors. We have a number of students who have to earn so many points before they can be admitted into our health sciences programs, and so they're looking for courses, they're also looking for options, and if they want to be competitive once they get a job, they now have a minor in something that will also be very helpful to them as they move into their careers. So I submit this as a minor.
So that we might have further discussion, does anybody have a recommendation to approve this item?
Don't move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions regarding? All right. The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Item 15-150 is housing and dining service rates. The administration's recommended housing and dining rates for 2000.
No, I think I must have missed one. It's 129. Did I not put it on there? The CT.
I'm sorry, I skipped it. I'm sorry. No, you put it on.
Sure.
All right, we'll go to item 15-129. The addition of a computed tomography certificate program. The administration recommends approval of this new certificate program as outlined in the agenda. Dr. Stewart, would you care to comment on this, please?
Yes, sir. You know this as a CT scan. So this is a certificate program that our radiological sciences faculty would like to give as an option. Last year, the board approved the conversion of the associate's degree in radiological technology to the bachelor's degree. And so we have enough faculty with expertise to teach these courses necessary for this certificate. Again, this is just making our students more marketable because not only will they have a bachelor's degree in radiological technology, but they will have a certificate in computed tomography, or CT. And if you've ever been to the doctor and needed some internal work done, I'm sure they probably looked and done a CT scan on you to see how things were progressing in your body. This is something that we're adding to, again, solidify our rad science program. These guys are pioneers in what they do and what they offer our students, and this is just another opportunity to advance the field for our students at Midwestern.
Do I have a motion to approve this item? Is there a second? Any discussion? I have a general question, and that is, when you talk about computed tomography, something like a PET scan, which is an anti-particle positron emission tomography, is CT a broad category of all these others, or are they separate?
No, it's a broader category.
Okay, so
Yeah.
all tomographies are included in this. Okay. Any other questions? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carried. Thank you very much. Item 15-130, the housing and dining service rates. The administration's recommended housing and dining rates for 2015-2016 are presented in your agenda. Dr. Lamb, would you comment on these recommendations, please?
The proposed rates are presented as item 15-130 in your agenda. And you can see what we're requesting here is a 5.7% increase in our traditional residence halls, Pearson Killingsworth, the semi-private rooms. This is traditionally where freshmen or incoming freshmen live. McCullough Trigg, a similar increase proportionally. Bridwell Courts, these are apartments that are for graduate students and married or family housing. A very little increase requested. 2.5% increase requested in Sunwatcher Village for the 4-bedroom, 2-bath. What we are trying to do with Sunwatcher Village is catch it up essentially to Sundance Court. And so you can see Sundance Court we're holding at a very, very low requested increase. These are similar facilities, and so we believe there needs to be some parity in the rents the students pay. Mustangs Village, this is the off-campus property that we previously did the master lease for. We're requesting a 4.2% increase, or $100 per semester. Again, very comparable to Sunwatcher and Sundance. We are pricing it lower. Just our goal there is to cover our cost. We are recognizing it's off campus, and so we are giving a little break for that. And so those are the housing requests. I think it's important to note on Pearson, Killingsworth, and McCullough Trigg in particular, these are planned increases to go with the new residence hall. We look at our housing system as a whole, and the revenue of the housing system is what will pay for the debt service on the new residence hall. And so actually part of this increase is preparing ourselves for that reality next year. And I will tell you, we do compare ourselves to others in how our housing rates look. We compare to 12 other institutions in the state of Texas, and even with this increase in Pearson Killingsworth, 5.7%, we would rank number 10 out of the 13 schools to which we compare. So we are still very much on the low end. With the McCullough Trigg type of housing, which is a semi-suite, we would rank 11 out of 12 schools that offer that we compare ourselves to. So even with the requested increase, we are at the low end of what students pay for on-campus housing. The board rates follow that, and we're particularly pleased with this. As you all know, we have a new dining service contractor, a vendor, that begins this next week, actually. We will have an expanded dining service program, more national brands, more flexibility for students, and we are able to offer these to students with very little increase next year. And if you look at the first one there, the $1,600, that is an all-access plan. It is unlimited access to the dining facilities. And that is, our highest level plan last year was a 19 mil per week. So we can go from 19 mils per week to all access for only 1.59% increase to students. And you see similar very low increases there. Following that, summer conference per mil, the percentages look large, but we're talking 45 cents or so a mil, so it's actually a very small increase. And similarly with the door price or the cash price on the second page. If you consider our housing and food service as one package, which it in essence is, as students who are required to live in the residence halls, not the apartments, but the residence halls are required to purchase a meal plan, we do want to look at the package and what the package costs. And again, compared to the 13 or the 12 other institutions, our freshman residence hall proposed price next year plus the unlimited meal plan next year would rank us 12 out of 13 institutions. And so still very much on the low end.
All right, thank you, Dr. Lamb. Before we discuss it, could I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion?
Keith, I don't know if it's supposed to you, Kyle, or who, but I can only speak for some Marshall Village because I have personal experience there this year. I don't know how to say this, but that place is nasty. Somebody's go through these apartments this summer, throw a coat of paint on, mop the floor, do something, but first time I walked in there, I was embarrassed to that. And we need to do a little bit better job of maintenance on these, so they're awful. I don't know how to say it.
Okay. Well, no, thanks for your comment. We'll certainly look at those and what needs to be done for the maintenance in there.
Any other discussion or questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Item 15-131 is the policy manual changes. A new faculty education incentive program policy is recommended for approval as shown in the agenda. Dr. Rogers, would you provide information?
Yes, we had one or two faculty come forward, I guess last academic year, who would like to take a professional development course on campus for credit. We did not have any policies or procedures for that. Normally, that would be handled as a request to the provost office through the dean and so forth. But we thought it best that we write this as a policy so we'll know how to handle it in the future. There will be cases that faculty want to take an education course. Young faculty are interested in personal development, professional development. We want to help them do that. And when I first came, I took a mathematics course to help me in my research. I didn't want credit in it, but I was a student sitting in there. And Dr. Mute's course, you know Dr. Mute. And so we decided that it would be best to write a policy on this. And basically, the policy is that the person wanting credit for our course and wanting to be reimbursed for the tuition of that course needs to go through the administrative chain, the department head and dean, and up to the provost office to get approval to take that course, and then we would actually and then there's a justification for it that it would be good professional development. We would approve it and pay for it at the time that it came up, probably from our donated faculty development funds. But that's what this policy is in here for. So it does exist. When that comes up, we'll be ready for it. And we hope some faculty to take advantage of it.
Thank you. Could I have a motion to approve this item?
Moved.
Is there a second? Second. Is there any discussion? I have a question, Dr. Rogers. Do you expect a large number of faculty to take advantage of this?
David,
I would expect more than just a couple. I mean, there's very few situations that I can think of at this point where a faculty member would need to take it for credit. Most of the typical courses that you can always audit a colleague's course or sit in on the course and receive the content that way. There's a few cases maybe in education where they need to demonstrate currency and a particular
seen as very positive by the faculty.
Yeah, certainly.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Items 15-132, 133, and 134 will actually be reserved later for discussion in closed session. So before we do that, Dr. Rogers, I think if you could make some general comments before we go into closed session regarding emeritus status, faculty promotion, and faculty tenure.
Sure, I'd be happy to. We have discussed emeritus status before, and we have not made as much progress on that as we should have at this time. We're going to recommend again some faculty for emeritus. It's an honorary title. It allows you to use that title in publications, correspondence, and so forth. Is there some benefits that go along with it, such as if offices are available on campus, we can give an office and computer and so forth. So there are some benefits to it. Right now, the basic requirement is that you serve 10 years as a full-time faculty member, and that you basically served with honor and done your job. And then the faculty senate approves that and sends it on to the provost, and then I carry it on to you. Now, the reality is that in some universities, emeritus status carries with it it is a very high honor to be named emeritus status. I think we certainly, our university could fall into that category. We definitely need to go back and look at those, and I would like to, I'm just suggesting now something, and that is send those people through at least the university rank and tenure committee, or have an emeritus committee that looks at standards and so forth. But I don't want to just drop the gate and start this in any one year, because we've had too many faculty go through this policy. And I think it's a policy that needs to be written with the faculty, and I'll have Dr. Stewart talk about that in just a moment, with the faculty, and given a deadline out there that some faculty know that it is coming, that it does exist, that there will be a strong evaluation in order to achieve emeritus status. As it is now, I don't want to say it's routine, because we do honor a lot of good people with that. I think we need to be on it. I would like for Dr. Stewart to comment on this, and maybe David too. She has spent a lot of time really going over and changing the promotion and tenure policy much for the better, and that's when you get to promotion and tenure, you're going to see old policy, existing policy, or new policy, and existing policy, because some people were grandfathered into the new policy, and some people that are coming up the first time had to be under it. And there was one really significant change made with that, and it got a very thorough review, got, I think, unanimous approval by the faculty senate, and I think people felt good about it. We need to do the same sort of thing with the emeritus status. We'll ask Betty in just a moment to come in and talk about that, but while I'm rolling here, I'll talk about faculty promotion, and I think probably all of you have heard me talk about it. To be promoted from normally a faculty member with a PhD that has no experience will start as an assistant professor. And the first step, of course, is to make associate professor. Then the final step is to make full professor. We have, in fact, numerous faculty over the years who've made associate professor, but never been promoted to full professor before they retired. The fact is, we've always had a very, not always, so that for many years we've had very, very rigorous promotion procedure, which a faculty member must be nominated by and supported by the department chair, the dean of their college, the college review committee of credentials. Then it goes on to a university committee. Its primary role is to be sure that all colleges are using pretty much the same rigor in judgment or standards. That recommendation then goes on to Dr. Stewart, who makes a recommendation to me, and then only you, though, can promote somebody or give them tenure. But it is a very thorough review. There are always many more faculty that meet the time of being in in a position that meets some standards, they're not willing to put themselves up for promotion or for tenure. So there's always many more faculty that can meet the minimum eligibility in terms of time here, in terms of degree held, that don't even apply for it, that you'll never see. But it is a very thorough review, and we will talk about some possible exceptions to that today, I think in closed session relative to one person. Tenure go through the same review. At one time, we separated the granting of tenure from the granting of associate professor. There's some merit to that, but that is really not traditional in higher education. In higher education, normally a faculty member that is good enough to be tenured, and which has a lot of rights associated with it, is certainly performed at a level that they should be an associate professor. And I believe that was the thinking of the committee that looked at it. I'm glad to see those two put back together. In other words, you will make tenure and associate professor at the same time. That's the typical step. But at one time, we separated those two, of course, what we felt was some pretty good reason for going back on that now. What tenure is basically, its simplest form, is you no longer are on probationary status. When a faculty member is on probationary status, all you have to do is to tell them to dismiss them, is we're not going to renew your contract, period. So, really. Tenure then takes one step more. If you're going to dismiss a faculty member, you have to give them due process that meets basic minimal federal standards of due process if they are dismissed. And really, we break that down, and there are three reasons that a tenured faculty could be taken through due process. And that's moral turpitude and incompetence or gross neglect of duty. So you can put any possible reason for dismissal under those three categories. So what faculty tenure is a guarantee of due process if you're dismissed. And certainly that's what it is. So you're putting a lot of confidence, and it's a real vote of confidence to tell a faculty member you will get due process, and it's the burden of proof that is on the university if you don't meet these standards if they want to dismiss you. So that kind of covers the range of, I think, issues that are related to it now. Betty, do you want to comment on what you all went through to change the promotion and tenure status? Do you think I've said enough?
I think you said enough, but let me just say that we started discussing this with the faculty senate, who then reported back to their colleges our process for revising our evaluation process. I think we spent about 16 months discussing it and making sure that everyone could live with the changes in the policy. We didn't lower the standards, but we looked at today's faculty and the expectations of today's faculty, and we wanted to make sure that those expectations were incorporated in the policy. For example, we now have undergraduate research as an option for our students, and we didn't have that prior. And so faculty who work with undergraduate students for research, we want them to get credit for that as a part of the process. We have a grant writing consulting team and faculty member who want to apply for external grants and who are successful. We want them to get credit for that. And even if they're not successful, if they spent a certain amount of time, not a day, not a week, but months working on a proposal, but that proposal wasn't funded, we wanted to also acknowledge that work, because that could have been time they were working on an article or a paper or some research. But we worked to try to incorporate all of those ideas and to present a policy that we thought would be fair, but also would be inclusive and that would represent the work of the faculty. And I think we worked to do that, and we will see the first group being evaluated in a few hours under that policy. So we will have a combination of two policies today. the old policy for those who opted not to be evaluated with the new standards, and then those who opted to be evaluated with the new standard today. And as far as emeritus, that was our next charge after we went through the tenure and promotion review. We ran into some other issues that took precedence this year, but that is something that we will go back and work with the faculty senate and the committee beginning in fall of 15. We will look at standards. The highest honor that a faculty member can attain is to be promoted to full professor. So we will look at those standards when we start looking at emeritus. And that will help us to write a policy that we think will have some teeth, so that we will actually grant the emeritus status to those who have earned it. We will ask the board to endure a little bit while we grandfather, or at least give some time to work through if this is something they want to apply for, that is full professor. So we want to give a few years there to help them to get to that point, and then we want to have a point where emeritus at that point becomes, maybe looking at the full professor status, or some of those criteria for full professor status. So that's all I want to say.
So some universities, you can't receive emeritus status unless you hold the rank of full professor.
Yes.
One more comment, if I could, Dave. This is your field, but I was there at one time. I used to hear that the reason so much emphasis is put on professional work, papers presented, and so forth, is we really can't evaluate teaching. Our faculty and this committee certainly don't believe that. I never have. Students they're a very good judge of quality teaching. They know it when they see it. We pay attention to the student evaluations of our faculty. All of our faculty are evaluated every semester. Even our tenured faculty are evaluated by students. And those evaluations are given reasonable but heavy emphasis in the review of a faculty member for promotion and for tenure. I think the committee might even look at grade distributions and so forth to see that the faculty member is rigorous and grading consistently with colleagues at the university. So that is looked at, as well as their writing and their research and their public service and service to the university. Thank you, Betty. Y'all did a very good job on that.
Thank you, Dr. Roddy and Dr. Stewart. Because these issues involve personnel matters, under law we're permitted to do this in a closed session, so I'm not going to entertain a motion at this time or further discussion. We will do that in closed session. Mr. Chairman, our committee would stand in recess until then.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. Bernhardt, Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finance Committee will now come to order. Members of the committee here today are Mr. Cosno, Dr. Gibbons, and Mr. Britt. First item, 15-135, is approval of the minutes of the Finance Committee meeting held February 12, 2015. And are there additions or are there any additions or corrections? If not, they stay approved as presented. Our next item is 15-136, is a summary of financial support. This report is presented as in the agenda, and I would like to highlight some of the major gifts received since our last meeting. Mr. and Mrs. Joe Protho donated $24,000 to the MSU Aiken Music Series and $20,000 to the Presidential Excellence Circle. Mr. Gene Willingham and E. Paul Helen Buck Wagner Foundation Incorporated contributed $8,900 for the Wagner Foundation Employee Dependent Scholarships and $20,000 for the Wagner Foundation Health Science Scholarships for majors in nursing, respiratory care, and radiology science. Ms. Terry Alexander donated the entire set of the Great Course series to the Moffett Library valued at approximately $20,000. And Gordon T. excuse me, so sorry about that. Gordon T. and Ellen West College of Education received $7,500 from Dr. Paul Wooten and Mr. Michael Wooten from the Wooten Woods Teacher Scholarship. Dr. Richard Sutton contributed $5,000 to the McCoy School of Engineering for scholarship. The support from our community and alumni and friends is outstanding. Howard, do you have And Jesse, y'all have comments to add to this, please.
We have, let Howard go ahead, but, Howard, I won't step on the phone. We have a very significant number of possible contributions that will be coming up in this next year. And that would cover numerous areas of the university, ranging from fine arts to engineering and the sciences.
And just a quick update on our phone. We surpassed our goal of 102% in annual fund, which is really the big revenue source. We're at 86%, and we certainly expect to meet our goal on that. So we're on track with those two agencies as well as corporate center.
Thank you. List of names, address of donors is in your folder, and we ask the Regents to write thank you notes to those assigned to you and any others who would like to include. The blank notes are in the center of the table. Items presented information only, and no action is required. Item 15-137, review and acceptance of the financial report. Administration recommends acceptance of the January, February, and March 2015 financial report, which are shown in the agenda. Dr. Foley, please comment on our current financial status.
So provided for you is the quarterly financial report through March 31st, 2015. The first schedule highlights that the total revenue for the institution was $65.5 million, up 5.9% compared to the same period last year. Increases in tuition and fees, gifts, and auxiliary enterprises made up $2.7 million of the $3.7 million increase. Expenses have increased from $65.3 million to $71.8 million, an increase of $6.5 million or 10% from last year. The largest increase was in depreciation of $1.8 million, most of which was from the $8.5 million proprietary software donation that Dr. Meadows discussed at a prior board meeting. Salary, wages, and benefits also increased by $1.6 million due to our salary increases last year. Scholarships increased by $1.4 million with our new merit scholarship program. Schedules 2 and 3 show that revenue and expenses are tracking closely to budget. Schedule 3 highlights tuition and fee by semester, and it also shows that the institution did not meet the tuition and fee revenue goals for the fall, and was about $70,000 short, but because enrollment exceeded in the spring expectations, the tuition and fee budget realized almost $300,000 more in revenue than was predicted, so we're ahead of the game. Auxiliaries were very close to budget numbers because of obviously our housing being oversubscribed. Spring auxiliary revenue appears to be short on the housing only because several of the properties do bill monthly and not by semester. Lastly, on Schedule 4, the ending balances of our working capital funds show that even with the $2.4 million we've committed to this year's budget, the university will still retain $6.7 million in working capital. We're currently working on FY16's budget, and the goal is not to depend on using any more of the working capital or one-time funds to balance the budget, and to continue to hold at least $6.7 million in working capital reserves. And that's my report for this quarter.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we discuss further, could I have a motion to accept the financial report as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? We have a motion and second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-138, the investment report, second quarter financial year 15 report is shown in your agenda. Dr. Foley, do you have anything to add to this report, please?
Sure. The quarterly investment report you received is through February 28, 2015, and it's provided to you as per required the Public Funds Investment Act. Chris Stovall, the controller, and I have attended training on the Public Funds Investment Act, and it is required by state statute that we do that. We attended this last quarter, and we'll be providing a report to you in August after the legislative session on our training and any updates to that act that happened through the legislation. And again, that is required by state statute. We also learned that our investment report that you received, we've talked about maybe summarizing that or simplifying it. But unfortunately, most of the information, the detail that's provided is required by that Public Funds Investment Act. So while we like to simplify it for you, it's required by state law that it's provided to you the way it is. The report shows at the end of February, the investment held $41 million in cash investments, plus $4.2 million at the state treasury. Texas A&M University System held $25.3 million of those funds, which earned about $250,000 of interest and dividends earned over the quarter and $1 million worth of gains since September 1st, 2014. The institution kept $11 million in text pool and logic, both short-term overnight investment vehicles. The balance of the funds, $4.7 million, are held in securities purchased before the institution contracted with the A&M system and was managing its own cash. The agency notes are showing losses. That's the reason we haven't sold them off at this point. And the small amount of common stock, $70,000, is showing a $120,000 gain since being acquired. Since this report, the university has liquidated $2.5 million of agency notes with a loss of $25,000. The small loss to us was better than the risk of larger losses or the opportunity cost of withdrawing funds from the A&M system. We did this in order to have the cash flow to get us through the low summer months of when cash comes in, not at the same rate as in the fall and spring. The university yield on the overall cash holding is anywhere from 2.4% to 1.97% a month. The university's endowed funds are held at both American National $8.8 million, and as of March 1st, 2015, the Texas A&M University System for $11.6 million. But during the month of February, we were transitioning from the funds being invested with Luther King. The funds held by American National lost a little over a quarter, down 3.1%, but overall have appreciated market value of 24.35% since we first invested with them. Luther King's overall performance showed a market gain of $2.5 million since inception, or 27% gain after distributions. This quarterly report shows the book value and market value of the Luther King holdings as $11.6 million. These holdings were liquidated before the end of February in preparation to send the funds to Texas A&M University System for a March 1st investment. Therefore, for a short period of time, the board needs to know that the university was out of compliance with its endowment funds policy because the funds were not invested in the appropriate weighted asset classes. We've also included in your report this month a national economic update published by the Dallas Federal Reserve Bank as of March 18, 2015. It provides an outlook on the U.S. economy and reports that employment appears to be rebounding, but there still is some slack in the labor market. Inflation remained low, and lower oil prices has helped that. We'll include this report in our investment handouts in the future, but if you're interested, more current information is available on the Fed's website. And that's my report on investments.
Ma'am. Could I have a motion to accept this investment report as presented?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Do we have any idea, was there a significant loss that we had that we suffered during that interim period when we were transitioning those funds?
We didn't lose anything because we kept them in overnight, but we didn't make any money either. Right, yeah. It was a few weeks that we'd asked them to liquidate it as close to the end of the month as we could, and they actually liquidated it like at the beginning of February. So
is changing. It is, the current policy requires a cumulative grade point average of 2.5 in order to continue in the program. We are recommending we change that to a 2.0, which matches the university's standard academic progress.
Might explain the FAFSA addition in Van Duke is they have to take the FAFSA or fill that out before they're eligible for this.
Right, and that's current. They currently do have to fill that out. Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
Could I have a motion to approve these recommended changes?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Is there any other discussions?
I have a question.
Sure, Nancy, please.
Typically, how many students take advantage of this?
That's a good question. It varies. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I know it usually, budget-wise, the university typically spends $60,000 to $80,000. I think, Maryland, does that sound about right? A year to pay the difference in funds, but I'm not sure of the actual head count.
Do we have any concern that we are encumbering students with a debt load, given their GPAs, given their ability to earn, that we're encumbering them with a debt load they can never sustain?
Sure. Yes. And I think that's a concern much larger than obviously Midwestern. I mean, that's the way higher education is setting up. I will tell you our default rate, our average debt at Midwestern, I believe when a student graduates, is about $27,000. Our default rate, we have to report our default rates every year to the federal government, and it affects our ability to offer financial aid, and we are well below the threshold on that. We're, I think, one of the lower ones in the state of Texas. I'd have to look, but that report came out this year. We're very low on default rate. So Midwestern specifically, our graduates do not seem to be having a problem compared to peers with paying off debt as measured by default rates, but in general, yes, it's a concern nationwide. Higher education is still a very, very good bargain, but it no longer seems to be viewed as a public benefit with the shifting cost and more of the burden on the student. I feel like I'm talking around your question. Did I answer it in any way?
You answered the question. I struggle with whether we are benefiting the students or benefiting ourselves. And it's not accusatory. It is. I struggle in turn with: are we really benefiting these students? Are we actually doing it so that we can get Pell Grant and money in and get an extra student and the university's profit? That's not a statement. That's not a comment. That's just a concern.
Okay, I'm sorry. With this program in particular, I was thinking more widespread.
I am too.
Okay.
I don't even know how to ask my question. Not Linwood, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It seems that students, and to me, as I watch this, as we all do, I just do not understand the thinking, the counseling, whatever it is of students that allow them to borrow so much money and to choose expensive programs that are not that much more, or not even as rigorous, or not as convenient as many options that they might have, or to match their debt with their potential income based upon what their first few jobs are going to be. It just seems like very poor counseling and decisions, and I don't mean to make a statement here, but is it not true that students get into trouble with student loans, Stafford guaranteed loans, more than anything else? If they would take a different track, student debt could be kept down significantly, and still maintain a really quality education. And I'd made a statement there and kind of asked the question too: is it not a lot of this debt is from unnecessary? Well, I don't know if it's unnecessary, but from student loans for expensive programs, which is Midwestern is not expensive. I think that kind of relates to Dr. Gibbons' question.
I think it does, and I think no. I mean, you're absolutely right. There's not always a consideration of what your resources will be when you graduate versus what you're taking on in debt. I think Dr. Gibbons' point is also very legitimate. Is there a competition for these students and the federal money that follows them? I mean, that's
perhaps I can reword my comment. It wasn't really a question, maybe it was as a directive. And I think Dr. Rogers said it so much better than I did, and I appreciate that. Could you all take a directive that we proactively work to encourage students to do things that are within their capabilities, particularly when we're accepting low standards for grades, and that we proactively promote the interest of the student and make sure we're doing that? It's a directive I'd like to lay up on. Sorry, Dr. Stewart.
I would also like to add that the strategic plan for the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board for the next 15 years addresses the debt issue for students, and Dr. Rogers will talk with you about that tomorrow in his chambers.
Okay.
That is one of the just 4 goals, is that we take
Can we take an action that this administration would proactively counsel for the benefit of the students? I mean, I'm sure we do. I don't mean we're not. I'm just worried about this. Because I've encountered a number of students who've graduated and they have no hope of ever paying this back.
Right.
But they did what you said. They could have, but they.
I think what you're articulating is a concern all of us have, and we see out there becoming more, a bigger problem going forward. Absolutely.
Well, with the help, in order to get a federal student loan, you have to go through their counseling course as part of that loan application. Now, that's not MSU, that's everybody. Maybe people don't pay attention to it and don't bring it, get in trouble, but that is out there.
Keith, in connection with the change from going to the 2.5 GPA to 2 is that a change in philosophy about the program, or I mean, was it prior that it was more of you had to be somewhat of a better student in order to qualify for that, and then now it's just if you're here, you have the capability of getting it?
I think we actually looked at how many more students would retain in the program between the 2.0 and 2.5, and it was less than 10. It wasn't a great number. Really what it is philosophical more than anything. It is the students in this program are lower socioeconomic. And the evidence is that there is a relationship between socioeconomic status and college preparedness. And it seemed concerning that we would require a population that we know is less prepared and takes more time adjusting, that we would hold them to higher standards for the 2.5 than their privileged peers who are better prepared. And so it was really more philosophical than anything.
Because you're saying, if I'm understanding that right, if you're not on scholarship, you come in, you maintain a 2.0, you can stay. But if you're getting a scholarship and you're in 2.5, then you're going to cut the program. So we're trying to marry the two.
Exactly. Just marry it with university standards, which is also consistent with the evidence that the population we're dealing with here is less prepared than the general population.
But this is our money that we're...
Our other scholarship programs are 2.0 as well with institutional money.
To maintain good standing.
Yes, for good standing.
That is also part of our mission.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 15-140, items $50,000 and under. One budget transfer was made to cover the cost of accommodation for students through Disability Support Service. Could I have a motion to ratify this item as presented? A second?
Second.
Does anyone have any questions about this item? I think Dr. Rogers, colleague, would you like to comment?
Well, really, you see it, these are funds that come from the student service fee. We maintain a reserve in student service fees just for occasions like this. The number of accommodations that are asked for that we are required to handle will go up and down some over the years. The number of accommodations have gone up, but that's over a longer period of time. I'd learned yesterday that I believe we may have 2 deaf students now and have to have interpreters for them, and that does certainly run up the cost, and we want to accommodate those students. So I've happily approved this particular request.
Sir. Any other questions, comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-141, review of the personnel records, reports. The personnel reports are presented in the agenda. Dr. Rogers, please comment.
I think you can see about the first 3 items here. We simply got people that have, basically in one place we had someone higher salary leave, someone else promoted into it at a lower level, but in the others we've been able to hire people beginning people at a lower level to save some money. I do want to comment on machinist, technician engineering. The hiring of that FTE, no, we've had that position all along. That is an ABET standard. It really takes two people, we're going to see another request here in a moment, to run the laboratories and help the students with senior problems in laboratories and engineering. We need a machinist as well as someone that can maintain the instrumentation and keep it working for them. This particular position was dropped from a one full-time equivalent to a .75, and they went part-time. In athletics, I've approved this. We are not refilling Bill Powers, our announcer's full-time position, but we need help in the business office of athletics, the handling of tickets. The maintenance of records in athletics is massive, and we need someone full-time there. We need to also maintain the senior women's administrator position that's required by the NCAA, and so Charlie has moved Vanera Flores into that position, added to her duties, which left the volleyball coach position vacant. We hired a new volleyball coach to fill that position, so our cost, that piece of athletic cost went up, but I think it was a necessary and good move to keep athletics organized, and it was an opportunity to bring in an excellent volleyball coach. So I approve that. So next, this year it's cost us extra $4,000. Total increase in next year's budget, as I'm reading this, would be about $9,800 with these changes.
Dr. Rogers? Could I have a motion to approve these personnel changes as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Is there any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-142, Summer Budget 2015. Administration is requesting additional funding for the summer school budget. Dr. Rogers, please explain.
Dr. Stewart has done a great job this year of keeping costs down by teaching two entire beginning curricula for primarily freshmen and sophomores. But it has cost more because we're teaching two different curricula that will finally work its way through the system and the cost would go down. But in doing so, she's been forced to erode away the budget that we have for adjuncts and overloads. In order to do that, we need this money to run a full summer program. Now, Marilyn, don't come out of your chair over this. I know it's not quite right. We won't make as much from return, but the fact is, her office watches the following. There are not 15 students in freshman and sophomore courses because they pay less per credit hour, or 10 students in upper level, 3,000, 4,000 level courses. The chances are we will not offer those courses. We just can't afford to do it. In some cases, when we have some graduating students in there and it'd be a disservice to them, we will run them, so we use our judgment on that. But largely because of the demand of extra, basically two curricula for freshmen and sophomores in there we need some money for the summer. And we have that in our reserves to do so. And I'd recommend approval of it.
Could I have a motion to approve the increased funding as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Is there any additional discussion?
I didn't really understand. Why do we need $193,000 this summer?
Okay. Dr. Stewart's given a faculty budget for full-time faculty each year. Their salaries are in there. She's also given a block budget to plug holes for classes that we split because of overloads. And that could either go to an adjunct faculty member, or we could pay one of our faculty members more to pick up extra classes for which they're paid a flat $2,500. So it was hard to estimate this year, and basically we didn't want to add any more full-time faculty because of the higher cost. So it cost us more this year, Dr. Gibbons, to offer the additional new core courses at the freshman and sophomore level than we had anticipated. You see, so she's given it the first year a big block of funds to handle all of that, and that's how much short we came up.
Let me ask the question a different way, because I think I understand exactly what Linda's getting at.
Yeah.
The way I'm hearing you explain it is that during the course of the current school year, this money was spent. Yet in order to make up the summer school time, you're gonna need this money to get that back.
Exactly.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Exactly. That's what you're hearing.
I just wanna make, because when I read this too, I'm like, Linda, why do we need $193,000 for summer school? So you're saying the 193 got spent during the school year?
Yeah. That's right. Summer school, adjuncts, overloads is one block of funds for us to manage during the course of the year.
Do we do this every year?
I think what we'll end up having to do until that extra, the new curriculum works its way fully into the curriculum, I think we've already done this in our trial budget. We budgeted this money for next year now.
But we didn't know this when we approved the new curriculum?
I don't think we knew it would be that many sections.
I don't think we realized how many students would be coming in. A lot of our students come in with these $1,000, $2,000 classes. This year, a lot of our students did not come in with those $2,000, $2,000 classes. And if we recruited them here to come to Midwestern, we'd have to offer them classes.
Okay, I'm sorry I asked that so long. I think I understand now.
Very
So really you're more popular with this and you really anticipate and that's driven the cost
Well, we're
up.
running two full and different curricula. So one is for the sophomores, juniors, seniors, and the other one is for freshmen.
Okay.
And we still have the same number of faculty, nothing changed, but we're teaching two full curricula. And so when the freshmen came in, I mean, we
And we
allocated
wouldn't have
our-
known this budget because of the increased enrollment.
Yes.
All right, I think it's a good answer. Thank you.
So we're not just taking $193,000 hit. We have additional revenue to offset this, right?
Yeah, we won't run the class unless there's enough revenue there to cover the cost of running it.
All right.
You're paying for this out of reserves.
Yes, we
Yeah.
will.
But
Now
but what I heard
but I
is
still-
next year, we anticipate this being in the budget and the revenue will be there to cover it next year.
It is the budget. There's 200,000 more
This year.
for this block of money for next year. Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-143, student orientation fee. The administration recommends establishing this new fee. Dr. Lamb, please provide information regarding this recommendation, please.
We are, as part of our enrollment model, we're trying to increase participation in summer orientation with students. And so students who attend here have two choices of on-campus orientation programs. They can attend a summer orientation, which begins in June. We have sessions all the way through early August, or they can attend one a week or two before school begins, a much less robust type of orientation program. The orientation programs during the summer cost the students $105, and we require them to pay up front to attend. The orientation programs before school, immediately before school, a week or two before school, are free for students. And our concern is that the summer orientation programs where students must come up with $105 up front to attend is a barrier for some students to access. And so what we are proposing in order to remove that barrier and give increased access to summer orientation programs to our incoming students, we are proposing a $75 fee to all incoming students, and not graduate students or not guest students, all incoming undergraduate students. They would pay this fee one time, and it would appear on their fall or their spring, their entering semester bill, where financial aid and other aid could help pay for the cost versus the student fronting the money. So it would be less costly, but more students would pay it. but it would increase access to summer orientation programs, which we think is critical for on a lot of levels. One is in helping us predict our fall class, what that would look like. That is our greatest predictor, is registration for summer enrollment. It connects the student to campus and to register for classes a little earlier, which is also helpful in matriculation. And it's good for our student affairs folks that they can start working with the students a little bit earlier. And so this is our proposal.
So to clarify, this is just for incoming freshmen and new students, not for juniors coming back.
Correct. It's for first-time enrollment at Midwestern for undergraduates, not guest students. The guest students would be exempt.
I really do support this, and that one of the best starts and a good retention tool is to get students to go through summer orientation. They get so much more there in terms of advising from their student colleagues to a connection to the university. And if this encourages more students to take that summer orientation, it's going to end up being a retention tool.
Because basically it's free then and pay for it later.
And it's not required?
Well, it is required. All incoming students must go through an orientation session.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the new fee as presented?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Is there any more discussion?
I'm concerned about this and other things we have in here that are raising our fee. I just feel like with the economy the way it is, particularly in this area, the oil community is suffering some tough things. The communities we serve, I have a hard time supporting these fee increases. And as I look at what we've done as a board year after, well, a couple of years we haven't done it, but if you look at what we've done, we kind of climb up higher than I believe the salaries do of the people we support. So I can't support these increases for that reason. I just want to come make that clear.
Well, is this really an increase though? I mean, effectively how many, the only way that it's an increase is if there are more people that pay the 75 that collectively pay the 105, or less the ones that didn't pay anything for the 75.
It would be, in effect, it would be an increase for some and a decrease for others.
But overall to the university,
overall to the university, it's right now the current fee generates about $85,000. The new would generate $105,000, so it would actually be to the university a net gain of about $20,000. But it depends on the individual student if they're actually paying more or less.
But the cost would go up because we have more students.
The revenue would go up because we have more students paying. But roughly 900 of our incoming students attend, of our 1,500 attend a summer orientation program. So for them it would be a decrease in cost. But for the other 600 it would be an increase in cost. However, it would go on their, on their tuition and fee bill where financial aid and scholarships could pick it up.
Along with Dr. Gibbons here, and I'm very sympathetic as we all are to his comments, do some universities require that all entering freshmen or all transfer students from the junior college take orientation, go through the orientation program rather than just getting some advising to register?
And we have that requirement as well.
Okay.
Right, every entering student must go through an orientation session. The difference is the summer orientation sessions do cost money because they're a little more robust to put on, and it includes activities for parents, it includes activities for the students. The ones a week or two before classes begin do not really cost. Those are funded actually through student service fees. And so with that, at least the advantages we see it to us, and yes, absolutely concerned about what cost is doing. The advantage to the university is able to predict with more certainty its fall enrollment by summer orientation registration. It connects a student to campus earlier and registers them for classes earlier, and so it in essence locks them in a little earlier. And it helps with predicting what classes we need to offer in the fall based on enrollment numbers versus scrambling the last week or two before classes to determine what needs to be offered in the quarter. I don't know if that would.
Keith, have you gotten any negative feedback on this?
No.
Okay.
What would encourage more students to go through the summer by
They-
virtue of knowing that they're gonna be able to.
Right, and that's the point exactly that we're trying to achieve is earlier attendance at orientation or earlier registration.
Maybe just a couple of comments to throw in, since I was one of the ones that worked on this. We did study several peer institutions as well. We looked at all of our admission kind of a competition there, such as the Texas Tech, UNT, UT Arlington, Lone Star, and then even our COPLAC consortium. And about half of the schools have a structure like this, and at this proposed fee amount, we're at about the bottom 75% level as to what that proposed fee would amount to compared to those other schools. So very much conscientious of the fact of maintaining that low cost and value to students, but there's abounding benefit to getting the students to campus earlier and trying to connect them, get them in their classes, plan, because you wouldn't be surprised that if you look at the correlations between things such as GPAs and retention of students who come to campus over the summers versus those who come immediately before classes. The students who come immediately before classes are the ones that we lose more. So we want to get them here sooner, but at the same time we want to be able to know that they can use their financial aid, their scholarship package to pay for these because they were already paying it anyways, and so they're kind of not strapped in that regard. So just a few more competitiveness. But we did really think about that fee amount.
People who come prior to school though, probably are people who cannot afford to come early in some.
Yeah, so that's one of these.
Sure, that's part of
There's a
it.
barrier right now, which is the fee itself. The students pay upon registration in previous years.
Any other?
Will this go into effect immediately?
It would, yes, for the fall term, for students attending this summer, orientation this summer.
Could I ask one more? Do you all have I think, let's say a student that goes through our current orientation program that they're paying for, what do they do? Give us an idea of what are they getting for their money?
Yeah, and I'll actually let Matt's over our orientation programs, and I'm sorry, Matt, I know you coached me up yesterday, and I didn't do that well, but the question is, what do students receive during the summer orientation program that makes it advantageous?
What are they spending their money on?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you kind of compare the summer model, which is the one that the students were paying for, versus the fall, there's a lot more of, those of you who've recently taken children off to college, you'll get this. There's a lot more of the excitement that goes along with it. So the meals that are included, the t-shirts, the materials, the additional staff presence, the giveaways. And then what will happen as well is when the students arrive in the fall and move into housing, we're really trying to enhance the programming that takes place on that more level of connecting them to their peers in the institution and their degree programs. And so some of the resources for this will go specifically for that programming purpose, which we do not currently offer. But if you just imagine, we use returning students, we call them peer counselors. We compensate them minimally. Jesse can kind of attest to this through scholarships at the very end of the summer. So that's one of the costs associated with the program. What we're not having to do is we used to, within the 105, put the students up for one night in the residence halls. But what we're doing now is doing it as a day program. That's helping to get that cost down from the 105 to the 75 as well. So anyways, they get a lot of different materials, and then it's sort of paying for all of the meals and other, what I would consider the training costs associated with it. And those things do add up when you think about, especially the student resources in terms of staffing that we put into it, the t-shirts that they wear so that they're easily noticeable, the trainings that they must go through in order to be prepared to welcome and orient the new students effectively.
Are they advised, and do they register when they're here?
Yeah, so if a student, we actually started a program a few years ago that gives new students the option of doing academic advising and registration before they come to their orientation program, but any students who have not participated in that option, they get that done at their orientation. So again, once it's, we don't have a deposit for our first term of enrollment, so if we're kind of looking at how do we know when students are admitted to the university and if they're actually attending, that attendance at one of those orientation programs is probably one of our most solid and best indicators to know who's actually coming. And certainly it has a benefit from an academic planning standpoint because we can adjust early, try to open additional sections or seats. So, those are the secondary benefits, but the benefits to the students of coming to campus early are what this is all about. And trying to remove that barrier from existing that there's a cost, or there was a cost. Now it's part of their overall fee package, which they can use their assistance programs to gain.
Other comments or questions? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
2, 3, 1 opposed. That motion carries. Item 15-144, fiscal year 16, budget/operational efficiencies, outsourcing, and other considerations. Administration will present information concerning budgeted planning to include the operation outsourcing and other budgetary considerations. Dr. Rogers, please.
Let me try to put this in context. I don't mean to be giving a lesson here or anything, but I just want to tell you what we're faced with here. We're faced with privatizing, even though this company calls it outsourcing. We're not sending jobs away. And I made it very clear to the staff yesterday that this was an administrative issue, that we had received no proposals yet from the SSC Corporation, that we had made no recommendations to our board of Regents, had not even given a full information on what we have at this point. So the door is completely open to our discussion on this. We're not under pressure one way or the other, and I'm telling you, we're still doing our research. SSC really, I guess, came to us in a way and said, are there other things that we can do other than your food service? Compass, I believe, owns the food service that we just took, which, by the way, I've experienced in other schools, and that was a really good decision. And they said, one thing that we do, of course, is facilities management at universities. Your major core mission of the university is to teach and educate, and we know you have to take care of the campus, and we can do that at a lower cost and an efficiency. Well, our first obligation, and this is the point that I'm just using to put this in context, that we always have to think about. There seems to me, after many years in higher education, there's always something that we can do more of and better to better educate our students. At this point in time, we need some more faculty. At this point in time, we need some new equipment in the science building. This seems to be always true because it's continuing. Equipment engineering is always wearing out. Our faculty need the opportunities to give research projects. We can always do more of that to be a better university. On the other hand, we've got to take care of this campus too. I mean, from the basically the core condition of the campus to its cleanliness and to not only its appearance. And we have to weigh these two things together. This company, this is what they do. They're professionals at it. And so we have to look at the opportunity. I've had discussions with some of you about the operation of the university. Even though we're not a business, we're here to educate. We're not making things or selling things. We have to use good business principles so we have a maximum amount of money for our core mission, and that's to educate students, give them high impact opportunities. That's research with faculty members, study abroad, scholarships. All of those things are our really first obligation. Pay our faculty competitive salaries in order to keep them here and keep them loyal to the university. Then I've got to balance that as the president of the university, listening to everybody and everything about the basic attitude of our faculty and staff toward the university. We call that morale. The higher morale is, we all know that in an organization, the more efficiency there is. And we've got to keep that up. Now, I have talked to, and the other administrators have talked to officials at other universities, and it's been well publicized that all of Texas A&M and all of its universities went to this system in order to save money and put it into the academic program. Midwestern State University, with that said, is not an A&M school. They have different internal personalities. So Midwestern has a tradition of the administration, faculty, the staff, really all knowing each other. Okay, we're all pretty close together, and I think that's what's kept us together. I think those of you who've been aboard a short time, those of you who went to school here, those of you know that one strong thing about Midwestern State is we have managed to avoid those devastating splits, arguments that go on for years and years, and that's really kept our strength up. Not that I haven't had problems, or other universities have had problems, but we've never had a split between athletics and the faculty. We've never had huge splits between colleges and the faculty. We've always gotten along and valued our staff and demonstrated that. So we have a university personality. So I, as president, before I make a recommendation to you, have got to consider what can we do to operate better as a business so we can stick with our core mission, and what do we do with the personnel of this university, from me to everyone else, that make it possible for our faculty to do their job. And really I see that balance there. So what it comes down to is, to me, if I try to put it in its simplest form, and that's the scientist in me, how much can we save by doing this? Will this company do what they say they're going to do for the welfare of our employees that will become their employees? And that concerns me greatly. So basically, I guess what I'm telling you is this is a very, very hard decision. The thing that concerns me about this decision right now is we don't have a proposal from SSC. Even when we get that proposal, it's going to take a lot of study and very careful contract writing to try to protect those people that we really care about, because we want their morale high while they're still here. They're going to be looking at us every day, and even though they may be working from a privatized company, they're still going to be here on the Midwestern State University campus. The question that I have is, what kind of people will that company hire when our people retire and leave and so forth? I don't know those things. Now, I have talked to presidents at numerous other universities. We get basically mixed answers from them. Some say, well, it went fine. Oh, our staff really didn't pay too much attention to them. But those are schools with 12,000 people that don't have our personality. It might go well here. Basically, I am not ready to make a recommendation. Basically, this is a kind of thing that, maybe it's my characteristic as much as anything else, that I need to do a lot of thinking about. Okay? Now, with that said, I will tell you, it comes down to efficiency and cost and the well-being of our staff, because we do care about it, and I really do. I don't want to hurt their retirement, their medical benefits. They've been loyal to us. I listened to a lot of them yesterday, and I can still learn. And I learned that people who don't make much still really do value being at Midwestern State University. They would say, it's hard to get a job here because you do background checks. We're really proud to be here, and that sort of thing. Again, I swing back and forth and tell you, though, I can't, as president, trying to make a recommendation to you, ignore the opportunity to save money to put into the academic program. So it's a hard balance. And it's not one that we should take lightly. We're not prepared to give you a recommendation today. I don't know when we will. I think we need to do a lot more homework on it. This is a very weighty decision for us to make. And we fully intend to do more work. One other point. When we went into this legislative session, I have never been more optimistic about the possibility that the state legislature would change the structure of our funding such that it would help Midwestern State. We do a good job of raising funds to buy magnetic resonance, to instruments, to get professorships, in order to honor our faculty and to keep them here. And these are all things that make us a better university, but the thing that we always deal with is continuing flow of revenue for those things that are going to be continuing cost, like faculty salaries, like staff salaries, continuing upkeep of the campus. We need a continuous flow of income. In this legislative session, we have the opportunity to get that. The state has been asking, and I don't mean to sound like I'm complaining now, the state has a lot to deal with, our nation does, have been asking for recommendations on incentive funding to give universities if their report card is good. I started that process as an advisor to the legislature 10 years ago. Gave them recommendations. Here are the things that we should be rewarded for financially, routinely, and here are the metrics that they ought to be based on. All that's happened is that's been improved. We got that funding one year and picked up $800,000 because we do very well with the metrics that's in that program. That was up for consideration by the legislature this year. I was ready to spend the money. They never looked at it, but been asking for it 10, 15 years. I really regret that. That's an example of the kinds of things that I was very optimistic about. There are really now two things that are remaining that we don't know that would relate to a flow of income that we can count on every year. Okay? As I explained it yesterday, it's like saying I have the down payment on a $500,000 house. I just can't make the monthly payments on it. Soft money needs to go into pieces of equipment. It needs to go into endowments. It pays for scholarships. And it pays for professorships. We need a flow of income to pay for those things that we know are going to come up every year. I thought that Hazelwood program worthy, but it needs to be paid for by the state. Not other students who are going to school here and borrowing money to go to school and looking for scholarships and working, actually paying for programs that the state ought to be paying for. That's a little bit, I didn't mean it that way. I really think Hazelwood's a good program. It's costing this university too much money. It's costing our students. Now, Hazelwood's been treated. Debbie will probably talk about it in more detail tomorrow. What's happened is the Hazelwood program for our military and military families has been, the structure of it's been changed such that the numbers will go down over the years. But everybody that's in that program now will be grandfathered in. Everybody that registers this fall will be grandfathered in. There's another source of flow of income that I was counting on that we're going to get a little bit of rather than a significant amount of. One thing is still pending, and that is the Higher Education Assistance Fund, which is a fund that was dedicated to the non-PUF universities many years ago. And it is for major pieces of equipment, library materials, campus maintenance, and so forth. That fund that comes to Midwestern has not been changed in 10 years. It's time that it goes up. Both and we're spending money from our sources of income, such as designated tuition, to do some things that we have to do. It's legal to do it. We have to do it, and he ought to be doing it. Both the Senate and the House have introduced bills to increase our HEAP allocation from $3.5 million to $5 million. Who did not put any money in that bill? Which house was it?
The House did not put any money in the budget. The Senate put the full 50% increase in the budget.
So he now has to go to conference, and we don't know how it's going to come out. If he comes out 1.5 million more It really helps us budget because we can keep things with keep money. That releases tuition money for us to pay salaries and to get that flow of income that we need. So right now, what we're doing with trying to gain efficiencies and operating in an effective and efficient manner does relate exactly to what the legislature is going to eventually do. Now, we'll talk about this more in a little while. We'll talk about it again. We have been working on our budget for next year. We have an option A in general terms. We have an option B and maybe even an option C. With all of that said, I think you see what I'm dealing with in trying to get together a recommendation to this board. We're dealing with the welfare of the people that keep this place going, with our obligation to give students the finest equipment that they need to get a modern education, and they can compete with students from every other university. It's really a tough call. We have a lot more homework to do. I'm not ready to make a decision yet. We don't even have a proposal from SSC. So basically, I've said too much about it, but I think it's important that I put it in context. Put it out, and I'm going to rely on you all. You've had experience with this sort of thing. And do it. The only other thing, well, I guess we could take that up and take the other part that's in here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So
I
let
can
me
hear
ask
your
you this,
comments about it.
Jesse, this is, I mean, so there's no action item here. You're just
Yep.
updating us on the fact that we don't have a budget, correct?
That's right.
I'm gonna make a couple comments, just because. Number one, this SSC thing, absolutely we should look at it. But I would tell you that we need to slow down, okay? My view would be that this board needs a good, solid look at it. And for us to get in a hurry on something this important and this big and this meaningful for a community of a university this size, we need to slow down, okay? I've been reading stuff in the paper, I've been reading emails, been seeing stuff, hearing stuff, and it bothers me. It bothers me a great deal. That said, it puts Marilyn in a hot spot because she's got budget issues. I heard a couple people say that's what they've heard is the only option for the budget. Well, Marilyn, I'm going to encourage you to go beyond option A, B, and C and look at D and E and F.
I don't like people saying that we're doing this in order that we've got to balance the budget. I'm going to be really honest with you.
I agree with you,
There are
Jesse.
ways we can always balance the budget.
I completely agree with you, and that's
It's
my
not the reason
point.
we're doing it.
That's my point. But that's what's in the community, and that's what worries me. And so we need to slow down. We need to get looking at this budget and understand what's going to be there. I realize there's a ton of things. Mike and I were talking earlier. I think 2 years ago we deferred to August to do the budget then because we didn't have all the information. We're in the same boat.
We are.
Not a big deal. We'll deal with that. But at the end of the day, you guys and us as a board, you know what? Here's something I'm going to throw out there. This may be unprecedented. We may need to do some kind of board budget thing between now and August. And just sit down as a group and let's have a very good, hearty conversation about the budget.
Very complex.
A workshop! Wow! Yes, a workshop.
It's as complex as I've ever seen. I've been here
And
a
that's
long
why I'm
time.
saying that. That's why I think it may make some sense for us to do that. But on the privatization thing, I really think we need to slow that baby down. That is worrying me. That because again, we are not Texas A&M. We are not a university system with 150,000 students. You know, it is a very different scenario for us. Is it something we should look at? You betcha. Anything that will save this university money and keep us focused on the mission of education, we should look at. But we need to be very, very robust in that view. Okay?
Sean, can I? jump
Yeah,
in?
yes.
I mean, I appreciate the slow down mentality, but I would also tell you that as stewards, if we can save money today, we need to save money today. And, you know, so I don't know if that means that we take our time evaluating it, but I don't think it should be that we slow down considerably. I I think that we need to get that information as quickly as we can so that we can make an informed decision and be in the right position at the right time.
Well, I'm just gonna put this on the table. My other worry about moving too fast is, and this is, I hesitate to do this, but, Jesse's retiring, okay? Jesse's not gonna finish what gets started here. That's gonna be dumped right into Dr. Shipley's lap. And my worry is that if Dr. Shipley's not here and is not helping with that decision, then is that fair? Because this is a sensitive situation. I mean, this is not just a university issue, this is a community issue. And this community and this university are not very big. And that's what I worry about. That's why part of the reason why I suggested. I completely agree with you though. If we see clear savings and we see an opportunity here that is very vivid and that we can deal with the community issues in a meaningful way, get guarantees from the company that there's going to be retention issues, there's going to be focus on treating these people the right way. Beautiful, that's great, but I hadn't seen any of that, and that's my point.
I guess just getting that information.
Yes, I
just
agree
don't
with
want
that.
them to slow down and be like,
I
oh, we're
agree with
getting
that.
it a year later.
I agree
We
with
could have had it in August.
I agree with that. Something else that was said that I have to bring up that worries me a little bit is having input on the kinds and types of people that are hired. There are private universities in the state that make commitments and that use this company, that make commitments from their employees to be a certain kind of individual. They can't get SSC's people to sign those waivers. We're not that, I get it, but that kind of raises my eyebrows a little bit, and I'm going, yikes.
I'll be honest with you, the impression that I got from one university president that I know very well, trust his judgment in the A&M system. It's the most critical thing you can do is to very, very carefully analyze the contract and all of the details like that that go into the contract. That was his admonition. So when A&M system came down with this, they were the first to say, sounds good, let us be the trial balloon. And they did not know what to do with the contract. They've since learned, got a lot of things straightened out. That was his admonishment to me is,
But to
be
Sam's
sure
point,
you think of all of these issues like that.
But to Sam's point, it doesn't mean we should, when I say slow down, I don't mean slow down, no, don't look at this. I mean, let's be very thorough, very detailed in our examination of this, and not just from a dollars and cents standpoint, but from a community and the university standpoint, and see what makes sense for us. Because if we can save money and it's not particularly a huge savings and we destroy the community university feel that we have here, it's not worth it. If we can save $1 million a year and maybe get some of that community university feel into it, okay, maybe consider that. But that's what I'm saying is slow down and be thorough.
I'm jumping ahead. I know Jesse, based on what she said, but one specific concern I guess I have. Let's say if we do this, and obviously they've got to hire somebody to do these jobs, and they hire our people we have now. My guess is right now those people are employees of ours, and that means they're in the teacher retirement system. If they go to work for those people, they're in Social Security, would be my guess. If that's the case, any money they're paying into Social Security is going to waste. Plus, they're not getting an opportunity to build their TRS retirement. That would be a very serious concern for me.
But I think that's the bulk of the concern from these folks, and that's why I say you've got to build a bridge. There has to be, if this is going to be considered, there has to be a bridge built and commitments made to get those people whole when we're looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
Because it can be done.
Mm-hmm.
It can be done. We just have to figure out how that fits, and that's why you've got to be so thorough with the examination.
And the TRS employees on campus also get Social Security. They're not like school teachers, just so you'll know. So if you're in TRS and work for MSU, you do get Social Security.
Really? Okay.
Still.
honest with you, from what I know about it now, and I've got really involved in the details of it, their medical benefits seem pretty satisfactory. They have 3 levels of benefit. They pay for the top level. You can take the lower level if you're young and just need a checkup or so and some major medical. It's our people that have been in TRS or ERS for 20 years, they're that far along, they have to move into a 401k program. Okay, so that's something we really have to look at to try to keep people whole and not
So listen, here's what I'm gonna suggest. We need to get the proposal. And we need to have someone really good take a look at this and understand what those bridges are and be able to come back to this board with a meaningful proposal, up or down. And it may take a much more robust conversation with this board than we're having right now. It's one thing to sit here and talk about it from an innuendo standpoint. It is another thing to sit here and talk about the facts. We don't have all the facts at this point.
How would this board look, I'm sorry, Marilyn, look upon the fact that we have just going through this process, and by the way, we had all of our staff together as effective before these people came on campus. We didn't want them just showing up here and start looking at our books and looking at the grounds and so forth. So we have been very open with our staff that's involved with this. And I guess, let me try to frame this question. We've learned a lot from this exercise so far. What if we came up with our own system of making some changes and so forth to save some significant funds in this without this kind of
Plan D.
disruption?
That's
Yeah,
my
Plan
point.
D.
That's my point. That's what we should be doing, is looking at a Plan D. You bet.
So I just wanted to update you, the due diligence we've done so far, is we've got copies of contracts from other places, we've scrutinized those, we've been working with SSD to review our budget. Is what they do is have a baseline, they say this is what we take care of in our base operations, so basically we turn over our budget to them, say this is what our baseline is, and find what's in that baseline is really important. Do they do stuff, do they do the same, do they do fire extinguishers, do they do, the fire alarm system, do they do, so you have to define what is in the base. And we've been working with them over the last week to get that number crunched, and we're pretty well there. They are gonna give us a proposal, in 2 weeks. I will sit down with my budget director, Valerie Maxwell, who knows this thing inside and out. She's the one that has been scrutinizing it. And we will scrutinize it with them to make sure what they're putting in the baseline, what's in that proposal. And then we will be sharing that with, give us a couple days to do that, and then that following week, we'll be presenting it to their administration of options. Because there are options. If you wanna have a robust transition plan for the employees, that costs $150. If you don't wanna have a robust program, then that's something else. If you include certain things,
So
you know,
Marilyn,
prices
let me
change.
just stop you, because look, the hard issues are easy, okay? The numbers, easy. That's black and white. I'm not concerned about the black and white. That's so easy, you can see that on paper. I'm concerned about the soft issues.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I am so concerned about how do you bridge these individuals from a morale standpoint, how do you bridge them in their retirement, how do you bridge them with healthcare, how do you do those things? How do you tell that person face to face what their future holds? That's what I'm worried about. That's what I want to be able to address. And I want us to be able, as a university, to be able to say, we looked at every option in our budget. And right now, we just have too many questions. And that's what I'm worried about. I absolutely agree. The hard issues, the black and white issues, easy.
I just wanted to share with
I
everybody the
understand.
timeframe
Yeah.
on which you would get a proposal.
Dave, you have something.
I just would like to again reiterate the comments of the faculty and the shared
Yeah.
across campus. The timing, I would certainly appreciate that, but the impact that this has on the community. I've heard a number of folks say that we're balancing the budget on the backs of the poorest, hardest working folks. We're doing this. It's been tied to the incoming president already. There's a sentiment out there that we're doing this because she is either less qualified or less capable, and so we have to do it before she gets here. And the last thing we want to do is sabotage our relationship with the community, sabotage
just, Dave, let me stop you for a second, because that troubles me. I wanna say this in open session to everyone that can hear this. That is so, I mean, absolutely not true. You know that, right?
I know that's not true.
I
but
mean,
that's
that
not
is,
the public
Suzanne
perception.
Shipley is the most qualified individual. You were on the search committee. She is stellar in every way, shape, or form. And that is one of my concerns, is that we do something like this, and that Dr. Shipley has to deal with the fallout of all this. And that's just, for people to even bring that up as a capability issue, that is troubling, very troubling. And that's all the more reason that I say we better be very thorough with this, because the community is impacted. That really bothers me.
All right. This item has information only.
Yeah, I had
And
one of the things.
no action necessary at this time.
Mike, he has a couple of other things to say
Oh, I'm
about
so
that
apologize.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to mention that we just put these two things together, and this is more information about the budget. And I think I've probably said enough that everything that we look for the legislature to do, we're really down to how much will Hazelwood mean to us. We should gain some there. But the big thing is, do we get that heat increase? If so, I wouldn't say the pressure's off. We ought not use it totally for this consideration, but it certainly is going to give us some breathing room. But if we don't get it, it's going to be tight. Okay. For that reason, I'll tell you too, we have that's something that I've been asked a lot about from our staff. We developed at this university some time ago a staff and staff-dependent educational incentive program to help the families of our staff members. That program is great. It has been used by people who actually we've been able to attract here into good jobs, who want to come here and go to school and get a degree, or come here so that their children can benefit from it. It has grown to the point that it may be necessary, depending on what the state does in their budget, that we keep that program, but that we set a dollar limit on what we have in it, rather than just leaving it as an open program and spending money as people show up. But we don't know about that until the budget, and I don't have a recommendation on it until we see where we are on the appropriation of the state. But we'll keep the program. It may be necessary, though, for us to budget a limit.
The main reason we needed you to know that is there's a policy right now that says we'll offer a staff incentive and a dependent education program. So if we have to eliminate or reduce either of those, you all would have to take that action in August. And so we didn't want it to be a surprise. Dawn's already starting to get applications for fall, and it'll be late, and so that's why.
So going back to the idea of having a budget workshop, I know that's not a foreign issue to a lot of universities. We've never done a budget workshop with our board. We really should do that. There is so many moving parts here that it's incredibly important for us. I don't want to sit here in August and just be pulling our hair out going, we didn't get enough information, because there's too many moving parts. And I think it's incredibly important we do that. So we might ought to consider putting something together. I know it's an inconvenience for the board, but there's too many things that are going on. They're just too important. Marilyn, we can't leave you out hanging out to dry. I mean, you've got a ton of stuff on your plate to figure out here, because if you're gonna go deep on this with a plan F, then,
I've
okay.
got lots of plans.
Okay.
It's just a matter of priorities
Listen,
and choosing.
that's what I love about you. You've got lots of plans.
I mean, it would likely be June is the better. I mean, we have an August 7th board meeting. We have to have that budget finalized and printed by June 15th at the latest.
No, she's gonna wrap it up in July.
I mean, July. I'm sorry, July 15th.
June 20th to the 28th, I am keeping my
So-
grandbaby, so that's out.
So I will ask you all to send me your schedules for like the month of June later, the last 2 weeks in June, if you have an idea. Okay.
And then I would like some guidance on what
guys speak up, but I would tell you that for me, I'd like to know what our options are. I would like to know generally what the options are. In other words, if we go this direction, here's how we pay for it. Here are the things that were cut. Here were the things that were added. Here's the revenue sources. I don't need you to, I don't think we want you to get down into the minutia with us, but we need to know, if you've got 5 options, what are the pluses and minuses from a baseline to get to those 5 options?
We're nearly ready for that.
We got a few pages.
That's what I'd like to see, because again, my fear is that with this SSC option, we still don't even know how much that's going to save us, 100%. I mean, I get it, black and white will know, but once we've got that, then what are the soft costs? What are those things that are going to cost us as a university and as a community? And if we do go push back on the contract and say we need these bridges, what does that do to us? That's what, and not just I'm just picking on that one. If we just ignore that and we do what Jesse described, let us look deeply into it and see what we can do as a university without them. See, that's the kind of stuff I'd like to see. I think this board would be able to understand that.
So the legislative session should end January 1st.
January
Gosh,
1st.
I am having a hard time. June 1st.
You've been down there
I've been
too
down
long.
there too long. If we don't have a special session, if we have a budget June 1st, then we'll have a really good idea. You'll have your information by then, so hopefully we could have something, the earlier part of
We'll
June.
have our outlines waiting in those numbers.
Right.
We haven't been developing models right now,
Right.
for right now since last January.
So assuming we have a budget, we can do
Yeah,
that.
we'll do it. Okay.
Back to you, Mike.
And I agree that we need to look at this because there are way too many parts. Marilyn and I was discussing about how he's going to even present it to the board when we come back. Anyway, again, this item presented as point of information and no action is necessary at this time. Item 15-145, fiscal year 15 tuition fee recommendations. Administration is recommending tuition and fee changes for the upcoming financial year. Dr. Rogers, I believe you, Dr. Foley, and Dr. Stewart will provide information regarding these.
Okay. Let me start it and y'all jump in on what I don't get. And if I could, I'm going to do something I've never done in all my time here, but I'm a short timer. I'd like to take A and C first and come back because I think there's going to be more discussion on Part B of this increase in fees. Does that be okay? Designate tuition. You all know we moved to a flat tuition. I am still glad we did that. That's a good idea. That's a great selling point. It's fair to the students. But it also means that we have to set a reasonable tuition for all of the new incoming students because they're going to be here basically a year longer. What we're recommending to you is just a 2.01% inflationary increase. I think that, and I'm sure our business office and Carolyn got this right, at the time we did it, that was just about core inflation is all it is. So we're adjusting the cost to our freshmen and our transfer students about 2%, which is I think, very modest. Our flat fee tuition increase was low compared to that of most schools. So we did that because we went to that not just as an option, but the way of paying tuition. So if y'all could act on that first, and do we need to say anything else about it?
No, I think that was the plan, that when we presented the fixed rate tuition last fall, we talked about every year we would just go up on whatever the inflation rate was for the students. And we were trying to offset.
Yeah. Okay.
So you're
Mr.
asking.
Chairman, do you want me to do all of these?
Yeah, why don't we look at all these? I was going to ask, are you asking to just look at, approve each one of these one by one? Is that what you're asking? Or
Maybe. No, heck, let me just move on that.
Okay, I think it's okay to move on.
Okay. I've been to the Student Senate twice over this issue in B. I mentioned it, I think, to a few of you just as we've been together. What I was trying to do with this, and this is basically my idea and the staff's idea, is we're trying to get set for costs that are gonna come up as we go through our master plan. Additionally, we're trying to react to the condition of our playing fields. We're trying to react to the condition and, well, we're trying to react to the fact that one of the things the students are always asking for are free play fields. We're looking for fields that students can play on, do intramurals on, and still not have the athletic teams come along and say the fields are in bad shape. We just need more facilities for our students like that. We eventually need money to move a soccer field when we see if we're gonna have to build a parking garage where the soccer field is now. We need to move it over to the south campus. And by the way, I have found out something, I think this is true, Charlie, that artificial turf fields can be moved. Okay, so we're not gonna make a mistake by putting one down. Okay, Charlie wants to do this largely. The students are for it. It is something that we're setting up for the future. Now, my original idea was to come to you and ask for a new fee that we call, it's one that I've copied after other universities, an intramural and athletics facilities fee in order to put down some turf fields, in order to move some fields, and then in the future have money to build parking lots and move fields. Like I said, I'm repeating myself. Well, the staff pointed out to me that let's not add another fee. We've gone through, this board's gone through the exercise of combining all of those little fees that we've had in the past, like a power use fee, whatever, and we combine those into reasonable and related fees. Let's not add another. Let's just raise USF University Services fee, and let's set up a bookkeeping system that this $6 goes into an account that will be used to put in these playing fields into moving fields, into basically keeping our athletic fields and our intramural fields in good shape. I've told the students that it costs them $6 a credit hour, but what they're going to get out of it are things such as more intramural, more free play, and even our women's softball fields has been in terrible shape for some time. If we put down an artificial turf field there, we can play intramurals in our softball field. And Charlie is really for that, came up with it. The students love that idea of having intramural softball. That's what this $6 for. It's for what we need today, and it's going to be there for the long term, because what we do today, we'll get it paid off pretty fast, and then it's going to be building up for this board to use for other parts of the construction plan, master plan. Okay.
I have some questions about this.
Yeah.
Can I ask them now, or do you want them to see?
Yeah, let me get a motion.
Okay.
Back to you. All right.
Let me do C.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do C, then we'll come.
C is really pretty easy. Our college, the Dillard College of Business Administration, has the lowest instructional enhancement fee, and that's another fee. The Dillard College is really up to date. It's expensive, as most business colleges are. We have a lot in that building over there. One thing that we have that's a real asset to us, that students get a chance here that they don't get in many schools, is we have an investment laboratory with Bloomberg subscription, as well as screens and so forth that the students use for the investment laboratory. I think the subscription to that may have gone up. It was $60,000 the last time. It's still $60,000 a year. Our dean asked for this. He needs funds to, rather than taking money out of endowments and so forth that are used for scholarships and for professorships, he'd like to have it to assist paying for that Bloomberg terminal and a few other things too. So and considering if you look at our fee structure that's over here in your attachments, I believe they have the lowest instructional enhancement fee, so I recommend that to you. so we would go from $8 to $14, and that would just be for business courses. So those would be our recommended increases that will show up in the budget workshop and show up in office in the budget.
Dr. Foley, Dr. Stewart, would you care to comment also on this?
If I could.
Please.
If you turn back to your finance attachment 15145, it does give you the percentage increases if you were to approve both the designated tuition for the freshmen and the university services fee. So if it's for new freshmen or new students coming in with both of those fees, it's an increase of 3.25% above what a freshman new student would have paid this year. And for an existing student moving forward, it's only a 2.3%. That's not written down there, but it's a 2.3% increase. So just to give you that additional information.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Stewart, care to comment? Nope, okay.
And
All right.
from what I can tell so far, and it's really hard to get these numbers exact, we're not going to move relative to other schools. We're not going to be jumping up above where they are. Now, the University of Texas has some policies, and I saw in I don't know if you read the article this morning, but they feel like that they have been very short on funds for the last 6 years, which is hard to believe. University of Texas.
Whole system.
Much higher than we are. Yeah, so, basically, from what I can tell in my conversations and so forth, this is not really going to push us up, even though the UT board is really working very hard to keep their tuition down. I think it keeps us about where we are. It's educated kids relative to other schools.
Thank you, Dr. Crocker. All right, could I have a motion to approve these fees changes as presented?
So moved.
A second.
Second.
Okay, Jess, I think you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, actually, unfortunately, I have a lot of questions and about the B section here. I just want to state for the record, it is going to be free play, free access to students who are not involved with athletics at times that athletics aren't using the facilities.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
What is in place to protect athletics from overstepping and just saying the use of the facility, reserving facility use, kind of over?
Well, it's really kind of hard to answer that. It's really the cooperation and integrity of Charlie Carr and Keith Lamb that they do that, and it appears. I think the fact that some of them, well, I know Debbie will write good minutes. This appears in the board, and I think some experiences. This appears in the action of the board.
Okay.
It's easy to go back to that. That's just like basically setting down new legislation.
Okay.
How's that?
Thank you.
I will share with you that there's been a great relationship between what we've done and what I think the students have. We've never tried to hardball anything. We've always tried to work about it until the draft issue came along. And that was not just for athletics, it was for
Jesse, I can tell you this, when I was on campus, there wasn't athletics in intramural fields, it was just fields. It was, I mean, we played on the soccer field for football, and we played, we didn't have softball back then, but we played on the diamonds that were there. So every athletic facility was available for intramurals back in those days.
And I understand that the drought and the grass situations caused us to force our hand in this issue. I can understand that. I just want to prepare for the future. My second question is, since we are expanding the parking lot, I forgot what lot it is, but we're expanding that parking lot, we're taking out outside basketball court. Will these funds help replace that outside basketball court?
These funds are designated such that that's what we decide to do. It'd be it'd be appropriate to do that with. Yeah, you can take these funds to do that.
Okay, and it's $6 per credit hour. What is the maximum credit hour that we're going to be charged? There's no maximum. Okay. How much? Oh, what do we?
Well, we're expecting you to take 30 hours next
Yeah, however many hours you can pass.
Okay. What is the estimated payback, and can this be sunset after, the field is paid for?
You've done some of this. What do some of
So
this?
just to highlight kind of the cost that we're looking at, and I'm working with Charlie on this, a turf soccer football field's about $1.2 million, and it lasts about 10 years. To turf the softball, the existing softball complex would be $500,000 to $550,000. Lights would cost about $300,000. So if you get one lighted field and do the softball, you're looking at about $2 million. This fee would generate for that facility around $620,000 a year. So over the course of about 3 years, you would pay off the $2 million, and then that money would be available for the next iteration. My preference is to do it phased like that versus trying to do, $10 million worth of improvements and then try to pay it back. We don't have the cash to do that. So we would use our own cash and then pay it off in these kind of, chunks over time.
Jesse's going down a path that I was curious about as well, is the payback and, how much all this was gonna cost. But, the way he just asked that question really brings something up in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And that is that if we pay it back in 3 years, I would not propose that we sunset it. What I would propose that we do is designate it, and I hate that term,
Right.
but designate it for future improvements of these types of facilities.
Right.
Because that was the whole purpose of it.
That was my intent.
So-
that once this is done.
Well,
we
but
can-
Jesse, it happens, and it just never fails. You get 3 years down the road, people forget.
Right,
Well,
So-
and
that would be, my plan is to do the one field and the softball,
Right.
and then after the 3 years, we'll know what we're gonna do with soccer. Do we move soccer, or do we leave it where it is? If you move soccer in that stadium complex,
Right.
then that's gonna be probably your next set. Then after that, if you wanted to do a football field, turf
Well,
field.
I'm thinking like, we've talked a lot about baseball, and we've talked a lot about
Right.
this, and we've talked a lot, why can't we just keep,
But keep in mind,
And I
keep-
talked to Marilyn about, let's put this as a line item, so we can keep track.
Right.
that's right,
Right.
that's a
Right.
better way to
And
put it.
But do keep in mind, the turf fields only last 10 years.
No, I
And then you
understand,
gotta
but then
redo
you're
it all
gonna have to
again.
redo 'em,
So,
and- yeah,
it's not
so-
something you do
So,
once and
but
forget about.
to Jesse's point, I think I'm gonna take it one step further than Jesse. I don't think you want to sunset it, but you definitely wanna, as you put it, line item it,
Yes.
so that is, the students get the benefit of that fee every year, year in and
Absolutely.
year out, and they know exactly what that money's
Where
being
that's
spent.
going. So if
And
you
that
want
was-
basketball courts, I mean,
Yeah.
that's the kind of, that's where the money would be.
So
That-
who would we go to?
I was gonna say, that was my initial concern with Marilyn. I said, that we just, doesn't become
Right.
to the general fund,
Yeah, I
or certain
agree.
else.
I mean, Keith and, my position should be working with SGA to figure out, what the plans are gonna
What
be
the
for
student
those.
needs are, what you
I
want.
think
And
that
athletics and-
Mike's idea of putting a line item down to create that is a good one, because it helps you focus on it and it makes you keep up with it.
Yeah, that's the idea,
It
that's
makes
the
you
plan.
accountable.
That's the plan.
So you could always see what the balance
Yeah,
is
correct.
and
Yeah.
expenditures.
Pay off
I
or
think that's a
whatever,
great
right.
idea. And
That's
plus,
the plan.
athletics can see it and see, they can communicate with the students, and there is a communication about, okay, what do we need as a university?
Right.
From whether it be intramural or athletics or whatever it might be, and how are we using those funds? I think it's a tremendous idea.
But isn't 20% of this an absolute increase in fee? That's going to go to support existing athletic facilities, $1.20 of that? Isn't
Right.
that just a pure increase?
Yeah, right now we don't have it's hurting our budget right now to try to pay for some of those things. So if we had a source to help pay for that, and again, it would be, the students could have the benefit of that too.
Right, but it says down here that 20% would be used to support existing athletic facilities, but that would just go into a general pool, wouldn't it? So we're at basically increasing the general fee $1.20,
Yes, Jackie, you could look at it that way.
and then
It goes to paying all current debt on current.
Athletics.
so.
So you could look at it that way, yes, you could. But it's gonna be used for athletic facilities.
Okay. I know the answer to this, I'm gonna ask anyway. If the city of Wichita Falls lifts water restrictions and says, go, we got plenty of water, go water, does that change our thinking on this at all? If we're permitted to, water again?
I'm certainly no expert on this. I'm an athletics fan. Charlie educates me a lot. I think we need to go to turf fields anyway because the upkeep of grass fields is really intensive, takes a lot of effort.
I agree.
And I'm one of those people that believe that if our lakes fill up again, we need to stay and totally change our water restrictions and use policies. I think we've learned enough from this to know that the weather can change frequently.
Mhm.
And I think we should put down turf fields. They last longer, they're easier to keep once they're down.
Well, they're safer.
Yeah.
To be real honest, in this day and age, they're safer.
Yeah, they are.
I agree.
Yeah, and the quality of them is really great.
Mhm.
Their lifetime and what you can do on them, I think it'll cut down our labor and problem.
Yeah, in actuality, this is a win-win for everyone.
Mhm.
And speaking for athletics, we have 5 of our 9 schools in Southern who have expanded immensely their facilities, their athletic facilities, to include artificial turf and everything else. So, well, I'm by no means talking strictly from athletics. So we're winning twice. We're providing some great opportunities for the students, and at the same time, we're trying to keep up with the game. No, we're trying to keep with the game.
Yeah.
Athletically as well. So it couldn't be more of a win-win for everyone.
I agree. I just wanted to.
Certainly, is it good that our coaches will in soccer and football and maybe some I'm missing, they play in their competition, they play on grass and they also play on artificial turf. From time to time, they want to practice on different fields, don't they? And all of them, they all have the opportunity to do so.
Actually, our home field is artificial turf.
Yeah, we play our games on artificial turf and practice on grass. And it seems like the coaches would want to do
About
both.
10 times when you go to a softball game, used to play, it's a minor part of this, but it's still fundamental.
To kind of piggyback off
Oh,
of something
and can you speak up as we're having trouble getting the people on the outside stand up and shout out?
To piggyback off of something that Josie said, how he asked about if there was a count on the hours, we just reflected back on our minutes, and when we cut off in our minutes from February 3rd, that there was a cap of 12 credit hours. So I don't know if we can revisit that. Regardless, I know the students are for it because it's looking at.
I thought I was taking the message of the president's staff when I said 12 hours. Everybody's been there with me. Did we say cap it at 12 hours?
I've never, I'm sorry, I've never heard that, and my calculations didn't include that, so
If that's what I
that's-
told student government, I'm very
I don't know, I have to go back and
That's really what we ought to do.
redo it.
Because that's what I told a bunch of students that,
I was in
Do you
Ogden, so
remember?
I wasn't here for
I mean, I
any
would
of
think
those discussions.
it'll be some, maybe 10%
that's what you,
or so, because
you,
if anybody's
Cindy,
taking
you had,
12 to 13, how many kids take 12 to 13?
well, it is entirely possible that I went over there when I talked to you all and said we cap it at 12 hours. Okay. And if I did that, I think it's not gonna undo anything here. It might make some.
Well, the revenue changes.
Yeah, it'll change the revenue some.
And it makes it a little more complicated, because then you're not just taking $6, whatever percentage off the USF, you've gotta figure, okay, I'd have to really think about how we do that. Because right now, there is no cap on USF.
Okay.
So you're saying this
Yeah,
little
there's no
piece of
way
it,
to
there is
do-
a,
Oh, but when you talked to them, it was gonna be a new fee.
It was gonna be a separate fee. Well, it was gonna be a new fee, then when I went back and said, wait a minute, it's not gonna cost you any more, we're gonna take it up as part of the USFD. Don't remember when I came back the second time, and that made me when I said that, I'm sorry if I've caused a problem with that.
Yeah, watch Dr. Rogers.
Yes, yeah, what do you want?
Oh, I don't think it's a problem, I just wanted to look into it.
Yeah, I'm gonna worry about it.
They're for it either way, I don't think that it's a problem.
So here's my worry, from an administrative standpoint, if we put a cap on it, it's built into this services fee, that's gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna cost us as much money to keep up with it as it is to do it, so my point of view would be, if the students are okay with it, let's just go with it as it is, and we'll just move on, because it's beneficial. I mean, it's hugely beneficial.
I think Dr. Lamb and I and Jesse and Rebecca can echo this, because it's been coming up for multiple years and some doing this drought, but students want access to fields in the intramural and the free play manner, and they fully support it, but that's what they expect to get as the carrot on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely.
So individual student play, scheduled student organizations like the Caribbean students, they want it, they yearn it, and they're gonna support it.
Well, God blessed me with a poor upbringing. So let me speak for the poor in our community. There are several things in here, and we focus mostly on students playing on the field, but I see $36 per semester in A. In B, I see $4.80 per semester hour that goes to this turf you're talking about, but $1.20 just goes into our general fund. And then in C, I see a 75% increase in an instructional fee. I understand that the tuition is one time and we fix it for 4 years, but if you look at what we're doing, it's every year we're increasing this fee, and every year we're increasing that fee. And if you're just a poor old mother or father out here raising a family and trying to send them to college, I am concerned that Midwestern is not competing against Texas Tech, and we're not competing against Texas A&M. We're competing against local community colleges. We're competing against online, which is going to eat our lunch with these online classes, and we're competing against dual credit being pushed more and more into high school. And these other universities we compare to have seen a lot of growth we haven't seen. And we've had this discussed several times, that why haven't we seen the growth? And we've put pressure on people and we've tried, and we are growing. But we haven't seen this tremendous growth when we make these peer comparisons. So I really struggle standing here and hope, and I think speaking for the poor family who's going to have to send their child to college, I cannot support these increases. Even though I understand the student voted for part of it, but it's all blended together, and it's more increase that I struggle with.
Sure, please. Can you guys, next board meeting, bring to us a comparison to our peers? I like seeing that when we do budget. It's very important to me, because to Linwood's point, I struggle with this, but I also understand that in order for us to be competitive in the marketplace, this is what we are up against. And I differ a little bit in some of the things that he said, but from the standpoint of us competing with community colleges and online, everybody's doing that. But I view us as a COPLAC school. And being a COPLAC school, I want to know how we compare to the COPLAC schools in state. I want to know how we compare to the Lone Star Conference in state. That's what I want to know. I completely agree. We're not competing with UT. We're not competing with Tech. But I want to see where we compare. Yes, I do. This is it, right here. This doesn't change my mind, but it's just what I wanted to see. Thank you. And this is proposed?
This is just,
Oh, for
no,
the
this
fall.
is last fall,
Okay.
just Texas schools.
Okay. Could we get a COPLAC comparison too?
Yeah, we have that tomorrow in our.
What? No, I'm saying nationwide, and I know it's an irrelevant, but I still would like to see, if someone said, hey, I wanna go to a COPLAC school, where do we rank against other COPLAC schools? I'm very curious about that.
So, Mike, if I can, so to clarify for me, since, we're gonna have a line item, which means it's gonna be, this fee will be, even though it's part of the universal service fee, they're gonna allot at $4, and we're gonna have like a little tab that's great for intramural field or athletic field.
Right, I'm not sure.
Right.
Yeah, Maryland, we'll have some title on it.
Right,
Yeah,
Well, we're
we'll
gonna be
find
able
out
to
soon.
see,
Yes,
this
we're
money's
gonna
not gonna
see
be
it.
in the pot of money, it's gonna be in one pot
It's
for that.
just there for that,
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah.
We'll set aside, right now, the university services fee comes in a single revenue line.
Mhm.
And what we'll do is keep it as a single, but then we'll transfer it into
Okay.
its own account.
Yeah.
That
Perfect.
portion of it.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
So they'll have restrictions basically just for
Right.
that.
And we'll name it athletic intramural set aside or something. It's
Free
clear
play.
that's what it is.
So, free play field.
Well, for your basketball courts though, too. I mean, it can be used for any of those kind of things.
Mr. Chairman, may I comment?
Please.
Yeah, I'm sorry, sharing this. I've preached this sermon so much, I know people are tired of hearing about it. Back in the 90s, when the legislature froze special items, said, we're gonna give you the special items that appear in your budget right now. From now on, don't ever ask for any more. West Texas State, those schools had as much as $18 million a year in special items. Midwestern had $2 million. We've never caught up. But on the other hand, we still have to compete. We really are operating against schools now. In the last session, I believe the state cut those special items by 25%. And like I said, didn't hurt us because we didn't have any. But that's really when a push started on the university. Now, on Midwestern, we're of such a size that when we do raise, and it's kind of, it goes against any case I want to make, I just want you to have these numbers in mind. We're of such size in enrollment and credit hour production that when we raise our fees, we don't create big amounts of income. We had huge numbers there. You can see that. The base is small. Our real future is growing about 100 students a year. Because you bring 100 students in a year that take 15 hours, you generate income like that. And that's what we're struggling to do is to grow. So the dynamic here, trying to reach equilibrium, is be competitive with our cost, okay, but still get our enrollment up. We can't raise, I think we're being fairly modest in raising these fees, but we can't get much higher or no higher, really, relative to other schools. So there's a real struggle here. We know that when our students come in, they say, what's one attractive thing about Midwestern State University? They say, your cost.
Well, and the other piece of this is only tuition and fees, and as Dr. Lamb discussed, housing and food were really low. So when you combine the two, we're a pretty good deal.
And this is for a full year. This is 2 semesters, so this is a year.
Right. So you don't, we could actually do another column with the housing and food service, and then you would see kind of where we're falling out.
I'd be curious about that as well, all in costs.
We're low there, that's exactly. But you see the
Right,
dynamic.
that's where we make it up.
Is this
Exactly right.
before or after the proposed
This
changes?
was last fall.
Before.
Where would it be now with these additional things?
It's really hard to tell because everybody is in the same boat we are. They're just now starting to make their changes. As Dr. Rogers said, that
Can we monitor that?
yes.
Where would our numbers be with these changes? What would this 8,088 be with these changes?
Well, it's a little different from the comparison that Maryland provided because this number comes from the coordinating board and we have to include institutional, I don't know what Perry turns in. So where you have 3876 a semester for last year, this is 4,000.
So if it's for 15.
So, but it's still.
Let me respond to that, because I actually did the math in my head real quick. The way I saw it was it's about $90 more because this, I looked at this as a returning student question, not a new freshman question. And so it would be about 8178, somewhere in there.
But I think this number is our beginning freshman, so it'll go up by $126 for the new tuition, and would go up, okay, for 15 hours, 15 times 6, so 90, so a little over, so $210 more a semester.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Answer your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion on this? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed?
Opposed.
The motion carries.
Did Kevin vote?
I did, sorry, I'm so apologize. I thought you did.
Okay.
Let's go back, what's the motion?
The motion is 15-145.
To approve the
The
increase
A, B,
in
and C.
designated.
All of these.
All
All of
three.
them.
Collectively?
I'm sorry.
Unless-
All three of them together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I vote for it.
All right, then motion carries. All right, items 15-146. Thank you. The new facility and staff positions, fiscal year 16. The administration is requesting additions of faculty and staff positions in the fiscal year 16 budget. The revised page with one additional position was emailed to you, and a copy is in your folder. Dr. Rogers, I believe you and Dr. Stewart will
Yeah.
provide additional information.
Yeah, Dr. Stewart's the expert on this. This deals with the addition of 5 new, I'm brain dead. I'm sorry.
Lecturers.
Lecturers. There is a corresponding increase in income to pay for these lectures. The faculty senate and Dr. Stewart have worked on a new category of faculty. We need these faculty to teach basic prep courses to get into some of our programs, particularly the health sciences, and we just don't have the faculty. We get a higher quality of faculty if we would go with these lecturers, but we would hire them under conditions that their classes don't make. We have no contractual obligations. Where's Betty? Oh, why don't you explain this? You dealt with it so much more than I did, okay?
Yes. We are introducing, and we are asking for board approval of the hiring of 5 full-time positions titled lecturers. Lecturers are temporary full-time faculty with benefits, and we are proposing to pay for the cost of these lecturers through additional semester credit hours generated by having these faculty teach the classes. We need these 5 positions because they are specifically to teach 1,000 and 2,000 level courses only. One thing that we're running into again with the 2 cores is that we cannot provide enough general education classes for our students. We are recruiting them here, but they can't get into the classes. We cannot continue to rely on adjuncts and overloads, and even when we do use adjuncts, we only know about the use of those adjuncts 1 or 2 weeks before classes start. So by using full-time lecturers, we can, 1, control the quality of the instruction because they will be part of departments, and 2, we will be able to offer courses to our incoming students for general education. If I can say that Valerie in the business office did the calculation, and based on the proposed amount of semester credit hours that we're generating, we will pay for their salaries in the fall semester, and then any semester credit hours generated in the spring goes into the university budget. So that's why we're asking.
I have supported this since it was presented to me. I think the Senate and Dr. Stewart's done a good job here. This one's going to serve the university well. Betty, I hope I get this right. It's just secondary to me. The Senate's concern has been allayed that this would replace the hiring of long-term, full-time tenure track faculty. It is for a special need. There will be some very qualified people out there that are willing to fill these positions. But we need the flexibility, in order to handle this problem right now. So I think it's an excellent idea, and I believe it has faculty support.
I would also like to tell the board that these are one-year appointments. They may or may not be renewed depending on the need of the university at that time. They also may or may not be renewed based on the quality of the instructor, the lecturer we hire. But they are one-year appointments only, non-tenure track, 1 year only.
Could I have a motion to approve these items, line items in fiscal year 16 budget as presented? A second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, is there any more discussion?
I wanted to make sure that everybody noticed that we do have a new page, and there's all these extra items, right? I mean, there's an extra item added for the information technology, or the new lead
Computer
technician.
science and a
Right.
lab tech.
And an IT person, so you have a new page, just want to make sure. Y'all know what you're approving.
So we need to do those right there now. Comment on it.
Okay, you want to comment on those
Okay.
three?
Yeah, we're asking, could I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, we're asking for some, other positions that would appear in the budget, that, in our workshop or in the budget. We had a visit from it was the Accrediting Board for Engineering and Technology, I believe they just call it ABET now. And, we need a lab tech to keep all the equipment running, of which there's tremendous amount of it in engineering. Now, this is not the machinist, is it?
No.
Machinist already here.
No.
3/4 time.
Yes.
This is a new person to maintain the working equipment. So
Yes.
this
Currently-
basically is an ABET requirement, isn't it?
Yes, and currently we have 280 majors in mechanical engineering, and we don't have a designated lab tech, and they have labs associated with their classes. We had our ABET review in the fall, and that was a requirement in order for us to keep our accreditation, is to hire a technician to assist the faculty in setting up the labs, breaking down the labs, assisting the students. And then the machinist is just for the machine shop to cut the metals and shape whatever the things they make. And I don't want to say the wrong words, but what machinists do. So.
Whatever they do.
I like it, good job.
And then the computer science position, we are requesting because this year we had an influx of master's level computer science students, and our classes were running 30 to 40 graduate students per class. And we cannot continue to burden our faculty at that rate because they will not be able to do scholarship, and they will burn out very quickly teaching that many graduate students in a class. The state of Texas says that a graduate class makes with 5 students. So we have, one class had 42 this spring.
And we'll be, if we do this, bring in a few more, but not many more, but a few more master's level candidates or students in.
We could easily do that, but we just can't continue running
Right.
that size class for that number of faculty.
Yeah, no, we,
Sam did talk to me different months.
Yeah, you know what? That's a great point. So why don't we do that? Because Sam, you and Mike are gonna talk about that IT position,
yes,
correct?
yes, they are, and so we can go right through that.
Yeah, that's a great problem. That's a great idea.
All right. Any more discussion? Matt?
Just a quick point, we talked about orientation a little earlier. We had the problem last summer where students were coming to campus and our classes were already closed. So talk about a big downer to welcome new freshmen to campus. So we fully support this effort from Dr. Stewart and the faculty. We really need it.
understood on the first item, 5 new lecturer positions, 40,000 each, they would be paid for by the additional hours.
Semester credit hours.
Are the others, if I take the 36,000 and the 72 and the 42, add up to 150K, are we saying we need to increase this fiscal year 16 budget by that, or is it covered in the current budget?
The technician is gonna be paid with donor funds. Those are engineering funds.
The computer science, what happened with the computer science master's level has one of the highest weights of any of our classes that we teach. So every student we brought in and was at the master's level had a weight of 7.7. So we're actually gonna get additional appropriations off of that large class size that will help pay for that.
So there's no net increase in the budget needs?
Oh yeah, the budget's gonna go up, and we also get more appropriation. We get more formula from the
Semester credit hours.
next
So
fall.
what I'm asking for is the net there, the difference between what you intend, what you think you'll pull in and what this costs.
Our appropriations right now are on the books for an increase of $742,000
With these additions.
with those students, because those students were in our base period.
With the computer scientists.
But they didn't,
Yeah.
the computer scientists alone didn't bring the
No, it was the
700,000.
overall
You know what, I don't think she has the
appropriations,
answer to that
yeah.
question. I know what you're asking.
What does it cost us? Is what
Yeah,
I'm
what's
asking.
the net?
The new position in IT is a brand new,
Yeah, that
new
42,000
addition
is
to
coming out
the
of the budget.
budget.
That's,
Rest of it's break even.
the rest of it, I
It's
think
actually,
that's what I'm hearing.
you're gaining
Okay.
with the lecturers. You're gaining significantly with the lecturers, if our calculation is correct.
We calculated that it would bring in, at the very conservative.
Yeah.
If it's new semester credit hours, and we didn't even say it's all new semester credit hours, was $660,000. And the cost, I think, is
260
So there's a net of
400
or more.
for the lecturers.
Thank you.
We're gonna pay for the IT position.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Way to look at it.
Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. And after an extended amount of time, Mr. Chair, this is finally the financial committee, it comes to a close.
Thank you, Ms. Bernhardt. Mr. Sanchez, can you do your audit and compliance, or do we need to take a break? I mean, we're gonna be,
Yeah,
when
why
we're
don't we take a
done-
quick break?
I agree.
Thank you.
Here we go. Let's get started. Mr. Sanchez, Audit Compliance Management Review Committee, please, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Hessing. The Audit Compliance and Management Review Committee will now come to order. Members of the committee joining me today are Mrs. Burks, Mr. Gregg, and Mrs. Martins. First item, 15-147, is approval of the minutes of the committee meeting held February 12th, 2015. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they stand approved as presented. Item 15-148, potential conflict of interest of Regent in compliance with Ethics Commission filing requirements. As you can recall, at this time every year, each Regent, other than the student Regent, are asked to confirm in writing that they have received copies of state and university ethics policies and have filed a personal financial statement with the Texas Ethics Commission as required by state law. An acknowledgement form has been emailed to each of you. Another copy is in your folder for your signature. Please give this form to Debbie at your earliest convenience. That is our homework. You'll get in trouble if you do not turn it in.
And if you're not scared of me, I'll stick Barry on.
So, wait, Debbie,
Yes.
how many forms do you have?
I think I have 4. I know you weren't the only one.
I thought you just had one.
No, I know you did.
Additionally, does anyone want to disclose any new potential conflicts of interest in accordance with Policy 2.25, Ethics Policy for the Board of Regents? And, thank you, there's no further action required. Item 15-149, audit activities. As we discussed in February, our internal auditor, Mike Taylor, went through the peer review process in 2014 as required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act. A report on areas where MSU partially conformed to standards is presented in the board's agenda. I'd like to ask Mike to review this information and the recommendations with the board, and we can discuss this further. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. In the year and a half that I've been here, one of the things that we have done, and you're aware of, is to update our peer review. And in that, and included in your board package, was a summary of the items that make us partially conform to the Texas Internal Auditing Act standards. In order to address those, the board at Mr. Sanchez's request was for me to bring recommendations to the board to address these items. And as you've been hearing all day, there's a lot of great things happening at this university, but all of them require resources. In this handout that was included in your board package, we simply showed some bullet points of the items that caused us to partially comply, update the audit charter, lacked IT skill set, peer review out of date, and some of these items, many of these have been addressed and are being addressed before the end of this fiscal year. But then there were also some additional recommendations, and I think that we needed to put a timeline on that. As you may or may not know, the purpose of internal audit is to reduce our organizational risk, and this requires resources to be invested in an efficient manner. And last year we completed this peer review, and I would like to lay out sort of a 3-year plan from the internal audit perspective as to what we feel are required in the form of resources. For year 1, I believe that the most bang for the buck would be to increase IT training for myself, current internal auditor, and to do some outsourcing on some specific items, but specifically the IT assessment. I believe we could bring in a firm that specializes, kind of give us an overview of that. We've sort of targeted IT in that I do feel that in today's time and the way everything is just permeated with technology, that cybersecurity and data security are at the top of the list as far as risk goes. And in higher ed, it's no different than anywhere else. You can just look at the targets and the other companies that have made the front page for breaches in cybersecurity and understand the magnitude that you're dealing with when you have personal information and maybe more importantly either medical and or financial information stored. So I do believe that would be appropriate. And then outsourcing a hotline for fraud risk, fraud, waste, and abuse, which we believe would further buffer this board and the university by putting a third party in control of those phone calls, so there's an accountability there as well. So year 1 recommendation is resources needed about $50,000 that would include these items. Year 2, an additional $50,000. That would be additional IT training for the current internal auditor, myself, and a couple of other very important hot topics, Title IX and Clery compliance, and we would like to look at or present to the board some actual bids on those audits to have outsource that audit to find out what the cost would be to outsource the compliance audits for Title IX and for Clery. And then year 3, I do believe that ultimately we will need to add an additional staff. I believe that will be necessary to have the review process that was pointed out in our peer review as one of the items that we lack. We do not have a review process in that I'm only a department of one, so you cannot prepare and review. So that would be necessary. But then without having to hire an IT specific auditor, if I had additional training then to meet that, then we would be able to hire a lesser expensive auditor at that time. And then there'd be a couple of other software purchases that we would like to make. So the recommendations to the board at this time are that we do need additional resources, but we would like to spend the university and the resources of this university in a manner that is most efficient and the highest bang for the buck. We've spent time between Barry, myself, and the administration here and looking at the different possibilities, and I feel like that the FTE that was just proposed for IT would be the best bang for the buck for the university to offset or to help control risk in the IT area, and we'll let Dr. Clark comment on that here momentarily. But in addition to that, I do feel like there'd be a few resources needed by internal audit itself, and those were outlined in what I just specified in years 1, 2, and 3, about $50,000 per year.
All right. Dr. Clark, do you want to?
Yes, sir, thank you. Back when I did the report to the board on information technology, one of the things that I mentioned is the fact that we only have one person who is over security. At the
Stand up and
university.
get a little closer, I'm sorry. The video doesn't.
We only have one person handling all the security and all of the patches at the university. To me, this is incredibly dangerous because you're putting all of your chickens in one basket, so to speak. If anything were to happen to this individual, we do not have an appropriate backup. By hiring an additional IT person, we can take two people that we now have on staff. Jim can begin to train those two because the new one will relieve them from some of their responsibilities on the campus, and he can begin to train two who will be available if and when they're needed to back up the security system at the university. Jim, as he was in the meeting when I spoke, talked about the threats that hit this campus every day. The ramifications of those are enormous. Just when someone releases their password, and all of a sudden we've got problems. You will have entities out there like other state universities who will shut off internet access to you for momentarily until you fix it. So if we're doing business with any of those other institutions or any company, then that's stopped momentarily until our system is clean again. And so we need this kind of redundancy. We need it. Jim does a fantastic job, but he needs help. We need backup. I think it's only prudent that we do this. Should have done it probably a long time ago. We've been fortunate that we have not had a major incident.
Well, I want you guys to know, I've met with Mike, Barry, and Sean several times about this issue. I've expressed concerns because I think as a board, we don't have a whole lot of liability in a lot of things, but I'm going to tell you right now, you all signed something that says we accept personal liability. This is one of those things. And so, you know, it gives me the heebie-jeebies, it does, especially knowing that we hadn't done this audit. And then when we did get the audit findings, it said you need to do it immediately, but we still haven't. We don't have the personnel available to do it properly. We don't have the software to be able to do it. Between these two individuals, I mean, I looked at information that Mike provided me. Most other universities have at least two people in the audit department. We've only ever had one. And we found out when our last auditor left that there were significant issues with what was being done or not being done. And so I would just encourage you guys that, I mean, this is less than what I wanted them to present. I really feel that we need a department in the legal department. They're way too much way too much butter with was it too much butter on too little bread? That's them. I mean, we're giving them a tremendous amount of responsibility, and we're assuming that the board kind of like it's okay, it's going to be okay, we're never going to be Target, we're never going to be Lowe's, we're never going to put young people's financial information at risk, we're never going to put this university's financial information at risk, and that's just not true in this age. And so, you know, in conjunction with the IT person, I would tell you that getting like that training, getting somebody up to speed is going to be critical and paramount, and it should be at the forefront of, I would hope, the university's goals. But as this board, there are things that I would want to talk to you about as well. We talked about it before. Most universities, I think there's even now state policy that requires that the auditor report directly to the board because we have that liability. Right now we have a dual reporting system. I think that's something that we need to consider looking at as a board. You know, so I would ask that you take these recommendations to heart and very seriously and understand that these are the minimum. I know the budget constraints are difficult across the board, and we're going to hear that over and over again. But there's just certain things that you have to focus in on, and as a board, I would just ask that you give this as due importance as we consider things going forward. Are there any recommendations coming from this discussion other than what we've been provided?
At this time, this is what we're proposing.
Okay. So, Debbie, how do we work that? Can I make it? I come out and make it as a motion.
As a motion that those items be included in the budget, or you can wait until the August budget or the budget workshop and make sure that those are included. I think your statement that whatever works best
Okay.
for you.
Sam, can I,
Yes, sir.
I think your motion needs to require this to be done immediately.
I would agree. I would agree.
So not wait for the.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
So if that's the case, Keith, I'm gonna, I guess, just call us back in, make that motion, and we can vote on
Yes,
it.
that this plan or the first year things be done immediately, not waiting until September.
Yeah, in other words, go ahead, this is expenditure we just need to take right now and get this done. It will then appear in next year's budget.
Correct.
And it's those items that were that are in your folder, not the ones that
I
are.
don't want you to start doing it in September. I want you to
Right,
do
do
it
it now.
tomorrow.
Right. Got it.
So the motion is that the recommendations made by the internal auditor and incorporated in our packet be implemented immediately. Do I have a?
Second.
All
I've
in-
been saying all this stuff, I don't have a vote.
All in-
Typical
I have a
one.
motion and a second.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Is there any other discussion?
Looking at what was in the folder and then, and what was in the folder and what was in here, is what you're saying we're going to fund year one, or we're going to fund year 1, 2, 3, or I just don't understand what it is you're
I
wanting.
think that what I'm recommending is that we adopt the recommendations in the updated information that's provided in the handout. So that we would put recommendations for year one implemented immediately, and then that the university take into consideration, the administration take into consideration year 2 and year 3 as a plan going forward.
But it appeared to me that it cost $100,000 originally, and now it's only 50.
That's what I wanted them to, when we had originally talked, when we had met, I'd asked them to put together in priority order what the best solution was. And that originally had that we would have 2 people in that department, we would have a director, and we would bring in an IT auditor with experience. There's not those funds, and so they came to me with Plan B, and that's what's being presented.
You'll notice the it was 160,000 as presented priority 1, 2, and 3, and it's still 160,000. It's we've now broken it down by year based on resources and best practices.
But if the committee chair feels that more than this ought to be done, I'd like to hear that.
Well, basically, and what I'd asked originally was off of the concerns that I have just over our exposure. I really wanted a more aggressive plan. What Mike had presented to me originally was that he felt like that department needed to grow. We had looked at whether or not other universities, sister universities, had the same type of structure. They don't. Most of them have a director of audit, and then within that department, they have an internal auditor who is IT experienced, or an IT auditor. We don't have either one of those. But in order to do that, when you look at salaries commensurate with those positions, to bring in a director of that was, what, $30,000 more?
Yeah, 80, 85.
And then you also brought in, an IT auditor, an experienced IT auditor to be able to do this, because you don't want to bring in a rookie who's never done it.
But I'm more inclined to ask you, what should we do, rather than what's our compromise? That's really what should we do in your opinion?
I would tell you that I like Plan A. I like Plan A just because as a board, I think it insulates us best. I think that the university, that process, the audit process, and I'm not a CPA, but I would tell you that from what I've learned and garnered through this process is that audit requires oversight. Somebody to do it, and somebody to come back in and check that they did it right. We don't have that process right now. I said, well, maybe could we look at a peer university to come in and can another department do it? Nobody has those resources available. Those are typically done in-house. And so what we have right now is what we've always had, and I don't like that, which is somebody saying, I checked it, and we all kind of look at it because we're not double checking and going, okay, I'm glad we checked it. These are the findings. And so hearing Dr. Clark years ago, thinking back to that conversation about IT and security and how many times we get malware threats and how they're stretched thin and don't have the right tools. Then you layer it on top of Mike doing the due diligence, coming back and presenting, here's what I think we should probably have, best case, but there's money associated with it, there's a cost. It's a tough balance.
Well, I'm just commenting openly. I'm not on your committee, but openly I'm thinking if there's a hole in the boat, I'd rather see the hole repaired rather than to make the leak smaller.
And I think that's what this is. It's step one. I would tell you, to what I talked about with Mike and Barry and with Sean, is that I think this gets us at least somewhat secure. It's not the end result, and it's not where I think we're gonna end up. I think it's just where we have to begin.
So let me ask a question, because I think Linwood is absolutely right. And I'm gonna use his analogy and take it one step further. So are we sticking bubble gum in the boat instead of putting a permanent fix on it? And I know the answer, and I know the answer, and I'm asking you the same question he is in a kind of a different flavor. Are you okay with Plan B, sticking bubble gum into that hole for now, and making sure we monitor it on an ongoing basis and get a permanent fix when we think we have better vision into this? Is that what I'm hearing you say, or am I putting words in
I have concern. I like that we're doing it immediately. That I would tell you I'm okay with. What I don't like is that it is a very short-term fix for a long-term problem. I don't necessarily think that the timeline is going to fit this board's needs. I think it fits what we can do with the finances that are available. In that regard, I think, yes, I'm okay with the plan that they presented in the very short term. I think
considering where we are from an, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but considering where we are from an August board meeting and budget standpoint, can we as a board agree that, and listen, Sam, you and I have talked about this, and I know, you know my position, I'm an auditor, Jeff's an auditor, and Jeff jumped all over this immediately, you can see it. The question is, can we come back and readdress this with some level of thoroughness in August as well? In other words, this needs to be an ongoing conversation, and to make sure that we tag on to what Linwood's been kind of focused on here. This is not a permanent solution. Let's make sure we're working towards a permanent solution, which I hear you saying is your desire.
yes. But I think that's two-part. I mean, I would tell you, well, part one is who the audit team reports to.
Yeah.
And part two is resources that are available to them to complete that task. Because right now, those burdens are not going to get less. Those restrictions and requirements and theory and Title IX, I mean, all those things are just getting more and more and more. And that's how come those departments and other universities are growing. And boards realize it because they look at it and go, I mean, it's self-survival for the university and for the board. So go ahead.
For our planning purposes, and also with what else we're facing, could we modify the recommendations before you now? From what I've heard from all of our discussions, we've gone over this many times, we have got to have backup security in the computer center. That's a got. In fact, if we had an audit now, I guarantee that's going to be the main finding is they have tough time auditing because we don't have a backup. We need to do that. We need to advertise tomorrow. And I think that's what you're saying. Let's not wait till September. Let's just go ahead and figure out something to get that done. Then do the two contract audits. So we talked about get IT and construction. We can save money on construction by doing that audit. I think it might pay for it. Move up the hiring of another auditor a year.
Put it
It means
year
the
two.
bubble, yeah, put it year two. It means the bubble gum is still there until year two, but we can't make progress until we get some security backup in IT.
And I would tell you, it's a highly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a highly specialized field for that IT auditor.
Yeah.
And so I'm not saying nothing against Mike. I think Mike's a great auditor. He's done a lot of things since he stepped into this position. Most of the people who do those at our level, at a university level, have significant experience. What we're going to be asking Mike to do, so you understand, is that we're going to send him off to do some training, participate in the audit as it happens on a contract basis, and get up to speed.
Yes.
I'm not saying he can't do that, but just know that that was not our original conversation was that he can still supervise the person who comes in with experience to do that, and that person gives him flexibility to do other things.
But if he contracts, Sam, he will be supervising. So that's one of the things that I think I'm really comfortable with if we contract. That first time we met, that came up, that idea of contracting somebody. I mean, if you think about it, that's kind of an outsourcing thing too.
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
positive
It is. That's a bridge, we were talking about a bridge earlier, but that's a bridge that I think actually is effective. Also, with additional resources in IT, it makes doing what we're talking about here even more effective. This IT auditor, that's a way of gathering the data. Okay, you don't audit it any differently once you have it. I'm an auditor, I can audit it. Gathering the data from tables and databases and so forth, writing SQL reports, those are things where I would need some training and or an experienced IT auditor. But also, if we had additional IT resources, our IT department can also aid me in gathering that information so we can perform as audit.
Can I ask for one more thing too, I guess, that we can get from Mike? I'd like to see an audit though, okay? I mean, I really wanna see, what is your plan? And I'm gonna ask you to do it even further out than normal. So normally we'll ask you to do a year audit plan. I'd love to see a 2-year audit plan. What is your expectation that you're gonna come back and deliver to this board so that we can see that there's something being done? I mean, I wanna make sure I see that and understand it and start using that as a check-off.
And can you do it this way, Mike? Can you do it, all the stuff that you're supposed to audit, and then when you're gonna get to
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great
I think that
idea
would
there.
be, you'll see the picture.
Yeah,
Here's
I
the
get it.
bubble,
I get it.
and
Yeah,
here's
yeah.
what we're seeing.
I got it, yeah, no problem.
And so, if you would do that, that would be great.
Sure.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I am not a math person, but how long, when you all looked at all of this and with all the information that you've gathered, how long can we safely float with the bubble gum? I mean, really, how long, I mean,
That's the question that, you know, it's like going to Vegas, it's Vegas odds. We could go like we've gone this far and not have a catastrophe and be fine. We could also go tomorrow and it crash and we'd be like,
well, let me rephrase the question. How long do you feel comfortable with us floating with the bubble gum?
yes, sir.
And Tiffany, one thing that I'm hearing though is if we attack this thing tomorrow, and hiring this IT person is attacking it tomorrow, some of the risk is mitigated. Some of it's mitigated, but the idea, Mike said it, he can audit the data, but this IT person is the real kind of buffer for what Sam is describing as a risk, and I think that's important to note.
Well, I want to go a slightly different way. Do we, I don't know the answer to the first question, I ain't gonna let before I can ask my second one. Do we have to pay for our peer review, Mike?
No.
Alright. What would be the chances of having an accelerated review, like have one next year rather than wait 3 years?
Yeah.
To me, that would be an excellent way to see our progress.
See our progress?
That is
Okay.
an auditor question right there.
Good idea.
Well, I appreciate the discussion on this. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor?
Can I just confirm the motion so that I make sure I get it right? Because, okay, so we're going to immediately get him training, do the outsourcing, and do the hotline for fraud,
Correct.
and hire the IT person. So
Correct.
those are the immediate things.
That is immediate.
Then we're gonna follow the plan, except I heard you say we're gonna move hiring the
Jesse's
the
idea.
auditor to the 2016-17. Okay. Then that's the motion. Thank you.
That is motion. So I have
Marilyn's smiling, but
a
that's not
motion and a
smile of
second.
content.
All in favor? Motion passes. Item 15-150, and I appreciate that robust discussion and y'all's attention. And I'll appreciate the efforts that are going to be necessary to get that. No. Item 15-150 is policy manual changes. Changes to policies are presented in the agenda. Mr. Moffitt, please explain these recommended policies.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Both of these recommended policy revisions are legislatively driven. The first one that you have, 3.314, revisions are required by House Bill 12 passed last legislative session in Section 659 of the Texas Government Code, and they deal with gift grant donations used as salary supplements, and they're just simply requirements that we have to meet as a university, and so they're set forth, particularly in subsection C. For example, posting on our website information about any gift, grant, or donation used as a salary supplement. So they simply reflect current law. The second policy, 4.145, is a revision, and this too is a requirement of the Texas Government Code, specifically as it's mentioned in subsection A. Section 2255 of the Government Code requires that we have agreements with any affiliated entity like the MSU Foundation, like the MSU Charitable Trust. We're required to have an agreement with them, and this revision simply sets out the parameters of that. Subsection D just adds in again the requirement from section 659 of the Government Code about the salary supplement information. So bottom line, both of these policy provisions simply put into policy what's required by state law.
Before we discuss any further, could I have a motion to approve this item as presented? A second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Barry, have you written the affiliation agreement yet?
Yes, I've got drafted, and it's next big item, get those approved by the foundation and the charitable trust.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Before we conclude business, I would just like to make one additional comment. I'd like to thank Barry for his assistance. I would tell you that the structure that they've set up in relation to how Mike and Barry and Chris and Sean have really worked so well, the administration in relation to addressing these concerns. I will tell you, I'm serious about the butter on the bread scenario, specifically in relation to Barry. I mean, I don't know how you could do it without support staff. I couldn't do it without support staff. And I don't have nearly what he has on his plate. I know it's hard. If they could share somebody, it can't be a student because of the sensitive nature, but that's something that I would encourage the administration to look at, is trying to figure out a way to get him just help. So that's my last piece of it. That concludes the business to come before this committee.
Workshop budget.
The list is getting long.
That is. He's right. Barry and I have actually talked about that issue, and I continue to marvel at how, you do so much with so little.
So that concludes business.
I continue to marvel.
Thank you, Chairman Essie. That's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, the committees of the whole and the Academic and Student Affairs Committee will now reconvene. The Board of Regents will go into executive session, discuss items 15.132, emeritus status, 15.133, faculty promotions, 15.134, faculty tenure, 15.105, real property, 15.106, Board of Regents officers. Item 15.107A, consultation with attorney. Item 15.107D, personnel matters as follows, as allowed by Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, 072, 073, 074. For the record, the date is May 14, 2015. The time is
4:26.
which is actually about an hour after I would hope. But anyway, Dr. Rogers, the vice presidents, Kyle's not here, Mr. Maka, Ms. Barrow may remain for the first part of this discussion. Okay. Closed session is complete. The only items discussed are the items announced and no votes were taken. We are now back in open session, and we will return to the committee of the whole. Is there any action forthcoming from the executive session? No, there are not. So therefore, that concludes our meeting today. I thank you for your participation. I look forward to seeing you at dinner. Our meeting will resume at 9 a.m. in the morning. We have, just FYI, we have 2 items to discuss in closed session tomorrow. Okay, let's get started. Good morning. This meeting is now called to order. Ms. Gaynor, will you introduce our visitors?
Good morning. Here we have Barry Maka, Dr. Marilyn Tolay, Dr. Howard Farrell, Dr. Bob Clark, Dr. Betty Stewart, Dr. Keith Lamb. Ms. Back corner, we have with us Dirk Welch, Dr. David Carlston, Dr. Deborah Garrison. Mark McClendon, Director of Institutional Research and Assessment, is with us today. Charlie Clark. Over here we have Don Fisher, Lana Sweeten-Schultz from the Times Review, and Cindy Ashlock.
So take that.
Wow, okay.
Bet you can't do that.
Bet I can't do it. All right, thank you again for participating in our committee meetings yesterday. I know it was a long day and we got a lot done, but I do appreciate it. Just a reminder, we are being streamed live on the internet. We are. Okay. Please silence or turn off your cell phone. Before we begin today, I want to acknowledge Jesse Brown, our student regent this past year. This is Jesse's final board meeting in that capacity as student regent, and we want to thank him for his service to the university. And the reason I said that is you all know that Jesse's the new SBA president, and we will hear a lot from him next year in that capacity. So Jesse, thank you for your service. We look forward to continuing to work with you in the SBA president capacity. Thanks again.
Thank you, Jesse.
Anything to say?
How large crowded.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and for everyone on the board for being just so nice to me and taking me under your wing and helping me learn and catch up to speed. Special shout out to Keith Lamb. He's every time I read over my board material, just for example, the first time it took me 6 hours to read through everything, and I had 3 pages of questions, and I went to Keith, and then this last time it took me about an hour, and I still went to Keith, and I only had like 2 questions. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and learning experience.
Well, thank you for participating. So, we provide an opportunity for public comment concerning agenda items at the beginning of each meeting. It appears that no one has signed up to speak, and we will move on. We'll take items 15, 151, 152, and 153 together. These are the approval of the minutes of the February, March, and March regular and special meetings of the board. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, they will stand approved as presented. We'll now move to the consent agendas. The executive committee met yesterday, and our report is as follows. Item presented for committee approval only, 15-108, committee minutes. Item presented for information only, 15-109, campus master plan and construction update. Items approved by the committee and placed on the consent agenda, 15-110, capital expenditure plan MP1 report, fiscal 2016 through 2020. Approved plan is modified. 15-111, Wichita Falls Museum of Art and MSU external improvements project funding, authorized increasing the project's maximum budget of $850,000 by $60,000 with the increase coming from private funds. 15-112, Joe B. Hood Research Lab at Dahlquist, project funding limit, authorized increase the project's maximum budget of $850,000 by $50,000 with the increase coming from private funds. Item 15-113, Texas Public Finance Authority MSU bond resolution. Approve the resolution as presented. 15-114, student housing project. Authorize the issuance of a contract with Buford Thompson Company for construction of the building at a guaranteed maximum price not to exceed $29.5 million, and authorize expanding the project budget to a maximum of $35.25 million, with any amounts above $33.25 million being paid from auxiliary sources or gift funds. 15-115, student housing, master lease with Mustangs Village. Approved a master lease with Mustangs Village in the amount of $1.15 million as presented. Item 15-116, parking plan, fiscal 2016, authorize the expansion of parking lot 6S at a cost not to exceed $650,000 and approve the parking area designations as presented. 15-117, holiday schedules for staff employees. Fiscal 2016, approve the holiday schedules as presented. 15-118, approve Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU mission statement. Approve the mission statement as presented. 15-119, Wichita Falls Museum of Art at MSU ratification of accession artworks. Ratified the accession of the items presented. We did have a lot to do yesterday. I recommend approval of this consent agenda as presented. Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Dr. Gibbons, please present the Academic and Student Affairs Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Academic and Student Affairs Committee met yesterday. Our report is as follows. One item was presented for committee approval only, 15-108, the committee minutes. The items presented for information only were 15-109, the faculty report, 15-110, the staff report, 15-111, the athletics report, and 15-112, the student government report. 3 items were not considered yesterday. Item 15-132, America's status. Item 15-133, faculty promotions. Item 15-134, faculty tenure. The following items were approved by the committee and are now placed on the consent agenda. 15-113 would be the student-initiated naming opportunity. We authorized the renaming of the current Mustangs Walk to the Jesse W. Rogers Promenade. 15-114 was a naming opportunity, ratified the graduate program in geosciences, the Robert L. Boland Graduate School of Petroleum Geology. 15-115 was the May 5th, 2015 graduating class. We approved the list of candidates for graduation. 15-116 was the addition of a minor in sociology. The committee approved the addition of an interdisciplinary minor program titled Medical Sociology as it was presented. Item 15-117 was the addition of certificate program. The committee approved the addition of a certificate option with the Bachelor of Science in Radiologic Technology titled Computed Tomography Certificate Program as presented. Item 15-118 was the housing and dining services rates. Approved the rates for fiscal year 16 as presented. And item 15-119, the MSU Policies and Procedures Manual. We approved a new policy, Faculty Education Incentive Program as presented. Chairman Hessing, I recommend approval of this consent agenda as we presented it.
Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, the committee chair has recommended approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. As a reminder, we will discuss items 15-132, 133, 134 in executive session later in this meeting.
Chairman
Bert?
Mason, before we go forward on that, my numbers didn't match up. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
No, the numbers, when I copied it to Linwood's script, the numbers just,
Okay, so
computer
I didn't read
numbered it,
it.
so the items that he described were correct, and I apologize for that.
No problem. Thank you. Mr. Bernhardt, please present the Finance Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance Committee met yesterday and our report is as follows. Items presented for committee approval only, 15-135, committee minutes. Items presented for information only, 15-136, summary of financial support, 15-144, fiscal year 16 budget, operation effectiveness outsourcing, and other considerations. Items approved by the committee and placed on the consent agenda, 15-137, financial reports, accepting the monthly financial reports for January through March 2015, 15-138, investment report, accepting the second quarter 2015 investment report, 15-139, the Mustang Guarantee Program, authorizing changes to this program as presented, 15-140, fiscal year 15, item 50,000 under, ratified the budget change as presented, 15-141, personnel reports and changes in fiscal year 15 budget, ratified the changes as presented. 15-142, the summer budget 2015, authorizing increased funding for summer school in the amount of $193,000 as presented. 15-143, student orientation fee, authorize the establishment of a new orientation fee of $75 to be charged to every new undergraduate student enrolling for the fall of 2015 and each semester thereafter, with the exception of guest students as presented. 15-145, fiscal year 16 tuition fee review and recommendations, approved as follows. A, increase designation tuition by $2.40 per semester credit hour from $119 to $121.40 per student credit hours. For new students beginning in fiscal year 16, as with the current plan, this rate would be fixed for these individuals for 12 semesters or for academic years. B, increase university fees by $6 per SCH for $54.25 to $60.25 as presented. C, increase the Dillard College of Business Administration instructional enhancement fee by $6 per semester credit hour from $8 to $14 per semester credit hour as presented. 15-146, new faculty and staff position, fiscal year 16, authorizing the addition of faculty and staff positions as presented in the revised agenda. Chairman Hessen, I recommend approval of these consent items as presented. Mr. Burkhart.
Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remove 15-143 and 15-145.
Noted. Dr. Gibbons has removed these items from the consent agenda. Further discussion on these items?
Yes. On these, the ones you removed?
The ones he removed, yes.
Yes. I just want to say, as a student reading the incoming student body presidents, the SGA minutes from the first meeting this semester is about this, is about the fee, letter B on here, the universal service fee increase, and it caps at 12 hours. And I just want to say that the students are supportive of this fee, and they would be supportive of the fee if it was no maximum hours or anything like that. But I feel bad that what the students perceive it's going to be, the 12 hours, which is here in the minutes, which you can see, and what we have on here is not consistent, and I feel like we need to talk about that or figure a way to change it or amend it somehow.
Could I clarify that, Jason? Basically, what you're saying, the student government understood that it would be capped at 12.
Yep.
I understand.
Question, and I don't know who can answer this. What is the average hours taken by the students for semester?
It's a little less than 12.
A little less.
Okay.
It's still 11 point.
Okay, and the only reason, Jesse, I just want to say this, if for us to monitor that and watch that, it's going to become a nightmare for Dr. Wade. And I don't know, and that's the reason I asked the question, that the majority of students are taking less than 12 hours. And granted, I will not argue the point that it was presented as 12 hours, it capped at 12. I just throw that out on the table.
That's what I'm saying. The students are in favor of this fee, and they would be in favor of the no max hours. It's just what we have on our minutes on our side is different from what's going to be passed here. That the students will support it.
And Jesse, help me understand for a minute. I heard yesterday that one of the reasons that it's different is because the format of the fee was changed. In other words, it was going to be an independent fee, and that it was determined that we could do this more efficiently by rolling it into the student services fee. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. That's the reason I went to it twice. Yeah. So I went back the second time to say, we're not going to change the $6 or the projects, but we are going to change the number. And it should cost the same.
And so I guess my point is, Jesse, it's a little bit different, I think, than what was presented in those minutes. I mean, that was supposed to be a separate fee, and then it was determined it was going to be more efficient to be a student services fee.
Yeah, and here it says recreational facilities fee, athletics and recreational.
Right. And so I think that, and it's not. And one of the things I want to be clear about is I don't want the students to think we're playing hide the ball here. We should definitely be clear about what's going on and why we're doing it. So that's my fear, is that there's this perception that we're not being upfront. That's not the case here. And I don't know how the discrepancy occurred or how that all let it happen, but
I'll take the responsibility to go ahead, because I don't have my notes from that night, but I really tend to agree, Jason, that the students have been supportive, and we explain explain and, give them options about what we're gonna do and so forth. And I think what you're clearly saying is there's misperception there.
Yeah.
To take responsibility for that, because I'm the guy that presented it twice. I know that it's gonna be more difficult in the future, but, I don't want to go away with the students think that we play high quality, so.
Well, I guess my point is, I keep hearing Jesse say and heard Rebecca say it yesterday, that all they're concerned about is the fact that it was presented that way. I wanted to bring up the fact that it was a different fee. This is different, and that if we can communicate to the students somehow that this is gonna benefit them regardless of how we go about it. Because as Mike just pointed out, the average student is at 11.5 hours, so technically, where it's gonna become a burden is for those students that are taking more than 12 hours. So I just, for me, the cost of trying to maintain this at 12 hours as a combined fee is gonna be exceedingly difficult. Now, you never do anything, you never stop doing something because it's hard, but I think there's a real cost factor associated with that. But that's just me. And if you feel like that we should cap it at 12, we'll work something out and try and figure out a way to do that. If not, I think we should proceed as it is, but that's just me.
I just want to bring it up for the record, so it's on there that we talked about the 12 hours and the inconsistency between there.
Dr. Gibbons.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about increased costs and take all the items together. If we look at 15-143, every time we raise the cost, there's always a reason. And there's always a justification. But if you stand back and look at what you've done, you keep raising the cost. And so if I look at 15-143, we made the statement that this is better for the students, it's a lot better. But in the end, the bottom line is it makes money for the university and it puts more money for us to do other things and to fund the program we're already started. So when you look back at the committee, it really puts more money in our pocket, and maybe it benefits the students. I'm not disputing that, but really, if it cost us money, I don't think we would be doing it. On 15-145, if I look at item A, we say, well, that is just the cost of living increase, right, by 2%. But you have to remember that a lot of the people sending their children to college lost their jobs. The oil business is down. It may not seem like a lot to say, oh, another $75 here, but when you're making $12.50 an hour, that's after take-home pay, that's over a day's worth of work that you've increased the fee. And those of us who have money and put it in the stock market have seen the stock market do great things. But people who don't have money don't have that. And they don't have that money in the stock market, and they haven't seen great things. So I just feel like we easily say, oh, it's just the cost of living increase, but the people we're billing and the people we're putting this on the backs of, most of the time don't get these cost of living increases. When I look at the service, I may get these a little mixed up. No, the last one is yet another fee for taking a course. When I look at what we did with the free play field, there is $1.20 that's just an increase in the academic fee. It doesn't go for the free play, it's just another increase in fee for the academic. And I really appreciate all Mr. Brown has done and the voting that they've done, and say the students are for it, but most students vote for things that they can afford or want, but the people who can't afford them just simply lose. And so I don't think you can say because the students voted for this that, oh, every student is for it, because we're forgetting the students who don't vote for it because they didn't have the money. I mean, that's like saying that all of us voted for the president we have, and I suspect that wouldn't be true. So when I look at this, I continue to see meeting after meeting where we increase the fee. I think the free play field ought to be part of what the university establishes. I don't think we ought to have to go and every time we want to do something, increase the fee. In a few minutes, we're going to talk about tenure track, and we're going to put professors on a tenure track where they have a guaranteed job, but the people who are paying this don't have guaranteed jobs. And my comment is, we just have to find different ways to do it. We cry about the idea of outsourcing. hue and cry, oh, we can't outsource anything because that saves money. But unless somebody comes up with a different way to do this, we're going to price ourselves out of the market. And we're not competing with Texas A&M. And we're not competing with these others. We're competing with things that I don't think we're looking at. And I've said that before. I think it's the online. The dual credit in high school has taken away our core courses and taken away our bread and butter, and we're forced to teach the ones that are costing us more and more. And we can't keep driving up costs. We've got to look for ways to cut costs and do it cheaper. So I appreciate your time and listening to me.
Thank you. Any other comments? Next step then.
We have a motion on the items that were still on the consent agenda, so we can do a second on that,
Okay.
vote on those items,
Okay.
and then we'll take the other two separately.
Okay, perfect. So, Mr. Chairman, you want to repropose?
Yeah, I propose we may have a motion that we cover 15-137, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, and, let's see, 46 as approved. Continue.
So would anyone like to remove any of these items from consent agenda? If not, the committee chair has recommended approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, Mr. Chairman, could you present the two items separately for us, please?
You bet. Let's take a look at 15-143. I present that as a motion for the board to vote on.
Okay. The committee chair has presented item 15-143 as an item for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I'd like to present 15-145 as a motion to accept for by the board.
Chairman has recommended item 15-145 for approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, please present the Audit and Compliance and Management Review Committee report.
Thank you, Chairman Hessing. The Audit, Compliance, and Management Review Committee met yesterday, and our report is as follows. Items presented for committee approval only, 15-145 committee minutes. Item presented for information only, 15-146, potential conflict of interest with Regents. Items approved by committee and placed on consent agenda. 15-147, audit activities, authorize the following. A, immediately, 1, fund-specific information technology training for internal auditor. 2, outsource IT assessment and construction cost recovery audits. 3, outsource hotline for fraud, waste, and abuse. 4, add new lead technician position in IT at a salary of $42,300 plus fringe benefits to provide relief and cross-training for the IT network services manager. B, no later than year 17 coming. 1, fund-specific IT training for internal auditor. 2, outsource Title IX and Clery compliance audits. 3, outsource hotline and fraud, waste, and abuse. 4, fraud, waste, and abuse. 4, hire additional full-time staff auditor. C, no later than fiscal year 18, 1, hire administrative assistant to share with general counsel. 2, purchase electronic work paper and data mining software. 15-148, MSU Policies and Procedures Manual, approve the changes to the following policies. A, Policy 3.314, Section I-1, Ethics Policy for Employees at MSU. B, Policy 4.145, Midwestern State University Foundation, Inc. Chairman Hessing, I recommend approval of these consent agenda items as presented.
Okay. Would anyone like to remove items from the consent agenda for further discussion? If not, the committee chair has recommended approval. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-154, the President's Report. Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. Report A, the Texas Coordinating Board's had a committee working for probably a year on modification or a total change in the state's strategic plan for higher education. That plan is attached. I think it's really excellent reading. I think it's necessary for all university people, boards, and so forth to see, to give you an idea of where Texas is, really where higher education is in Texas this day. One of the most, the interesting parts, and I will go over, is that this report shows that the state came up with 4 major goals for about 15 years out. They're extremely ambitious relative to where we are today in higher education. The first is that by 2030, 60% of Texans ages 24 to 34 will have a post-secondary credential or a degree. You hear various numbers, but the reality is that I think somewhere around 40% today of high school graduates attempt any type of post-secondary training, seeking a credential, seeking an associate degree, or seeking a bachelor's degree. So that's going to be very ambitious for the state to reach. We need to try to do it. The economic standing and quality of life in this state is really dependent on us meeting goals like that. The second is by 2030, at least 550,000 students that year will complete a certificate, associate, a bachelor's, or master's degree. That's equally ambitious, but we need to, I think it's a reasonable goal. Another one could be misunderstood, but I think it's important that by 2030, all graduates from Texas public institutions of higher education will have completed programs with identified marketable skills. And that certainly is the case, but in no way, if you read the detail associated with that, does that get away from take us away from encouraging students, when appropriate, to major in fields in the liberal arts, because it really, what it's saying is we need to advise those students of the things that they can do with degrees in the liberal arts, and there are many things to get. So it really deals with better advising and complete advising of our students. Finally, something that this board talked about yesterday and today, by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of their first year wage. We had a discussion about that yesterday. Much of student debt comes from loans, and I think my opinion is that we need to do a serious and better job of advising students about controlling their own costs as they push their way through college and graduate school and so forth. So that's the 4 goals. I think it's certainly in this last master plan, the state reached several of its goals, which dealt with research dollars, the number of people who are graduating from universities, and so we're reaching higher with this. It's ambitious, but I think it's a good guideline for all university administrations, faculty, and boards, and I hope you'll take a chance to read it. It's really well done. Okay, very good.
So this is from the coordinating board. It's full of numbers, Mr. Bryant. So,
You want me to read it for you?
When you have time to study, I'm sure but it contains all of the higher ed data for all of the higher education institutions in Texas.
Chairman, are there questions about that?
I do have a question. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, do they have any legislative authority, or are they simply philosophical?
They
something?
they still have oversight responsibilities for in various ways with universities' programming, universities' building. They've become more an advisory body to the legislature, the legislative budget board, if I see it, than anything else. So frequently, and they manage basically all of the state's funds, not all of them, but the state's funds for scholarship and so forth. But they're largely advisory. They don't have authority other than dealing with us on new degree programs and matters like that. Okay. But they are responsible for setting goals. The legislature's asked them to set goals for universities, and that's what they.
Are they influential with the legislature?
Yeah, they are certainly.
You know, Linwood, I would tell you that I've talked to a couple of folks about it. I mean, they don't have a mandate, but they definitely listen to it, and they definitely have a mandate.
And they're held responsible for a lot of issues in our education we're not doing that to.
They went through a sunset review during the last legislative session, and things kind of changed a lot. And so so I think now they're finding more of where their niche is now with some of the new directives that they bring forward.
Okay, the next thing that we like to do, we'll take just a few minutes to do this, and I hope it's informative to you. It's always good to grade our report card against our peers, and we consider the Council of Public Liberal Arts Colleges to be our peers. It's difficult to just put simply how much we learn from and depend on that association. When we became a member of it, it looked good. The philosophy was good. We wanted to adopt it. I don't think any of us had any idea that it would grow nationally and lead us in the development of undergraduate research, as we said yesterday, what they call high impact activities that retain students. So they develop a lot of good models and ideas for us to follow, and we like to measure ourselves against the Council of Public Liberal Arts Colleges. I think I am very proud of the fact that we are a member of that, because we now, as I've told you all many times, have sister institutions that stretch all over the United States. So we find faculty, administrators, and programming by associating with these schools. Dr. Clark has been a leader in that program. We always want to give Dr. Sam Watson, the Dean of the Arts and Sciences, is really bringing this to our attention. Dr. Clark and others in the entire administration and I have really followed their lead and become active in COPLAC. So let's take a quick look at some of the comparisons that our students have made, okay, that let us take a look at their attitudes compared to the attitudes of other COPLAC schools. Bob, do you want to take this?
Just to give you a little bit of history, when we joined COPLAC back in '06, we were asked to complete a survey, which was really a compilation of a tremendous amount of information about this institution. And this is something that is done yearly. Everybody now updates that information. It goes into a data bank. It typically has been coordinated by one of the IR people at one of the COPLAC schools. And up until last year, this was being done by an individual at another institution, and that person is going to be retiring. And Camille Shepard, who is in our Office of Institutional Research and Assessment, volunteered to take over that coordinating position. So she, in fact, will be over compiling and making sure COPLAC institutions submit that information each year, keep it updated, because it provides a lot of very good information about where we are relative to our COPLAC brethren. At the same time, several years ago, we began participating in the NESE, which is the National Survey for Student Engagement. We do this every other spring, and this gives us a lot of information of how our students are engaging on the campus in a variety of areas. And I'm going to comment on some of those in just a moment, but we have with us this morning, some of you have met this man, some of you have not, Mr. Mark McClendon, who is our Director of Institutional Research and Assessment. He is going to give us some comparative information about not only how we compare with our COPLAC brethren, but also some of the more interesting areas that have come out of the most recent NESE survey, which is not the one we just completed. We don't have the data on that, but it's the one we did before. So Mark, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, and I'll be back with some commentary as well. Got a PowerPoint, so you can, if you need to operate it over here.
Should be a fairly brief, try and keep it about 10 minutes kind of comparison.
just to highlight some of the areas as we relate to COPLAC. Basically, we're going to look at some of the comparison data that we have, some NESI data. COPLAC is a COPLAC is a fairly diverse group of 29 schools, one in Canada, that aim to drive awareness of the high quality public liberal arts education in a student-centered residential environment, just to refresh everyone. This is a little touchy. All right. All right. These are just some of the highlighted areas. Number of full-time undergraduates, that we use instead of the overall enrollment because some don't have graduate programs, some don't have a lot of part-time. We're on the larger side of the COPLAC group. When you factor in part-time and other groups, we actually go a little bit higher. We're not the largest, but we're in the larger group of them. We are one of the most diverse schools in COPLAC. Percent of minority students is 36%. That is second only to Fort Lewis College, who has 39%. And then the average for COPLAC is 19, somewhere as low as 6. So that's pretty good. Student-faculty ratio, again, we're near the average. Student retention rate, 42 is our most recent, 46 is the COPLAC average. That is kind of buoyed by, there were 5 COPLAC schools that were above 87%. So it kind of tilts that way. In-state tuition, this is for 13-14 is the most recent data collection. We are one of the less expensive schools, and we are the least expensive with out-of-state tuition. NESI, National Survey of Student Engagement. We give this every other spring. This was from this data is actually from spring 14, and 23 of the 29 schools participated. NESI basically looks at 2 features of collegiate quality. They look at how much effort and time the students spend studying. These are self-reported measures, and then how the institution gets the students participate in activities like learning communities, all the high-impact practices that are correlated with student success and learning and retention. We'll start with the good one. These are MSU, these are the high-performing areas relative to COPLAC. As you can see, discussion with people of a race or ethnicity other than your own, that's because we're more ethnically diverse. Quality of interactions with staff and students, and these are percentage of people who responded basically positively to the statement. So we're 10 points higher, 10 points higher. Review of your notes after class, 12 points higher, and quality of interactions with other administrative staff and offices. This kind of highlights that Dr. Lansbury is doing pretty well compared to his COPLAC peers. So that's a good one.
Mark, is that the first year or senior?
These are senior. Senior I focused more on because they've had time to. Come on, yeah. All right, now here's where we basically lowest performing relative to COPLAC. Worked with a faculty member on a research project, 16% lower. Assigned more than 50 pages of writing, 19% lower. And completed a culminating senior experience like a capstone or a research project, we were 24% lower. Now the positive you can take from this is Eureka, the undergraduate research, should increase our numbers in this area quite a bit, because this would have taken place after a semester it had been started. So not a lot of people have done that. And the assigning more than 50 pages of writing, I believe we're doing some writing initiatives with writing in the curriculum. So that area, all of these, our lowest areas, should be increased by the 2016 survey.
Mark, I bet Bob's been commenting on this.
Yeah.
Here's a great example of the benefit of COPLAC. We see where we're very strong compared to COPLAC. Then we see these areas like this, and it's a really good indicator. And if you look at what we're doing, what we did for the development of our Eureka program for reaccreditation, building a writing laboratory and tutoring, senior experiences. We get that from comparing ourselves to other universities, so, I'm not,
But we had our largest participation this spring, that in fact we just completed, presentation of scholarly works, not only from faculty, but students, graduates, and undergraduates. And of course, Eureka focuses on undergraduate student research. We saw more poster presentations, more oral presentations than we've seen in the past. So this is catching on, and we're very, very impressed with the way that this is developed. We owe a lot to Dr. Magali Rincon, who is our Director of Undergraduate Student Research. And she has 2 committees that work with her as well. And the participation this spring was just wonderful. We had a great, really great week of scholarly presentations. And then with what Dr. Garrison presented yesterday, this is something that is beginning to move out across the campus as well, dealing with writing across the curriculum. So I think by the time the next MESI rolls around, we're going to see significantly different numbers than we're seeing here.
keep that slide and come back next year, because I suspect we're going to lose a lot of it.
Touchy. This is a specific NEFC comparison of high impact practices. And this compares first year and senior and COPLAC. And as you can see, at first year we're about the same as COPLAC. Senior year we go down a little bit, but more importantly we go down and participate in 2 or more of the high impact practices, which are defined there on the left as learning communities, service learning, research, internship, study abroad, and culminating senior experience. Again, this is similar to the previous slide in that those are the areas that we're already focusing on. So this the gap should be decreased by next spring when we run this. Again, academic emphasis. This one is basically how much the institution emphasizes, study and learning. Again, MSU, this is kind of bodes well for the faculty in that we're above the COPLAC average on that. We're doing a good job of, stressing learning. And this is the last slide. These are academic challenges. The academic challenge for seniors. It's got a mind of its own. Again, higher order learning. These are different types of learning. Higher order learning we do well on. Reflective and integrative learning is basically kind of the interdisciplinary stuff. Like how do you apply this to different areas, which we are improving on because we're getting more interdisciplinary programs, and Eureka actually focuses on trying to get interdisciplinary research. So that should actually improve also. Learning strategies is basically how often the students use different types of learning strategies. Again, it's a positive for the university. And quantitative reasoning, it's about the same. That was it. The last thing I did have is I was actually watching the streaming yesterday, and somebody asked about where we compared on tuition and fees. So this is the...
Wait, you were watching us on streaming yesterday?
Well, I was working. I've got an extra screen.
There's somebody watching.
Well, I didn't really want to sit down here, so I had an extra screen, so it was up. Other than it buffers a little bit, it's not too bad. But this is the... So this is where we were as far as the 2013, 2014. Unfortunately, COPLAC collects data, so the new one won't actually be ready until the summer. But this is where we set with total fees and tuition. And as you can see, I mean, there's a variety. There's quite an array of different, basically different costs. And this is completely on different states how they allocate their funds. Like some have really low tuition and then really high fees. Some have, very high tuition and no fees. So you have to take them together. And we are on one of the more cost-effective schools. I guess it's promising.
Nice way to say it.
Anybody have any questions? Anyone? This is a pretty good comparison, actually. This is, unlike the coordinating board, this is low to high, so it's reversed. Anyone?
Go ahead.
What are some of the units, like the last one you showed, where you're comparing 38 and 40, but what are the actual units?
That is, they rescale their thing to a 0 to 60, and it's basically how much, the percentage of students that say, you know, often or quite often, like learning strategies, I utilize these. So and they rescale it to never, often, or never, sometimes, often, and very often. So there's, that little difference is not probably all that meaningful.
Is there some kind of absolute metric? I mean, the fact that you're as good as someone who's also average, or are we as good as someone who's the best in the world? I mean, is there an absolute measure in there that you think is
I don't think, no.
a measurable goal?
No. In this, there's really not, because it's all self-reported data. So there's different things that can impact how they respond. It could be,
I mean, like the interaction with professors, I would think 100% is actually undesirable. I mean, there must be something in there, but you haven't done that.
Yeah, it really doesn't give you that. It's really more of a comparison group rather than an absolute. So I don't know what the absolute. I mean, if you're 100% academically challenged, that might be you're actually too hard at school.
Right.
So yeah, it really doesn't give you an absolute.
You have to understand too, the NESE survey is voluntary. So we do everything we can to get students to complete it and submit it. And to the point of we have a raffle when a Visa card or something just to get them to participate. So we do everything we can do to get them to play, so we get good numbers.
Very good.
It's tough though.
Thank you. Bob, I have one quick question. I noticed that Sonoma State's not on here. They just came in, right? That's why they're not on.
Sonoma actually has a history of not participating very well.
I just noticed it.
Our numbers went up.
Yeah, they pay their dues.
But they don't report.
But
I
in
noticed
1 year,
yeah.
we'll never see anybody from Sonoma.
I was
at the
looking at the
meetings.
stats about 6 months ago, that thing they put out, this thing right here.
Yeah.
And they haven't reported in 2 years. So.
No.
Okay. All right.
And I should mention that when Shepherd hosted COPLAC a few years ago, every time they have an annual meeting, they focus on one particular group from each university. And when Shepherd hosted, it was institutional research, and they had quite a crew that showed up from all of the schools. I don't think Sonoma was there, so that's kind of
All right, let's see. I really have already talked a lot about the legislative session, those things that are high impact. I guess we've used that. And we're waiting on some really high impact dollars. The higher education systems one, I hope we know as soon as possible. We only have an idea of what's going to happen with Hazelwood, and the TRB is still hanging there. Debbie has a tremendous amount of detail, and I hope she selected a few things to talk to us about that have gone on in Austin. I get email from her every day about reports from Debbie. Could you take some things for us?
Sure. This has been a very different session, and I think I say that every 2 years because they're all different. But they started work very early, just right out of the gate, on the big issues: TRB, budget, and tax cuts, all those things. And now here we are, 17 days from the end, and everybody's still just on pins and needles about how it's going to happen. Last night was a major deadline in the House. It was at midnight, they had to have taken an initial vote on any House bill, and if they didn't by midnight, it's gone, unless they can get it attached to another bill that's already moved through, or a Senate bill. So it's everything, as Dr. Rogers has said, everything is really kind of up in the air. But I can tell you that the appropriations bill is scheduled, if everything goes right, to be distributed to all of us on Memorial Day, which is a week from Monday. So at that point, we will have a better feel for what's going to be in the budget. And then they hope to take it to the floor for a vote later that week. Now, the session ends on Monday, June the 1st, so that they'll be down to their last several days. As we talked yesterday, tuition revenue bonds, we're still in the hunt for 58.2 or 4 million. And it looks like when they went into conference, there was funding in the bill, so we feel really good about it. On Heath, again, we're still just waiting to see what comes out of conference and keeping our fingers crossed on that. They review the funding every 10 years, so this is our year. Everyone knew going in this was our year, and it's just whether or not we get the funding in September or a little bit later. But we feel pretty good that at some point in the near future we'll get a $1.5 million increase. Both houses have approved the amount that we will get, which will go from 3.5 to 5 million. It's just when it will happen. Hazelwood, I just wanted to kind of let you know, Dr. Rogers talked a little bit about the policy changes that they're looking at, and so I just wanted to run over it really fast. So Hazelwood has been in effect since the 1920s. It's offered veterans free tuition and fees, and there were certain parameters. You know, they had to serve 180 days, they had to be honorably discharged, that type of thing. In 2009, that's when the legislature made the big change to add a legacy portion to the bill, which said that their unused credit hours, so they get 120 credit hours, or it was 150. For 150 credit hours, anything that they didn't use, they could pass on to their dependents. And so at that point, the floodgates opened. It went from $25 million that it was costing universities to $169 million a year. And the percentage of legacies went from 4% the first year to 51%. So now in the pipeline, there are more legacies getting the benefit than actual veterans. So then there was a lawsuit that was filed because to get the benefit, you had to have been in Texas, living in Texas when you joined the military. The lawsuit was filed in Houston, where a guy said, wait, you're taking away my constitutional right. I got into the military in whatever state, moved to Texas, I should be able to get this benefit. And it's still working its way through the courts. So there were a lot of things they had to fix. So with this fix, everyone is grandfathered in who's already in the system, and anyone who enrolls in the fall would continue to be grandfathered. After that, it would require a veteran to have served 6 years to pass on his or her benefit to the legacy. There would be a 15-year time limit from when they get out of the service to pass it on. The student would have to maintain a 2.5 GPA and would have to fill out the FAFSA so that they could possibly get other aid in addition to that. So, and it would only be for undergraduate programs, because right now they could go to medical school with this legacy. So that's where a lot of the big dollars come in. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of money attached to it, but what they're thinking is by changing this policy down the road, it will help us. It doesn't help us today, but they've included $30 million in the bill. And so that's just to give you an idea of the kinds of policies that they're looking to change. The governor hasn't said whether he will sign the bill that's moving forward, and there are people, not everyone is in agreement with how it's being addressed, but that's where we are. Guns on campus, I know we've all heard about it, talked about it a lot. Going in, early in the session, I told everybody, I just think it's going to happen. And then all of a sudden it stalled, and then open carry was passed, and then last week, Guns on Campus kind of came back, and they decided they were going to attach it to the open carry bill, and then it's all been quiet since then. So it hasn't gotten a new hearing. I am not enough of a gambling woman to say what I think is going to happen now. I've just told the administration, you need to start thinking about it because it may very well happen. So I don't know a whole lot, but that's what I know. That's a lot. There you have it. So. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Is that it? Perfect. Thank you. Board of Regents will now go into executive session to discuss items 15-132 emeritus status, 15-133 faculty promotions, 15-134 faculty tenure, 15-156 Board of Regents officers, and item 15-157 the university president's contract is allowed by Texas Government Code sections 551.074. For the record, the date is May 15th, 2015. The time is
9:56.
Dr. Rogers, Vice President, Mr. Maka, Ms. Barrow may remain. Okay. Please resume the webcast. The closed session is complete. The only items discussed were the items announced and no votes were taken. The open session is called to order. Item 15-132 emeritus status. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I recommend the following individuals be granted emeritus status upon their retirement. Mr. Alan Black, Assistant Professor of Music, who's been here 28 years. Dr. Timothy Donovan, the Professor of Computer Science, who's been here 28 years. Mrs. Laura Jefferson, Associate Professor of Theater, 31 years. Dr. Charles Chuck Johnston, Associate Professor of Management Information Systems, 13 years. Dr. James Dick King, which must be posthumous, Associate Professor of History, 46 years. Dr. James Schupperer, Professor of Music, 12 years. Dr. David Tucker, Professor of Mathematics, 27 years. Dr. Larry Williams, Professor of Sociology, 39 years. And Dr. Jesse W. Rogers, President, 14 years.
Thank you, Dr. Gibbons. There's been a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-133 faculty promotions. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I recommend the following individuals for promotion from the rank of assistant professor to associate professor. Dr. Kristen Garrison, English. Dr. Susan Harvey, music. Dr. Suhei Wong, is that correct? Okay, thank you. Curriculum and learning. Dr. Lauren Jansen, nursing. Dr. Tina Johnson, computer science. Dr. Mitzi Lewis, mass communications. Dr. Kirsten Lodge, English. Dr. Jonathan Price, geoscience. Dr. Tiffany Stewart, counseling. Dr. G. Zhang, management information systems. Also from the rank of associate professor to professor, Dr. David Carlson, psychology. Dr. Jeffrey Killian, radiologic sciences. Dr. Michael Shipley, biology.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
So,
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 15-134 faculty tenure. Is there a motion?
yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend the following individuals be granted tenure. Suwa Wang, PhD, Curriculum and Learning. Laura Jensen, PhD, Nursing. Tina Johnson, PhD, Computer Science. Mitzi Lewis, PhD, Mass Communications. Suzanne Lent, PhD, Curriculum and Learning. Kristen Lodge, PhD, English. Jonathan Price, PhD, Geoscience. Suzanne Shipley, PhD, Foreign Language. Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any other motions from this item?
Yes. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to recommend the following individual be granted tenure in accordance with policy 3.120, section 5, Provost President and Board of Regents. Greg Giddings, PhD, English.
Ms. Bernhardt, do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion on this matter? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 15-157 university president's contract. Is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I recommend that the employment agreement between Midwestern State University and Dr. Suzanne Shipley be approved as presented to this board.
Do I have a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. This concludes our business today. We look forward to seeing some of you in the morning at our graduation. Our next regular board meeting will be August 6th and 7th. And Debbie will be checking with you for possible dates for other special meetings this summer. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
This meeting is adjourned.